Okay, good for broadcast. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to the first hearing of the Committee's inquiry into the early childhood education and care sector in New South Wales. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Abigail Boyd and I'm the chair of this committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing, and I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Owing to the nature of this inquiry, some evidence presented today may contain sensitive content and themes which could be distressing. There are referrals to services available on the inquiry website if you need support. I now welcome our first panel of witnesses. Thank you very much for taking the time to give evidence to this inquiry today. If I could ask each of you, starting on my left, to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Good morning. Mark Barrackett, Deputy Secretary Early Childhood Outcomes with the New South Wales Department of Education. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the committee. Murat is Secretary for the New South Wales Department of Education. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you like to commence by making a short opening statement?
If that's possible,
Please.
I would welcome the opportunity to do so. I also want to acknowledge that we're on Gadigal land this morning and pay my respects to their elders past and present and extend that respect to the Aboriginal people present or watching online. Can I thank you, Chair, and the committee for inviting us to the first hearing of this important inquiry. Quality early childhood education and care has been shown to positively impact learning, development and wellbeing outcomes for children. And every child deserves to have access to high quality education and care in every service across the country. The New South Wales Department for Education is responsible for the regulation of the early childhood education and care sector in accordance with the national law and regulations, providing preschool funding and quality uplift programs to the early learning sector through the Start Strong program, supporting the delivery of the New South Wales Government's Brighter Beginnings program, which aims to improve child health and development outcomes from pregnancy to age 5, delivering 100 new public preschools in addition to running the existing 100 public preschools, managing the Childcare and Economic Opportunity Fund, which is supporting workforce participation through better access to affordable quality early childhood education and care, and a range of other initiatives to attract and retain early childhood educators and professionals. We're also overseeing the largest investment in Aboriginal controlled and owned early learning in New South Wales history. I do want to take a little bit of time to speak to our regulatory role, as I know this is a particular focus of this inquiry. The Department for our Regulatory Authority administers and enforces the National Quality Framework in New South Wales according to the national law and regulations. It is the Australian Children's Education and Care Quality Authority, or ACEQA, who is responsible for administering the National Quality Framework, working in collaboration with jurisdictions to monitor and promote the consistent application of the national law across the country. I note that the inquiry has also invited ACEQA to give evidence. In New South Wales, the Regulatory Authority regulates more than 6,000 services that educate and care for around 500,000 children in our state. These services care for children from birth to school, age in long daycare, outside school hours care, family daycare, preschool, mobile and occasional care services. Last financial year, The regulatory authority undertook almost 9,000 regulatory visits, an increase of 4% on the previous year and more than any other jurisdiction. The regulator undertook visits on a risk-based approach, meaning services identified as high risk are visited more often. As of June this year, 93% of services in New South Wales were rated as meeting or above the national quality standard. The committee would note that the national average is 91%. When issues arise, the regulatory authority works collaboratively, and I want to thank them, with the New South Wales Police Force, the Department of Communities and Justice and the Office of Children's Guardian to investigate concerns and ensure the safety of children attended in early childhood education and care services. Indeed, most of our referrals through to the New South Wales Police Force occur via our seconded police officer. This officer is a serving member of the New South Wales Police Force, but is seconded to the regulatory authority to support information sharing and joint work. Before I speak more directly about the challenges in the sector and the reform work that the New South Wales Government is leading, I want to place on the record some important acknowledgements about early childhood educators. There are more than 85,000 workers in over 6,000 early childhood education and care services in New South Wales. In New South Wales, and indeed across this country, children are welcomed, nurtured and cared for in these settings. I want to place on record that the vast majority of educators in these services undertake their roles with integrity and skill. It's a critical sector in which parents and carers place enormous trust. Indeed, my wife and I relied on early childhood services when our three beautiful children were young. They're still young, but outside that age bracket, to provide them with the important foundations to learning. To the many dedicated professionals, I know many are tuning into this inquiry, who turn up every day to do their job with commitment and care. I know you share the wider community's concerns that anyone would even contemplate harming some of our most vulnerable members of society, our youngest citizens. We know that this hurts you to the core. I've spoken to a number of you who've told me directly, and that you share our commitment to bring the sector that you've dedicated yourself to into the high regard that it deserves. I also want to speak directly to parents and carers. I want parents and carers to know that we all recognise that improvement is needed to rebuild community confidence, and it's needed now. I want to assure parents and carers, families and the wider community, as well as this committee, that the Department of Education will work with its national and cross-government colleagues, as well as stakeholders, training providers and importantly parents and carers themselves, to do everything possible to ensure this. The New South Wales Government has made it clear its commitment to reforming the sector and driving the change needed to ensure our children are cared for in a way that meets expectations. I note Mr. Chris Wheeler, former New South Wales Deputy Ombudsman, will also give evidence to this inquiry. I do want to thank him and place on record his outstanding recent work reviewing the New South Wales Regulatory Authority's work. His report, which was delivered to government in May, speaks to a range of areas that must be improved. His words, not mine. In summary, I have found that the Regulatory Authority has been effective in the performance of its role, consistent with the requirements of the national law. He went on to say, though, that there were things that it needs to do better, and called out his concern that the New South Wales Regulatory Authority's performance was constrained by the national law. I can confirm that the Deputy Premier and the Acting Minister ensured that Mr. Wheeler's findings were immediately shared with our Commonwealth and jurisdictional colleagues, and you'll have seen in the announcements from other states that they've had a significant national impact. In June, after careful consideration of Mr. Wheeler's findings, the New South Wales Government released a statement announcing that it would take some immediate steps to reform the sector. This included the establishment of an independent regulator that will report directly to the Minister for Education and Early Learning, taking steps to ensure that parents and carers have more upfront info that they should have about their child care provider, including with guidance from law enforcement agencies, publishing more compliance-related information about services to improve transparency, materially increasing penalties for offences under the national law, running a trial of CCTV cameras in services. Given that the announced reforms should be for the benefit of all children and their families across the country, we are working with the Commonwealth Government and jurisdictions to bring about much needed change. You will have heard the Acting Minister indicate, though, that New South Wales will not continue to wait for national reform. New South Wales has indicated its intention to introduce changes to the New South Wales application of the law, even if other jurisdictions choose to wait. The New South Wales Government will have more to say about this, and I'm sure National Education and Early Learning Ministers in the coming days and weeks. I do want to acknowledge the importance of this inquiry. I do understand the committee's objectives and look forward to its work as it informs our shared desire to have the best early learning, education and care systems in place for children in New South Wales. Thank you for allowing me to place on record some remarks, and I'd welcome your questions.
Thank you, and thanks again for your appearance today. I think we may need to get you back again at the end of this process as well, on sort of day 3 or 4, so that you can hear some of the criticisms, particularly of the Wheeler recommendations and other things, and we can talk about those then. Can I just bring you though to we've deliberately not invited the regulator here today, yet. We will obviously get them in. We wanted to look really at the government's settings and the government's role, distinct from that regulator's role. Can you explain to the committee how, I guess, what you view the department's role as separate from regulation when it comes to, for example, the expansion of private childcare centres in the state?
Yeah, we've got a multifaceted role. I know the chair and the committee would appreciate this. I mean, ultimately, I am the regulator. I know you said the regulator's not here today, but I delegate that function to an executive director that leads that. And Mr. Wheeler found and recommended that there should be an independent regulator set up, that there is potential or perceived conflict of interest, because I'm both a provider, because I run for the state 100 public preschools that have been in existence for a long time, and I'm trying to deliver on a government commitment to have an additional 100 public preschools. I'm then a funder and distributor for the sector through the Start Strong program, and Mr. Barakat can give you all the details there. Yeah. We're a steward for the system to make sure that we grow early childhood provision, particularly where the market is thin and there's demand and it cannot be met.
And I think that's where I'm really wanting us to focus. So it's been commented, by some commentators in the media and academics have made the comment that the mass privatisation of the sector has happened more by chance than by design. Does the department have a policy when it comes to what it thinks the sector should look like in terms of how many for-profit providers there are, how large is too large for an operator, that sort of thing? Is that something that the department has ever had a direction or policy in relation to?
Well, as you'd appreciate, departments also serve government priorities of the day. I can only speak to the current government priority to grow public provision, to make sure we lift the standards in the sector and the safety in the sector. I've been serving public education for 29 years, and this is the first time we've had a growth in public preschools. So I think this government is looking to ensure that we've got stronger public provision, and they are going into areas where there's been
and I will interrupt you in the
complexity.
interest of time. I do appreciate that, but in terms of the fact that we still have over 90% of new long day care centres in New South Wales are being opened by private providers, many of them very large for-profit providers. What does the department have in terms of policy given to it from the government of the day in relation to monitoring that or guiding that market distribution?
Well, some of that has come under immense scrutiny and criticism, which we've all watched and seen, there isn't a policy or a position in the department that says the sector will look in this way, this proportion of providers. Our job is to regulate the sector, to ensure that we can support the sector by way of both reforms and workforce need, and also to look at those areas where there is a lack of early childhood care services and see what can be done to provide parents with that access.
So what I'm hearing is there's not really a focus on the type of providers that are opening up across the state from the department?
That is, Chair, I think has been what government's position may be around that, or policy position may be, and then we would deliver and act on that policy position.
Can I just give you an example of
Sure.
one of the operators of childcare centres, not one of these large ones, but a smaller for-profit centre called Three Bears Childcare Centres, which were it was owned by a man called Din Trang. This was covered in the Four Corners expose earlier in the year. These centres operated for more than 10 years before they were finally shut down. They received more than 300 breaches. The breaches included over-enrolling, shuffling kids to evade inspections, allegedly leaving them in a van for 3 hours without water to avoid authorities. Mr. Trang's free centres all held a working towards rating. By September 23, the failures at the centre had escalated. A child suffered a knee injury requiring surgery. Staff took no action. The family had to call an ambulance. Then in February 24, a child with a dairy and nut allergy suffered an allergic reaction, swollen lips and eyes and welts. Educators treated it with moisturiser instead of administering proper medical care. Text messages to staff revealed a culture of coercion. Staff were rewarded for over-enrolling, threatened with pay cuts of more than 20% if numbers didn't rise. And they were also directed, bizarrely, to wear their hair in a French twist and facial makeup for an extra $1 per hour on their wages. This operator has now been shut down. Did the department know about the regulator's scrutiny of this particular operator before giving them $120,000 under the Early Childhood Education and Care Grants program in 2023?
Yeah. Chair, I'll have to take the specific case on notice, and if you're happy to come back with the specific detail, but what you read is totally unacceptable, should not occur in any service, and goes to why there's much needed reform. And I can only indicate what the independent review says, that the national quality framework needs to be improved and overhauled so that regulators, not only in New South Wales but right across the country, have the appropriate authority and power to act. We do act. We have visited those 6,000 services in the last financial year with 9,000 visits.
Yeah.
But there's no other way to describe what you describe in that case than to say it is just totally incomprehensible and should not occur in any service.
There are two aspects of that case, though, that are interesting for this inquiry. The first one is in relation to Mr. Wheeler's finding that the regulator is doing its job properly when it took 10 years to shut down a known problem, working towards for 10 years, never having met the standards under the national framework, and yet allowed to continue. I think that does cast doubt on Mr. Wheeler's assertion that the regulator is doing a stand-up job, but also it brings into focus the fact that this goes beyond the regulator and involves the department and its policies as well. When you come to administering grants programs, when you come to administering policy settings for establishing and encouraging childcare operators, what responsibility is the department now taking to make sure that it plays a more positive role in the sector?
I think that's a really fair question, Chair. In fairness to Mr. Wheeler, I don't think he said the regulator's doing a stand-up job. I think he said, his quote was that they're effective in their role, consistent with the requirements of the national law. He calls out clearly that we need to improve in a number of areas, and he calls out the fact that overriding all of regulation and law is the fact that there's an overriding premise of the child and the centricity of the safety of the child that must come to fore. You would have seen some recent movements with the Commonwealth Government where they have issued notices to providers who have been working towards meeting the standard and have taken a long time to do that because they're the primary funder through CCS funding. And your question's a good one. What are you then doing as a state with your Start Strong funding? So I might get Mr. Barakat to give you some detail of what we're looking at.
Just in the interest of time, I want to give you a couple of other examples and then I'll open up to my colleagues.
Did you want us to talk to what the state's also looking at doing or not?
We can come back to that. I would like to have a bit of a focus on the issues that are being raised. So another one where the grants have been given is to Little Zacks, where we're looking at a couple of 100,000 in 2023 as well. Now, Little Zacks hasn't got as much attention so far in the media. Looking at, and I've got here, just a sample of the documents that I received from the SO52 that your department has been so gracious to comply with. We're looking at, just in this little sample of a couple of years, a really concerning pattern of breaches at Little Zacks centres across the state. A child sustained burns from hot water from a bottle warmer. We had 3 cases of children falling out of their cots due to the sides not being put up and there being no staff looking to check what was happening with those babies. We've had a child disclosing that they're scared of an educator with the service failing to notify anyone. A child was fed a known allergen and ended up having an anaphylactic shock. One child was unaccounted for through lack of supervision and was found in a washing machine. We've got educators forcibly restricting children until being told to stop by other educators. Lots of cases of hazards and chemicals being available for children. It goes on and on and on. And overriding all of this is this breach of staff ratios at some centres, really very, very significant, low numbers of educators depending, relative to what they were required to have. And again, these centres were given and are being allowed to open more centres sort of every day by the looks of it, and were given a huge amount of money out of the department's grants. So the question I was asking before, and I want to ask again, is what due diligence does the department do before encouraging providers who have such poor track records?
So again, it goes to our regulatory visits. The case you're reading, again, unacceptable. We have the power and can exercise the power to put a centre on notice and can also put conditions that there is no further expansion of a service until...
But they don't. So in these cases, they haven't. So again, coming back not to the regulator, but to the department, before you give that money out, are you even checking with the regulator if they've got current investigations on? How on earth could money have been given to 3 bears? Like, it just, when you look at the regulatory documents, it's so obvious that there's a problem there. How is money being given to these private operators?
I'd appreciate the opportunity to then answer fulsomely, because I know that it's a concern, and it's a concern to me as well. We've got the opportunity to put conditions so there's no further expansion, and we shouldn't lose sight that the primary provider here is the Commonwealth, so that's why there's been some recent movements about putting providers on notice to withhold CCS funding. But you are right, Chair, when you talk about then what state funding and strong start money can look like. And that's why I wanted to indicate, do you want to hear from Mr. Barakat?
I do
because
want to
this
give
has
them
been recent developments.
Okay, but you're not answering my question. I don't want to know what's going to happen in the future. I want to know how this happened in the past. Under your watch, we have had money being given to providers that were not fit for purpose. I'm asking again the very simple question of what happened then in terms of doing due diligence before that money was given out.
We have closed services. We've put services on notice for
Still
closure
answering the question.
and given them. Well, in fairness, you're asking me what we have been doing, and I was also flagging.
It's a very simple question, though, isn't it? Was due diligence done before you gave that money to those operators?
We do that through the regulatory visits and the options available through us, through the National Quality Framework. I'm not hiding behind the case that you read. It is shocking, it's unacceptable, and that's why government commissioned an independent review, and that's why we're also...
Into the regulator. I'm talking about the department's actions.
Yeah.
You can't push everything onto the regulator and blame the regulator for everything.
I'm not.
I'm asking, in the administration of grants money,
Yeah.
that your department was responsible for,
Yeah.
was there due diligence before you gave that money
There is.
to these operators?
There is. I'm not pushing it onto the regulator. The regulator at the moment sits in the department and works with, and I indicated to you, Mr. Barakat can give you details, because that's where the program funding money is distributed from. Yeah.
I'll throw to...
Thank you, Chair.
Mitchell.
Thank you. Thank you both for being here. Mr. Disdar, I'm sure you're aware of the Channel 7 investigation revealing the case of little Lexi, who went from childcare to intensive care after an incident last year. Her family are calling for more transparency. Her parents, Matt and Sarah, are actually here watching the inquiry today. What can you tell them about a public record being available so that families like them can see breaches of the childcare services that they're sending their children to?
First of all, I want to say to both those parents, I am across the case and saw the coverage. Again, as a parent, it's totally unacceptable, and they are rightful to indicate that much needed change and reform needs to occur and shouldn't ever occur to another child. It goes to my opening remarks. But the Wheeler Review said that we should be providing more information, and we publish that on a quarterly basis, and we've done that in the last quarter, and we're working with providers around the transparency of information to parents. As you would appreciate, when there's an individual matter that happens like this, we give the primacy of making sure we work with the family, inform the family, but this goes broader to all parents in a service being aware of what may have occurred in a centre, and then making parental decision around that.
So has the department been working with Lexi's family? Have you been keeping them up to date on the investigations?
We normally do that through the regulator.
Do you know if they have been?
I would have to check in that individual case, but what I was advised is that normally we would be following up with each individual family, let them know where an investigation is up to. So
Sure.
I'm happy
Just in
to
relation
ask
to the public record, you said earlier, and the Acting Minister made comments yesterday, that New South Wales would go it alone and not wait for the national decisions to be made. When will that happen, and why hasn't it happened already? If you've had the Wheeler Review come out in the middle of the year, we're now in August, you've got families going through pretty horrific circumstances like Lexi's family. What are you waiting for?
As you are across, this is a national framework that's then implemented the national law through Victoria in its legislation. That Wheeler Review, with its initial action plan, came out in June from the government, and we've been working really hard on the set of reforms. Of course, the primacy would be to put the New South Wales stance forward to work with all of the states, and if all of the states were to want to come on board, you would have a consistent national law. That's what we've been working at. There is an education ministers meeting on the 22nd of August, and the acting minister has made it clear that we're happy for everyone to take the New South Wales suggestions and adopt them nationally, but if they're not, we'll move.
So you're going to wait until you have a national agreement before looking at doing something in New South Wales? Why not just do it in New South Wales now? I don't understand how the minister can say, we'll go it alone, but then you tell us today that you're waiting for a meeting later in the month.
I'm just saying, in fairness, government received the Wheeler Review in May, came out with initial steps and findings and said we'd take more action in June. Education Ministers meeting in August. We do need to do the courtesy, and we've been working at official level with our counterparts across the state for a national law enacted through Victorian legislation to say we're going to tighten, we're going to make improvements, these are the areas. We're happy to share that transparently and work with you. If you're prepared to come with us, that could be the national stance. It's a stronger stance for the sector. And if you're not, then government's made it clear
but
that
with
they'll
respect,
move.
Mr Disdale, what does that mean for parents if they want more transparency, and you've said that that's what you would like to see, or the government would like to see, some sort of public record of breaches so parents can be better informed in terms of services that do have large numbers of serious breaches in their history. When will that be available for parents in New South Wales?
We've already, in the last quarter, put up more information than we have previously around our work on the ASEQA website.
Okay. Just in relation to the service that Lexi attended,
Yes.
has that service been shut down?
Yes, it has.
And does that operator have any other services?
Let me take that detail on notice.
Would they be investigated as well if
We-
there was a serious breach at one centre, that if there was multiple services under one approved provider?
Can I just go back to my previous answer? That provider, their service cancellation was cancelled at that particular service. My understanding is that there's a new provider operating that service.
What steps does the department take to ensure that the new provider is meeting all of the requirements and we're not going to see a repeat of that sort of behaviour?
Yeah. To be a new provider, to start a new service, as you know, you've got to go through all of the requirements in meeting the National Quality Framework before we give you the approval to commence.
Okay. Just one more, and I'll hand over to my colleague because I know we're short of time. Just in relation to the independent regulator that
Yes.
has been recommended with the Wheeler Review, and you're saying that's important in terms of transparency and accountability. What is the time frame for the setup of that independent regulator again? When can parents expect to see that come to fruition?
We're working at official level to put that all together for government and put that forward to government. That's something we're looking at achieving this year. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll let someone know. I've got more, but I'm conscious of time. So, do you want to?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Disdale.
Good morning.
Congratulations on your pay rise, recent pay rise. Just reading that, well done. Can I just start with, I was interested in what you said about the 9,000 visits across that the regulator makes. Is that throughout, is that just the last year, or calendar year? Where are we getting that?
Last financial year.
Last financial year, okay. And do we have the breakdown of all those 9,000 visits? How many are unannounced and how many are announced?
I'd have to get the exact proportion if you're after that. The vast majority are unannounced.
Unannounced? Did you say?
Unannounced.
Okay. And when okay, so of the percentage that are announced, do you know how much notice the regulator normally would give, or the staff would give that visit?
It depends. I've done a number of regulatory visits myself to see it in action to get a firm understanding. So in one of the cases, it was a follow-up from a previous visit where we'd identified areas we were working on so that the provider knew that we were coming. It was, communicated by the regulator, and we went and saw the follow-up actions. In another case of one of my visits, we just knocked on the door and walked in, and it was an unannounced inspection.
So with the unannounced visits,
Yes.
What would you say is the percentage of those that end up in a result where the service is reprimanded, or there's an infringement given, or potentially even the service shut? Do you have a breakdown of that kind of data for the last financial year of these
I don't
9,000
have it in
visits?
front of me, but I'm happy to take that.
We
on notice.
collect that. The department does collect it. Or
We
the
collect all our
regulatory-
regulatory visits. That's why I know
Yes.
it's a 9,000 count. We have data that we've got to provide at a national level on penalty infringement notices, compliance actions.
But is there data collected on how many are related to those visits? Because I'm just wondering how many are related to of those infringements, how many are related to the actual visits, or potentially the public or parents actually notifying the regulator that they're concerned about that particular service
Let me try
provider?
and grab that for you, Ms. Mahalik. And the chair indicated that they might welcome us being back
Yes,
afterwards
yeah,
as well.
that's
So
right.
I might be able to come
that'd
with
be
that
good.
at that point, Chair, if that
I
works
think it's
for
good,
you.
Mr. Dissa, to know, I
Yeah.
guess, is it, are we relying in New South Wales on the regulator to actually ensure that children are safe, or actually is it parents that are stepping up and filling that void? My concern is I think the vast majority of concerns that your regulator sees are actually being instigated by concerned parents and potentially concerned workers within the industry that are seeing issues arise, and they're the ones that are actually stepping up and letting the authority know, as opposed to as a result of the visits from the authority.
Yeah, so there's a range of things there. First of all, the service has got a requirement to report the matter, a matter that might occur to the regulator within 24 hours, used to be 7 days. We've got a hotline that anyone can call and let us know on through the regulator.
Who answers that hotline? directly somebody who is
Yeah,
employed by the regulator?
workforce in the regulator, and it's a 1-800 number, and that can be totally anonymous as well. It can be the staff member who notifies us. It can be the parent that notifies us. It can be the service that notifies us. The service has an obligation, if they're aware, to do so. That's how we would become aware of matters and then take actions to investigate, etc.
And is there a breakdown between, I suppose, how many instances are government, or I know that it's a very small percentage, that how many are within the realm of public preschools, and how many are related to profit providers?
Mr. Barakat might have detail. In my operational experience across the 100 public preschools, there's very few instances of required regulatory action. They tend to be strong performing services. Mr. Barakat, do you have any more detail on that?
It's quite a complex sector. There is a mix there of government provision, not-for-profit and for-profit. We need to take on notice to see if the regulatory authority has a breakdown on the compliance actions across those different types of provision.
So just as a follow-up, can you take it on notice, just a breakdown of the number of providers and how many are for-profit, not-for-profit and government? Can you provide that on notice for New South Wales?
We can provide that on notice. I can give you a little bit of information now. We have only around 100 publicly provided preschools.
Yes.
The rest of the 6,000 plus services are a mix of for-profit, not-for-profit. There's around 740 community preschools, all not-for-profit. I think the makeup of the for-profit sector, largely in the long daycare space, is around 64%, but we'll give you that breakdown.
If possible, with the for-profit, could you also break it down into how many own multiple services? So and are sort of bigger? Or my understanding is that some of the for-profits might own 1 or 2 centres, and others might have quite a chain. Just the breakdown of that, the most recent data. If you
on
could
notice,
provide
and you would know that some not-for-profit services as well also have a number of services too.
Of
So
course,
we'll provide that data for you.
Sorry,
And
Tanya,
perhaps
you
just on that, I think we've got a lot of evidence coming that shows the statistics as well. But you would agree, wouldn't you, that as an average, the performance in terms of regulatory actions and even who is exceeding standards and who isn't, the private for-profit, particularly the large providers, do a lot worse than the public.
I'd have to take that on notice because the regulator actually is responsible for the compliance against the National Quality Framework.
You've got the statistics. We've all got the statistics.
So
the Productivity Commission.
I'd have to check that with the regulator.
Did you have more before I go to?
I'll come back.
I just have a quick one on the 100 preschools, but if you want to. Yeah, so just in relation to the 100 public preschools, obviously at the moment there's already some existing public preschools and some not-for-profit community preschools that operate on school sites. I've heard concerns from the sector that where the 100 public preschools have been chosen to be located, in some communities it will actually put the community-based provider effectively out of business because they're not going to be able to compete with the new public-run preschool. Have you heard that, and why is there not a better conversation with the community sector in terms of the provision of those new services?
So the selection of the new 100 preschools was an evidence-based approach that looked at a range of different factors, including supply and demand, growth in those areas, and including local intelligence, where we did speak with services and schools to see what the need was. Where there has been a service that has contacted us with concerns around a public preschool being located close by, we have been working closely with that service to understand their needs and to look at what can be done there. So if there are any services that we haven't heard from, I would welcome contact from them. There's also examples where we've spoken with school principals who would say that a very small percentage of their children attend preschool, even though there is a early learning service in that area. And that is because of cost associated with that potentially. So the public preschool program does prioritise enrolment of certain cohorts of children, including Aboriginal children with a disability, and those from low socioeconomic status communities that are unable to access early learning provision
But
elsewhere.
I think the concern is, Mr. Barrackett, which I'm sure you appreciate, is if the outcome here is intended to have more provision of early childhood services in a particular community, you may end up with the adverse impact of an existing service closing its doors because they can't remain viable with losing their children going to the public preschool. So you might actually end up with less places available in these communities. Surely that's a concern.
Where we have added extra provision, if there are concerns from local community preschools, I'd certainly welcome the opportunity to have that discussion with them. We can share with them the data, the approach that we've taken to the site selection, and then look at their concerns and how we might be able to support them moving forward.
Can I just add that the site selection, like Mr. Barrackett indicated, did look at socioeconomic development vulnerability, but it also did look at supply and demand, going to exact your point, that we didn't want to also detract from another provider in the area. So if there's specifics, let's take them, we'll sit down with them.
There's quite a few, yeah. I mean, I don't know why you're not doing some of those delivery as not-for-profit if that is what happens now. You've got some public provision, some not-for-profit, and they all operate on school sites. I'm just not clear why that wasn't the model that was continued for the new 100.
This commitment was an additional 100 public preschools.
Right. So it was a decision of government to deliver public only.
Public preschool, yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Chair, thank you to both for appearing today. Just for the committee's information, could you talk us through, going back to the issue of the regulator, just talk us through what usually happens during a regulator's visit?
Mr. Barrackett might also add, but I can only talk to the visits I've been on because I wanted to see it in action. First of all, I was really, Ms. Savelle, impressed with the expertise of the regulator. I've learnt that the National Quality Law and Framework is so extensive to wrap your head around, and they're experts in that. And I, in the visits, have seen them sit down with the centre director or management and look at their policies, their programs to meet the National Quality Framework. Then I was impressed that it wasn't just left to the paperwork, because as a former school principal, I can put paperwork in order and it might not match the reality of the operation. And the visit saw the educators in action, saw the children in action. A particular area of interest to me was also with the younger age group and their sleep program and routine and policy. I then saw the regulator sit back down with the centre management after observations and point out areas that were affirming in practice and also point out areas that needed to improve. I then saw a follow-up email that I was included in by way of timelines and actions to take that improvement. A very professional operation. Of course, my visit wasn't at the pointy end of seeing a service being placed on notice to close, but it was very, very professional. I'm not sure, Mr. Barracat, if you've seen any regulatory visits.
I have been present in services while the regulator has turned up unannounced.
Yep.
I think Mr. Disdar describes well the process that is undertaken. They have a very strong focus on looking at child safety and quality, staffing ratios, and looking at the approved learning frameworks that are to be implemented within that service, all of which are applied through the National Quality Framework. So they're really looking to see that a service is operating under that framework.
And in terms of the visits, you've given us, a couple of examples there. Why the regulatory visits are important?
These are very critical. This goes to ensuring the compliance and meeting child safety, and put aside the educational program and its offering with the early childhood framework. It goes to the primacy of ensuring services are operating with child safety as its prime motive. It also goes to complying with the workforce requirements. I don't know if the committee, I'm sure they're aware, the ratio nationally is 1 educator for 11 children. We have a higher stance and a stronger stance in New South Wales. It's 1 to 10. So to make sure, the right ratios are also being met.
It's one of the biggest breaches, though, isn't it? The most common breaches is people not meeting that.
And that's why the regulatory visits are then important. There's there's an enormous early childhood workforce challenge here nationally, and part of our work through Mr. Barracat and his team is to try and support that sector with more early childhood educators. That's why I wanted to really call out the vast majority who dedicate their careers and do an enormous job, because we need more early childhood workers.
Yes, indeed. I wouldn't be here today were it not for the early childhood workers looking after my child back in Cessnock. So I can certainly agree with your comments in that regard, Secretary. In terms of the agencies, I just wanted to turn now to the Working with Children check, and understand what your agency in particular is doing to collaborate to strengthen the Working with Children check scheme in New South Wales.
Yeah, I think this has been a good move from the New South Wales government. They've introduced legislation recently to the Parliament to strengthen Working with Children checks to better protect children from harm. I find it deeply concerning that people with serious criminal histories, including offences involving children, can potentially have decisions that are made by the regulator to cancel their capacity to work overturned on technical or administrative legal grounds, and that you've seen the publicised cases where the Office of Children's Guardian has overturned some of those decisions, and the New South Wales government has also indicated that they're strongly advocating for a Working with Children checks at a national cabinet level, because you want consistency across the jurisdictions, and this goes to the work around a national register as well, to have a national register of early childhood workers, so that those that move between systems can be captured not by individual jurisdictions but at a national level.
In terms of the safe sleep requirements, you touched on that earlier in terms of the regulator visit. Can you speak a bit more about the requirements that are on services to ensure these safe sleep practices?
Yeah. So that's another, Ms. Savelle, that's another key aspect, and I spoke to the regulatory visit I saw where again, that's a real focus area for the regulator. It's a priority. We work with services to make sure they're meeting they've got to have a policy in place at their service, we check on that policy, but it's the implementation of that policy I saw, including line of sight, how often you visit that room, how many babies, young people you can have in that room, spacing of the cots, are all aspects I saw.
As well, right?
Yeah, all aspects I saw, because again, policy and procedure on paper isn't matching what works in practice. And since the Jack Lowe and Ariana Marigold and both families, I want to call out the tragic loss of their children. We've responded to the findings from the Jack Lowe and passing of that young child, and
you've rejected the findings, though. The department rejected the findings of the coroner, including that the provider or the owner needs to have some sort of background in early childhood education. That was deliberately rejected by the department.
I'm not sure I concur. I'm not sure I concur, because what we did from the back of that very tragic loss of life is we did revise our safe sleep and rest guidelines that are now executed across all of the providers. We did partner with Red Nose and deliver free sleep and rest training for all ECEC services. We did take a safe sleep and rest regulatory priority program with extensive information and guidance for the sector. And we are supporting the sector with further communications around new mandatory standards for infant sleep products that come into effect from 1 January 26. I do want to also just acknowledge the Marigold family and the tragic loss of life in that family. We're expecting a coronial inquest into that, and we'll make sure we fully comply with that coronial inquest as well.
Just acknowledging there are other members waiting. Can I just ask one question on the back of that?
Sure.
'Cause I think you've highlighted a really important issue, that we can have all the great policies in the world, but if they're not being implemented, they're not worth the paper they're written on. I've read 120,000 pages of documents from the regulator now that details incidents across the state, and one of the most common is a lack of understanding of safe sleep practices. That probably the second most common is centres just not having working with children checks for their staff. We need a regulator that is able to police these things. Do you think the regulator is getting enough funding to do its job?
So that was another area that Mr. Wheeler looked at. Of course, as a head of an agency, I can always do with more funding in all areas. This is a large regulator, the largest in the country. You don't achieve 9,000 visits in one financial year, the largest in the country, without being adequately resourced. But if you ask the regulator, of course, we'd all say we could do with more help there, and that's something that I'm looking at off the back of the Wheeler review within the purview of the budget I have to execute for the department. And I have spoken to the regulator and the Deputy Secretary responsible there around what further resources may be required, because I want to strengthen and support them in their operation.
Given that time is short, perhaps you could take on notice just how much funding has been given to the regulator over the last 5 years, and whether or not a budget bid was made this time round to increase the funding to be given to the regulator.
Thank
I'm
you,
happy
Madam
to
Chair.
tell
I
you
just
what
want to ask Mr. Distar,
we need to
sorry,
share it.
thank you, Madam Chair. Just on what we're talking about with the regulator and visiting as part of their 9,000 visits, and essentially responding, for example, to a parent who might have actually contacted the 1-800 number. Do you keep data on how many of those anonymous, or whether they're not anonymous, concerns that are raised through that number? How many does the regulator actually respond to? I'm sure that not all responded to, but do you keep that kind of information?
Yeah.
I'm just concerned that people are making contact with that number but may not eventuate in you actually ever going on site, for example, or acting on that concern.
Every one of those referrals, whether directly from the centre, an educator, a parent.
Are acted on, is that what you're saying?
It has to be followed up.
It has to be followed up. Okay, so you've got a particular time frame, how soon you follow that
Correct.
up, is that right?
And there's a risk-based
And
approach
there's
depending on
some
what's
data
been.
behind that could be collected or made even publicly available.
Well, you
Can
have to
respond that?
follow up, and you have to log that into the ASEQA system, so data does exist.
Okay. And just when a provider, how many strikes does it take before you shut down a provider? How many times do you reprimand them before you say that's it, you're out? Is it a strike 1, strike 2, strike 3 policy? What does the policy?
Yeah, I know people
you have.
look for a simple answer here, but it's not that simple. So you
But
could,
why isn't it that simple?
because
if
a
they show-
because a service might be doing its job outstandingly well, and in a regulatory visit might not have met the menu requirement, and you'd indicate to them that they've got to improve that. That looks different to not meeting.
Okay, but when we're talking about safety, if it looks like they're making breaches in terms of the children's safety,
Yes.
that would be a strike 1 policy, right? They're out. I mean,
Again,
how
a
much-
risk-based approach.
How many times does it take before you
The
shut down?
regulator
a provider?
might raise concern around a particular policy and its implementation, and a staff member, that provider might make the decision to no longer employ that staff member. It might have
Hang on, that's up to the provider? It's not up to you to recommend? It's not up to the regulator to recommend to the provider?
Ms Mihalik, in those extreme cases, that's why we work with New South Wales Police and DCJ and make appropriate referrals at the pointy end.
So how many service providers were shut down in the last year? And if you could give me the data, how many last year and the last 5 years, please, for each year, each financial year? How many service providers
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me,
shut
but
down?
I'm happy
If
to
you
get
take it on
that for you,
notice, how
Ms
many were
Mihalik.
shut down?
Yeah.
Can you let me know how many of those service providers in the last 5 years, in each financial year, how many notices they were given from the regulator before they were shut down?
Sure, I'm happy to get that data for you.
Can I just ask on notice as well? Sorry, just
Yeah.
your budget bid question, and happy for you to take this on notice. Can you provide for us the number of staff working in the regulatory section of the department at the moment, and for the last 5 years as well, the full-time, those out on the ground inspecting services, doing the visits, etc.?
Yeah, we can.
Thank
I
you.
can
And
tell the
I
committee
will
it's
have
about
that.
a $65 million program with about 500 staff, but I'll get you the exact
But
specifics.
data over the last 5 years would be good too, just
Yeah.
so we can look at consistency.
Sure.
And just before I hand back to Ms Saval, I understand that Ms Gudu is now not working at the regulator anymore. Was Ms Gudu let go?
Ms Gudu finished in the department recently. I made the decision as the secretary to make a leadership change. I thanked Ms Gudu, and I do so that you're asking publicly for her work and service, which was very professional and assiduous. We've got a big reform program, and I made a decision to have leadership change in that area.
Thank you. Back to Ms Saval.
In terms of the questions that were asked around childcare subsidy removal of funding, I'm keen to hear what further action New South Wales is taking to align with the Commonwealth Government changes to remove the childcare subsidy funding from those low quality centres.
Yeah, it's a really good question. So that's been a recent move, and in fact, within the last week, the Commonwealth has put on notice those services across the country and has worked very closely with the regulatory authority here in New South Wales and every jurisdiction. Those services, Ms Saval, that have been taking way too long to get from working towards standard to meeting, they put them on notice to improve and, if not, remove their CCS funding. And Mr Barakat and the team are looking at the Start Strong funding.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk to that?
Yes, thank you, Secretary. So we will be working closely with the Australian Government around where they might choose to revoke the childcare subsidy from a service. And should they do that, we will also seek to revoke any Start Strong funding that the New South Wales Government provides to that service as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Any final questions?
Yes. I thought I wasn't going to get more time, so I stopped.
You can have one quick one.
Thank you. Just in relation to probably following up on some of the data that you took on notice, are you also able to provide for us, you said that there's a number of visits that take place, and I don't know if it's in your submission, but again, sort of how many unannounced visits have occurred each year over the last 5 years, and at which services, if you can provide that on notice, please.
Yeah, we took it on notice, but we'll look at what we've got and provide that. I think you're just adding the last 5 years, so we'll look at what we've got.
Yeah.
I think Ms. Mahalik asked that.
Yeah,
so
no, that's fine.
We'll make
Thank
sure
you.
we follow up.
Oh, yeah,
Just
I'll-
ask one question, if that's all right.
Yeah, one quick one.
Just wanted to. There's a tension, isn't there, really, between the desire, the public policy desire to expansion provision, and how, I suppose, aggressively you regulate the sector. I wonder whether maybe you could just talk to that, how the department reconciles those competing sort of agendas, because I think that's really at the heart of the problem that we've got here. We obviously want to expand the provision. We know there's areas where there's inadequate provision, but if you're, very hard on services and closing them down, then obviously that creates a lot of disruption for parents, and they have to find new providers, and obviously that can be difficult where there's limited provision. So can you perhaps talk to how the department grapples with that particular tension and that problem?
I think you pose that really well, Mr. Diadam. It's a tension because the benefits of early childhood education for the child and their educational trajectory through 13 years of formal schooling is huge and huge and profound. What it means for families is profound, and so you want to enhance provision, universal preschool education. You want to get early childhood right, but you can't compromise child safety. So, you cannot. No regulator should ever have to consider whether taking appropriate action and placing a service on notice or closing a service with the balance in their mind of, well, there might not be provision. The regulator, we drive to enact that safety provision, then it's up to Mr. Barakat and myself and the rest of the team, if a service closes, to look at what we might be able to do in that area, how we might encourage or stand up a service provision. That tension is real, but under my stewardship I've made it clear as the regulator that we cannot ever compromise what that looks like. It's got to be for others to work through if we close a service in a locality where there's no other provision. But we do work with services to try and lift their quality, lift their obligations, meet their obligations, guide and direct, but you've got to draw the line at certain points and in certain instances and say that's unacceptable.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think we could have spent another few hours with you,
We
but
might
we
need you back.
We will need a few hours.
we will get you back at the end of the inquiry. Thank you so much for your time. To the extent that there were questions taken on notice or there were supplementary questions, the committee secretary will be in touch. But that concludes our session with you today.
Thank you, and we're always happy to come back and help the committee.
Thank
We'll
you.
be taking you up on that.
We will.
See budget estimates.
Yeah.
Just checking everyone is settled. Excellent. Thank you very much. I now welcome our next panel of witnesses. If I could ask you, starting on my left, to state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
I'm Honorary Associate Professor Linda Newman from the University of Newcastle. The affirmation is that I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Gabrielle Ma, Professor Emerita at Macquarie University. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Marianne Fenwick, Professor of Early Childhood Education at University of Sydney, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I'll start with you, Dr. Newman. Did you want to make a short opening statement?
I won't go through all of my bio, it's a bit long there, been around for a while, but I just wanted to make the point that, as in my submission, I'm not here to give direct evidence of any breaches or safety issues at the moment, but more in terms of the fact that I've been in the profession for quite a long time and worked broadly across the field in a lot of different areas. I'm formally retired now, but I am still working on boards and some consultancy work, so I'm still pretty much in touch with the field.
Excellent. Thank you. Professors Mara and Fenwick, did you want to make an opening statement?
Just to briefly say that the three main sort of interconnected points that I'm particularly concerned about are about transparency of information in the sector, and about the need for the government to bring together all the sources of information that it has at its disposal in government decision making, that there needs to be more concerted planning in the sector, and that access to the sector and the kinds of business models that are operating in the sector need more careful scrutiny, taking all those things together. There are a lot of interconnected problems in the sector, from workforce, training and education, infrastructure development, how services are operated, etc. We've written about those in our submission, but I'd just like to highlight those things as things I've got particular concern about today.
Yeah. I think the only thing I would add is the important point of thinking about safety in the context of quality. And you have to look at the bigger picture of quality, and the supply is a big piece of that, and supply also impacts not only workforce supply but workforce quality. And there are some issues in regards to teacher preparation and educator preparation as well.
Thank you all for your submissions, and also for your continued work and advocacy in this area. I think you've all pointed out that the issues in this space are many and complicated and interlocking, and we're not going to get a quick fix with anything. We need to look at this as a kind of a whole of sector approach. Just turning first to you, Professors Mara and Fenwick, your evidence that you've provided in your submission in relation to the quality of for-profit ECEC providers is pretty damning. You state that for-profit long day care services in New South Wales are assessed as not meeting the quality standards at more than twice the proportion of not-for-profit and public services, and as exceeding the standards only at half the rate, noting that many of the services aren't even rated at all. You note that there is a, quote, three-tiered ECEC system in New South Wales, with preschools at the top, followed by long day care centres operated by public and not-for-profit providers, and then for-profit long day care in the lowest quality tier. You then go on to point out the impact this has on outcomes, with children in exceeding quality services going on to do better and have lower rates of developmental vulnerability than those in non-exceeding centres. We've got over 100 centres in New South Wales that have been underperforming for years, and not meeting those very basic standards at a national level. Should they have been shut down and taken over by not-for-profit or public operators?
Look, I certainly think that contingency planning is essential for dealing with ongoing failure of services. So look, it's hard to say in any particular case whether any particular service should be shut down. I certainly think the three Bears cases and the other centres that provider owned that didn't ever meet the standards over a decade, and they were allowed to open new centres when their existing centres weren't meeting the standards, is very problematic. Look, basically, I mean, I sort of think about operating while we're not meeting the standards as a kind of trading while insolvent. And if you're trading while insolvent, administrators are usually brought in to sort the business out, so to speak, and either get things back on track or pass the business on to another provider or shut it down. So I just think people are understandably worried about shutting a service down, but as long as there's robust contingency or, plans in place, definitely I think that if a provider can't meet the standards repeatedly, they should be moved out of that service for sure.
I think Mr. D'Adam made a very good point in our last session with our previous witnesses, that there is this inherent tension between the public good in expanding the ECEC sector because we all want to have affordable, quality childcare options for children, while also ensuring that expansion doesn't come at the expense of quality and safety and everything else. I guess it's a bit of a basic question, but given that this is an essential public service, why don't we have more publicly run centres? Why are we relying on the private sector?
It's a historical thing. It's entrenched in history. In the Constitution, we have state governments responsible for school education. We have the Australian government responsible for employment. No one's responsible for early childhood education. It's still seen as childcare. It's predominantly looked at in terms of supporting workforce participation. So it sort of straddles, Linda, you can comment as well. And that's why we have this divide of governments taking responsibility for preschools or kindergartens and Australian governments taking responsibility for long day care.
We still hear people in Australia from time to, well, not more than from time to time, saying, why should I pay tax to support services for other people's children? I've chosen not to have children. So I think as a nation, we don't value children and families enough to be able to provide the systems whereby a child can be seen as having the right to go to a high quality education and care service from a very young age, as they can do after the age of 5 when they go to school. Every child in Australia has the right to go to a public school should they choose to, but we don't have the equivalent in the years of a child's life when a great deal of research has shown that they're learning the most.
I guess that comes back to this sort of oddity, I guess, that we have early learning, this before preschool stage, or even before kindergarten stage, that is the only part of our education system where we allow for-profit providers when we're giving them public money. Is that correct?
As far as I'm
Except for vocational education, is also very private, if you think about that as part of the education system.
Yes, you're right.
Look, I think a big part of the picture is also to do with just, and this makes it very tricky to deal with, it's about infrastructure development. And governments have just gone, property developers are happy to take this on, and they've left it to property developers basically to develop childcare centres, or early learning centres, I should say. And since something like 97% of all long daycare centres are operated in rented premises, then, if the government doesn't own, there isn't a public ownership of a vast portfolio of centres that to deliver the long daycare and to do something about that. Governments don't quite know how to think about it. I mean, the thing is, they're already paying for it. They're paying inflated rents through the childcare subsidy, if you know what I mean. You know, the childcare subsidy funds at least 70% of all the cost of long daycare fees, and out of that comes the rent. Parents' fees cover the rest. Rent is paid out of that, so it's being paid by parents and the government. The rent, so it's a kind of a bit of, I don't know if I'm being very clear, but it's part of the problem is this, how to think about this infrastructure issue, and that's the egg's been scrambled and how does it get unscrambled.
So one of your recommendations then is I found quite compelling, this idea that the government should put a strategy in place for when there is a failing centre to be able to take it into public ownership or to give it to a trusted community provider. Do you think that would then strengthen the government's hand and reduce its kind of getting stuck between a rock and a hard place when it comes to wanting to have these places open but also having these continual breaches by these private providers?
Definitely. Yeah.
The only thing I would add there is your analysis, Gabrielle, around the staffing waivers. So it's not just the services who aren't meeting the standards, because it's important to remember that services have a meeting rating even though they have staffing waivers in place. And Gabrielle's analysis has showed that, if I remember correctly, Gabrielle, that for-profits are overrepresented, almost twice as many staffing waivers as not-for-profits, and yet they are still being rated as meeting. They're the only management type, I think, that's overrepresented in the proportion of waivers that they have for staffing.
So I guess
that's an issue.
The point is there is about, if you think about quality more broadly than just your quality rating. If you think about, you've got your quality rating, then you've got your waivers. You're meeting the standards, but you're not really meeting the standards. Then you've got the compliance issues that may or may not affect your rating. Then there's all the complaints against you that may or may not affect your rating. So this relates to the point I was trying to make about the government and regulators needing to take into account all that information when they're thinking about approving a new service or deciding whether a service is meeting the standards. I mean, that could be to do with legalities in the NQ, the application of the national quality standards in the assessment process. That it can't take into account compliance actions, or it doesn't take into account waivers or whatever. But maybe that's something to think about in going forward. But I guess that's a big issue.
And the reason there's been so many waivers, in many cases, is because there hasn't been any planning around the workforce issues, which have been predicted for years and years and years. It's been very well known in the field that there just aren't enough people coming in, well-qualified people coming in, but there's also a lot of teachers flocking out because of the workforce conditions and going to work in schools, particularly in New South Wales, where their qualifications largely now are birth to 12 years of age, so they can get jobs very easily in schools, and so we're losing a lot of the teachers rapidly into the school sector.
Can I just jump in on that? If there's a workforce issue, why is there a disparity between private and not-for-profit? Like, if not-for-profit can meet the standards in terms of ratios, but for-profit can't, like, that's not a question of workforce, is it? That's a question of one sector making a conscious choice.
In my opinion, if a lot of people were given a choice between going to a not-for-profit and a for-profit, and they can see that they're more well treated in a not-for-profit, which on the whole is the case, then they would make that choice.
The ACCC also found that large for-profit providers pay less, hire less experienced workers, have more turnover, have more casual staff, offer less full-time work. So the working conditions in the for-profit sector are worse. And so you could think of them as kind of, it's a strategic choice. If you don't offer a good pay and you can't get a worker, we advertised and we couldn't get anybody, so give us a waiver so we don't have to.
Just one other aspect before I pass on to others that I wanted to touch on in this, and you mention Professors Maher and Fenwick in your submission, but I know that I might direct this question to Dr. Newman first. There is complexity within the for-profit sector as well, and I think in some of this debate we can sometimes overlook that there are really well-performing smaller centres who are for profit, but they might only have one or two. You know, they're not the ones driving the Mercedes and making mega profits from these centres. Is there a point though where services can just open too many? A provider can open too many services. What should we be looking at in terms of where that limit should be?
That's a really big question. You know, if I was in charge, I might say yes. Let's limit the numbers and see what happens. But because of the needs, the demand, that's a very big question for this committee to grapple with, I think.
And I guess what happens, so throwing back to Professor Smart and Fanny.
I mean, our largest not-for-profit provider in long day care is Good Start, and they're a very reputable organisation.
How many do they have?
I think it's over 600.
Yeah.
600 across the country. So it's for me, it's not about size. It's about the model and where the profits go. Are they reinvested back into the organisation, for children, for quality, for staff, or not?
And is there a difference then between the ownership model where it's like a listed company that's accountable to shareholders, but there's some transparency, versus a private equity, like we know Affinity is owned by a private equity body that has predominantly overseas investors? Is there any sort of analysis, I guess, on the riskiness and why it's more risky when you've got that sort of layers of ownership being obscured?
Yeah, look, I guess, I mean, I think there are problems with all the corporate, with the models that are growth-oriented private operation, and there are various different ones. Private equity is particularly risky because the business model in private equity in general is to take a business that you think might have a bit of fat in it, take it, purchase it, strip out all the fat, grow aggressively using debt, and then sell within 3 to 7 years. So most of the big companies that are owned by private equity in the early learning space have had multiple private equity owners. And they talk about, you see in the financial papers, they have plans to sell or list, and they do or don't, depending on their assessment of whether they can make a lot of money out of doing so. So the business model is not one that's really about growing because we've got an amazing vision for early learning, it's about growing to build up a great big package that you can then sell off to make a lot of money for your investors.
Thank you.
And it's not about the children.
Yes. No. I could ask loads more, but I'll go over to this side.
I want to ask so I'm interested about your recommendations, particularly recommendation 10 about mandating that childcare operators become certified B corporations. I wonder if maybe you could talk us through what that actually means and how that might be operationalised.
Yeah, look, with this, we're trying to grapple with the challenge of what we can see about the overall quality profile in the for-profit sector, setting aside that if there are some very good, as we write in the submission, that the small good for-profit providers, in a sense, they're for-profit legally, but they're not for-profit motivationally, if you know what I mean. So just setting them aside. That what we're trying to do is but with this recommendation, is to say, certified B corporation, it's a kind of a halfway house proposal in a way. That you have to state what your values are, and then you have to report that you put yourself under an obligation as a company to report against how you've met those obligations. And it's just a way of introducing a little bit more pressure on the company to sort of do the right thing by the children, or that sort of thing. It's in the end, I think the idea of a a public benefit corporation is a stronger lever, because the B Corp is a bit like fair trade. It's a private business itself. The B Corp certification, like fair trade certification or organic food certification. It's trying to make a values statement, and then people who buy into it are adhering to that values statement as a first step just towards trying to formally, in some sense, bring other values into the the committed decision making of the large operators. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I'm also interested about the model around what to do with failing services.
Yep.
We've seen the High Court have said that the ability of the Commonwealth to sort of impose an administrator in the CFMEU case, I mean, is it feasible that kind of power could be used in this circumstance, where effectively, without taking the property, the government puts in someone to actually run the business? Is that a model that might be available if the service is continually failing, if it's not meeting its standards? You put someone in that effectively takes control for a period of time, corrects the business, and then steps out.
Not being a constitutional lawyer or a corporations lawyer, it's hard to. It makes sense. It makes sense on the face of it, and the government could even take over the lease, and then so that there's no loss because they're all rented. There's no loss to the lessor or to the provider who doesn't have an ongoing commitment to pay off their lease. But as to the whether the Constitution allows it, I'd have to leave that to the constitutional lawyers.
I mean, there was the precedent back, was it about 2006, when ABC Learning collapsed?
2008.
2008, and the Australian government stepped in, and then we did have.
They had administrators.
It was administrators.
Private
Okay,
administrators.
so it was.
A private administrator was appointed. They sold off some of the centres.
But there was a plan.
Yeah.
Yep. And now we have good start as a result of that.
Yeah.
Large scale.
And who the person could be, I think, would be a really important thing to think about too, because it's not really a business administrator so much that you need. You need a lot of the majority of early childhood educators are well-meaning people who are trying to do the very best that they can. And in a lot of the centres that I've been aware of, a lot of those people at the moment are young, not highly qualified, and struggling, struggling.
Centre directors.
Centre directors as well, educators and centre directors, senior management, people at a senior management level, director and above, where they exist, are harder and harder to find because people are leaving the field because of the workforce conditions. And in my experience, if you go in to try and support somebody, mentor somebody, work with a professional learning program, whatever it might be, they're hugely grateful. They soak up the learning and they do better very quickly. So it would need to be quite a nuanced approach to how that would work, I feel.
And if I could just add to what you're saying, Linda. So Linda's talking about people leaving the workforce. We also have a lot of students who leave the qualification. They go and do prac. They see this disconnect at university. We're talking about quality early learning for children. We're talking about rights of children to safe environments. They go out on prac. They go into low quality services. They're horrified and they go, I don't want to be a part of this. So they leave the degree. So we've got a pipeline loss at multiple stages, even before they even graduate.
And not all of the education training is happening in universities and TAFE anymore. There are a vast range of different sorts of training providers available now. I have witnessed people who have lost their jobs because their training college has been struck off, and so their qualification no longer means anything. So there's a level of loss in the sector there as well, but it's devastating to the people involved. So that's another complexity.
I think Rachel, I've got
Thank
something.
you.
Rachel,
Thank you. Thank you to three of you for your time and contribution today. If I could pick up the point in your submission in terms of the compliance reports, and I guess just in the current environment in light of concerning media reports to parents, parents are feeling a stronger duty to be better informed as to the standard, the level of the
early childhood centre that they may be utilising. Do you think you could elaborate in terms of the compliance reports and the availability of those reports to parents?
My
Yeah.
reading of the this is based on a documentary analysis.
Yeah.
There is a requirement that a centre holds the documents of any finalised compliance action and is required to make it available to anybody on request. I'm not Mr. The head of the Secretary of the Department.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name. He mentioned that the government is publishing a bit more of that data. I think that data should be published and published in full, sort of more or less in real time. There's no reason for it not to be. And I think they've made a requirement that it be displayed at a centre rather than just kept in a drawer for you to ask for it. But I do think there's another issue that's to do with, and we write about this in the submission. Yes, parents have a right to know and this information should be public, but I don't think it's reasonable to expect parents to be keeping across the waivers, the compliance actions, the quality ratings, and I'm looking for a service and I'm going to put together some kind of a picture myself, integrating all this information to decide which is the best service. It's unreasonable to expect that. I don't think it's unreasonable to expect that. So what that means is that all the services need to be good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if we can see that certain kinds of business models seem to be much less compatible with ensuring they're good, what are we going to do about it?
Thank you. And if I could just follow up, in the submission, you make reference to how New South Wales compares to the other states. And I think it came off Regulation 177, that New South Wales lags behind Queensland and Victoria. Wondering if you might be able to elaborate on that, on what parents in other states are currently, what information may be made available to them.
I couldn't tell you in detail.
That's okay.
But some states do kind of publish a real-time register and others don't, yeah.
Thank you. And I was wondering if you might be able to speak a little bit further about, you mentioned about the qualifications, suitability and capacity of the assessors, and whether that should be, and whether there should be an audit on who is undertaking the assessment or the inspection of these centres.
Well, could you just say, talk about that?
And the recommendation, or should I say, it's made that there's no professional body for the whole early childhood sector to which staff can be reported for unethical, unlawful or simply inappropriate behaviour.
So that's two separate points, I think.
Thank you.
Right, correct, yeah. That point is in relation to the fact that in our national body, Early Childhood Australia, is not a body for educators, for teachers as such. It's more an advocacy body in terms of parents and children. So we don't have a professional body for teachers or educators. So that's that particular point. And my point about the assessors is based on anecdotal evidence only, not research like Gabrielle's. But I hear stories time and time again about assessors coming in and assessing particular quality areas down based on the fact that they have not had an understanding of what the centre is trying to show them. And in one very recent case that I've seen, they were marked down on something that the centre had been doing and had presented evidence for, and when they were allowed to appeal, and when they pointed out that we discussed this on the day and you saw that and we showed you that and yes, you agreed to that, and it took them, I think it was 60 pages of documentation to do that appeal, and then when it was re-looked at, they were marked up to the exceeding level on that particular area. And that's one of many stories that I've heard over recent years. In another case, a group had been working with me in a centre at the university for a year-long research project that won an international award, and they were marked down on that particular area of doing staff development by the assessor, and again they were able to appeal, but what was happening was that the assessor didn't really understand what they were being shown. I believe sometimes they've got diploma qualifications, the people who do the assessments, they're not university qualified people.
I support what Linda's saying. I hear the same stories, and I think if we've got a shortage of teachers to actually work in services, I can't imagine where the degree qualified teachers are doing the assessments. And I don't know whether there's any requirement that they need to be a degree qualified early childhood teacher with that specialist knowledge. And that's really, really critical, because it's the teachers who have the depth of pedagogical knowledge and curriculum and so on who can actually have the expertise to assess a service. So I think it's a great question, and I think an audit would be really critical.
Just following on from that, because I was quite interested, Professor Newman, in that part of your submission as well, and I mean you sort of answered it, but do you think there should be a minimum requirement for those assessors in terms of their own professional education? Because to your point, a diploma qualified individual who may be very good, but to come in and then assess somebody, if they're not sort of picking up on some of those more nuanced practices, like this is a problem that you've heard of occurring quite frequently?
Over and over and over, yes. And ideally, yes. But given the current, as Marianne said, the current workforce crisis, if we can't get enough people working in centres, how are we going to get them working in other areas of the sector? So it all comes back to those workforce issues, I think, and the training and qualifications.
Do you think, and it's a bit of a hypothetical, I appreciate, but that potentially the reverse is happening as well, where things are being missed that are problematic by those assessors as well?
I mean, I don't have evidence of that, but
anecdotally, I suppose. Thank you. And I just wanted to go to the submission from Professors Fennick and Ma, and thank you all three of you for your submissions and for being here. They're very good. Going back to the issue, I suppose, about more transparency and accountability, in recommendation 2, you talk about amending the national law so there can be new requirements for providers to submit operational and financial information, and you liken that to what's collected and reported in aged care. Can you just talk us through a little bit more about why you think that's necessary and what that might look like in practice?
Why I think it's necessary is because, as we say, I think it's on page 12. Yes, but a bit later we say something about how the providers are not required to account for how they spend the subsidies and fees that they receive. The fees they charge are not regulated, so it is different in other human service areas. So there's potential to learn between the different sectors. In aged care, if you think about starting blocks, which is the government's gateway for parents, the Commonwealth government's gateway for parents, where you can look up a service. You look up a service, it'll tell you its address, the days it operates, its fees, and its last 2 ratings. If you go to My Aged Care, there's compliance information, there's financial information, there's their level of staffing, what they pay their staff per hour compared to the national average, that sort of thing. Now, it's not like I think, that's really great and then helps consumers make decisions. At the margins, it might help consumers make decisions, but it's a kind of discipline, and it brings broader transparency. So you can go to a report about aged care and you can see which ones are making what kinds of profits, which ones are spending how much on staff, all that sort of thing, so that there's more kind of both. I mean, I think the government, whichever level of government, is giving money to providers to provide basically social infrastructure services. It does have should have oversight of what that money is being spent on. A newspaper report a week or 2 ago said the Affinity is spending 19% of its revenues on servicing its debts, for example. I believe that's the correct number. So it's partly about public oversight in the sense of government oversight, partly about public oversight in the sense of broader public transparency about how these businesses are operating, and also about a kind of discipline on the sort of sunlight being a disinfectant, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's just maybe a little bit less attractive to the wrong kind of operators if you realise actually you've got to open your books to the government about what you're doing with all the money they give you. So they're the reasons why we think that's important.
And I think on that, it might I think you mentioned it before, Professor Fennick, in terms of, you might have a for-profit provider, but who is actually investing back into the quality of the service, and then that way that could be more transparent and available, as opposed to those who are using it for other means, like servicing debts, as you just said.
Exactly.
Yeah. Can I just ask one more, Chair? And this is not an easy question, but I was interested before, and it's something that I've certainly been aware of for some time, about trying to, I guess, recognise the value of early childhood education more broadly in the community, changing the conversation around it being, childcare, recognising the value of those early years and how critical quality services are. How should we as a committee recommend to government better ways to raise awareness of the importance of, and as I said, I know it's hard. I tried to do it for many years, so I appreciate that, but I think that increasing the awareness of the importance of the sector and getting it right, and investment in the right high quality services and the positive impact that has for children throughout their entire life. What more could we be doing to be better advocates for the amazing people working in this sector as a committee, I guess? Yeah.
I have a semantic suggestion and a pragmatic suggestion. Semantic suggestion, when we have you guys talking about the sector, it's the language you use is really important. We just recently had our Federal Education Minister talking about childcare, they're special people who care for our kids. No, we do so much more than that. Pragmatically, we must get pay parity. If with teachers in schools, that would be a very clear message to say this is not childcare. This is about early education. The early years matter. I think you all know this, but the public sort of don't really know it. And until we get that professional recognition, tangible recognition, we can use whatever language we like. I think that there needs to be that practical measure to support language that says this is about early education, and early education matters for these reasons.
We can send you a dictionary if you like.
Yeah, there you go. CO guide.
No, I mean, and I appreciate what you're saying.
I recall a campaign when we were in Teacher Education Council together by the Nurses Union to lift the status in the public eye of nurses, and it was a big, television everywhere, posters everywhere, and it was very, very effective, I think, in shifting the idea of the value of nurses. But who's got money for that?
I think too. And this is it's a tricky question, and it's a complicated. We've said this is so complicated, but I think too, by having such prolific for-profit provisioning, says it's a service, it's not education. So I think that's a real disconnect as well against what we're trying to do to lift the status. Because if we're saying we can just make a profit out of children, it's not really early learning, it's a means to fill our pockets.
It comes back to valuing children, doesn't it? Not for themselves, not because we want their mothers in the workforce, which is something that we do want as well, but we rarely talk about the children in all of this.
And I think that's just to connect these 2 points. It's also about making sure the quality is really good. When you drop the children are happy to go there. They're full of all the experiences they've had when they come home. The Department Secretary was saying, we know it's really early childhood education is really, really foundational for children's future. Only if it's good.
Exactly.
If it isn't good, it's not good for them. So it's got to be good.
Go to Ms Mahaley.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, and I've just been listening intently to your responses this morning. Can I just ask if there's any research that any of you might have undertaken in relation to, and I know we're talking about the service providers, and you've got, I'm just trying to ascertain, I guess, is there an opportunity for a lot of the provisions to go back? I know the department and the government have announced 100 new public schools, whenever that might be, and I was listening intently to particularly your comment there just in relation to it's all a service now, and it's becoming, you're right, a for-profit business venture that people are undertaking. I used to be on council at Henry Bankstown when I was the Mayor of Bankstown Council, and I remember when we started getting an influx of people putting applications to suddenly become childcare operators, and they of course had never been in the industry, had no interest in education whatsoever, but they saw a significant money-making opportunities. And what I'm worried about is that the departments and public service have an opportunity to lead in this example, where they can reinstate, for example, long day care back into the departments, into, we know we've got them at some councils, and we've got some community providers as well. But is there any research about how departments, for example, could lead, or the workforce itself, so I know broadly the workforce could lead by distinguishing, I guess, the opportunities for long day care and education? So I'm just wondering how, I don't know whether the universities are doing this, but I'm wondering why is it that the best way for I would have thought the New South Wales government to lead was to see whether we could try and reinstate some of these providers back into the government realm, not just into public, into preschools, but within their own departments, and then try and encourage workforces to do the same, so the broader workforce to do the same, because that might actually allow for better sort of regulation, and also ensure that we don't just have people making it for profit reasons.
Do you mean
like for example, if you've got the Department of Transport, why don't they have a provider on site, for example?
Right, so sort of
Yes, why don't you have? Yeah, why don't we have? I mean, this South government is a chief employer. They could lead, and it's one of the questions I'm going to ask of the government as they return back at the end of this inquiry. Why don't they try and champion, beyond just having preschools and 100 preschools, actually trying to have opportunities for early child education and long day care, because it's a bit of a combination on site.
There was a trend for workplace-based centres at one stage, but I think they've sort of drifted away. Maybe too hard, too expensive. I'm not sure, but I know Sydney Water, I think, had a centre, and I can't think at the moment. But there were ABC.
Yes,
the ABC had a centre.
Well, I think I don't understand why they've shifted away from it, and I don't know whether there's any kind of
question.
Whether there's an opportunity for research within universities to see the practicality of that being sort of reinstated, or whether there would be. I think in some respects it might regulate the system better as well. My concern is, I don't know whether we can fix this problem of for-profit providers that are out to make money only. That's their purpose. And 100 public preschools, whenever that might be, just isn't just anywhere near sufficient. I mean, is there some data as to what we could do to get it back in the public realm? Do we have any real sort of data or any kind of research from universities about how we could sort of bring it back into the public realm?
what we do have is research that's a little bit more theoretical. It's about why having a significant public sector presence in a sector that's partly privatised can have a really good leading role, as you say, in all sorts of ways. Leading role as being a model employer, but also in being a provider of last resort. I mean, if you were, excuse me, I think it would be important, given that most government departments and New South Wales government departments these days are in office buildings around in the suburbs where there are other businesses and what have you, other organisations in the same building, and inclusive. You know, you could set up a centre that's inclusive of the other people, not just for your employees. I think that could be a really good approach. I mean, I think just starting to have a public presence. It exercises a kind of, you become a competitor in the market, so to speak. It's not a language that I like to use, but that's how it might work. And that could be a really good way to start. And you could partner with, existing public, not that there's a big presence, but existing public providers or trusted non-profit providers to kind of get things rolling. But there's certainly very good arguments for a very positive role of public providers in a mixed sector.
One very concrete thing that's happened in recent years that goes against what you're arguing for is I know a lot of councils have tried to get out of provision of early childhood education and care, and one of the things that they've started doing is charging market rents to providers who were charged peppercorn rents for many years. Also, the universities have been trying to back out of providing centres on their campuses.
So that could be something to find out about why that's happening.
Well, because they're not getting any support from the government of the day. That's the reality, I think. Even with these councils, I think if there could be some support given to them, they'll stay in the...
So, maybe you could just talk to Blacktown Council, just looking at the service register, it was my full source of information. The service register shows Blacktown Council offers a vast number across the whole spectrum of early childhood education and care, from preschools, long day care centres, after school hours care. How are they doing it? That could be, that could just be a good case study just to find out.
It's an excellent suggestion.
No, it's actually worth us bringing somebody from there if we haven't already. Thank you for that. That's great.
Mr. Val.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to take you back to some statements you made at the beginning, I think in response to one of the Chair's questions around sort of why we've gotten into this state. And you talked about, embedding things in the Constitution and, the rights that the children may or may not have. When we think about that sort of aspect in particular, what are the key features of equitable, high quality early childhood education and care that around the world that you could point to that have done a better job, and why?
I think the core elements are well prepared, qualified staff, including early childhood teachers who are leading that curriculum. Ratios, you've got to have robust ratios. And in Australia, New South Wales is taking the lead in that area, as we heard before, but ratios for young children under 2, they're not robust enough. They're 1 to 4 and recommendations are 1 to 3. They are the 2 key things. I think you need a well remunerated and supported workforce as well. It's complex and demanding work.
Yes.
They need to be supported to do it. So they would be the 3 key ingredients. Linda?
And there's 2 things that I would probably add to that, and one is in terms of preparation, education, pre-service, and things like, because of the shifts that have happened in recent years, I'm not convinced that everybody who comes out of all of the levels of qualification is being well equipped for safety, health and nutrition, those sorts of things. And I'm also more than convinced that when we hear some of the cases that we've heard about, educators are saying they're overwhelmed, they don't know what to do. We're hearing a lot about behaviour, children's behaviour, bad behaviour. I don't think that everybody who starts working in centres is well enough prepared in how to work with children with neurodivergence, behavioural differences, all sorts of additional needs, as we used to call it. And I think that preparation in that area would make a huge difference too. I continually am amazed that the early intervention sector and the early childhood education sector seem to sit over here rather than here together, integrated, and the NDIS partially made big changes there that separated out the allied health assistance from the early childhood centres into clinics in local shopping centres, and so I think that's another area that I feel quite strongly about.
Can I just jump in on that particular topic? there are qualifications and then there's also experience.
Yes.
And what I've been hearing from a lot of educators and teachers in the field is that you get people, and I think it was touched on before, you get people who have completed their qualifications, they go into a centre, they're surrounded by other people who have not perhaps been there very long. They're not given sort of an on-the-job training experience that sets them up to succeed. Do you have any thoughts on, I guess, what we can be doing better with that, and how the I guess the corporatisation of the sector has influenced across that sort of staffing retention, and how we can sort of bring it back to create that good experience for new graduates?
Salaries, support. Back to Sarah's question about professional identity, I think. You know, feeling good about yourself as being an early childhood educator, someone who's important and valued and doing a really important job. And I think if we could reclaim that, because it used to be like that, if we could reclaim that, that would go a huge way to improving a lot of the things that we're talking about.
There seems to be a new proliferation of this kind of labour hire, casual agency model as well. Have you got comments on that, and I guess how desirable that is as a new aspect of this sector?
Look, I mean, the ACCC, as I said before, they found there's much higher rates of sort of permanent full-time employment in not-for-profit providers, and then they're in a position to provide that kind of induction, mentoring. Is that?
Yes, absolutely. I was just talking to a major leading high-quality provider last week, and they said they will only employ graduates from a minimum of 3-year tertiary programs, because they get the high-quality graduates who stay, who are well supported, and it's a stable workforce. So that casualisation, there's no doubt, is tied to the model of for-profit provisioning or not. Yeah.
And
the higher quality providers tend to have additional staff above ratio, so that if somebody's off sick, they can cover. They don't have to call in the agency staff.
Yeah.
And some of the sort of emerging large providers that are privately held, they're running their own. They've also got side businesses as placement agencies.
And trainers. Training
and training.
staff.
So,
Yes, correct. Into training, I noticed that as well.
Yeah.
It's happened Wednesday.
Are you aware of any comparable research that looks at, we talked earlier about some of the differences between the private and the not-for-profit models. Are you aware of any comparable research into the parent satisfaction levels across services?
Not that I'm aware of. Parent satisfaction is fraught, you know, as a measure, because you can have beautiful, colourful toys and a parent thinks that's fantastic, you know. So I just think to think about satisfaction can be a bit dangerous.
And also as a parent, if you have to front up to work at 7:30 or 9 o'clock or whatever it is the next day, it's very hard to admit to yourself that you're leaving your child in a place that you might not be completely satisfied with.
Yeah, and also I think availability, convenience, that's conflated with satisfaction and quality.
Just on the topic of research, more broadly, what research is needed to better understand why services or people that work in services are doing the wrong thing? We've heard some really horrific instances that have come out across the course of this inquiry. What research is needed?
I just think Gabrielle's done an incredible amount of research. I'm not sure that we need more research. I feel like since the National Quality Framework was introduced in 2012, we have seen a consistent pattern of evidence that shows the for-profits do it better. We need more the not-for-profits. Write that from the transcript. The not-for-profits do it better, and we need more nuanced data around size,
ownership type.
Yes, so we do need that, but consistently data has been telling us the data is there, the evidence is there, and the work that Gabrielle's just done is incredible analysis of the NQS data. I'm not sure that we need more.
But there is a lot of research emerging about educator wellbeing.
That's it, to the point about individuals doing the wrong thing. I think that's so you speak.
I would have to take that one on notice. I don't know, can't sort of rattle off names at the moment, but I've seen quite a few studies starting to emerge about workforce patterns, what educators do during the day. I know Jennifer Sumption was doing some of that, and wellbeing.
And look, the other thing is the preface of the Wheeler report is there's a paragraph. I could read it to you. I mean, I can paraphrase it briefly. He says, I looked at 31 investigations, and I saw the cause of the problems that they were looking into as understaffing, poor management, and so on. The incident reports found as the cause an educator who was not coping on the day, and that they couldn't cope with it. They were tired. They couldn't cope with a child that was having difficult behaviours, and so. An educator not coping on the day is to do with there aren't enough staff and they're not being properly managed. So, and of those incident reports, like 28 out of the 31 are in, or something like that, are in for-profit long daycare. So it just goes to the whole business model.
I think your question before of what are the key ingredients for quality, and governance is critical. I think governance oversees everything else. If you don't have good governance and that commitment to children and quality, you're not going to get it.
And if you haven't had a solid education that allows you to understand children, then you're going to see their behaviour in a very different way than if you have.
And look, the research that I think needs to be done is research inside the regulator about just looking at their own data, what is going on here. I mean, I open the service register, I download the new service register relatively frequently, and just sort it by provider name, and you just see new names just pop, with the rows of their centres just growing in the list. What's this particular one? XYZ Proprietary Limited. Look up who the directors are. An aged coal magnate and a personal trainer. I'm not even joking. Are the directors of a company that's bought up, half a dozen 10 centres in New South Wales over recent years. What are they doing when they're approving provider, giving provider approval, or allowing that? What kind of, as you said, due diligence? I mean, I think that's the point. How are they putting all the information together? Because you can see they've got a form to fill in. They may be under some kind of, you have to say yes unless there's a very good reason to say no, and the very good reason to say no are you're a criminal or a bankrupt. Do you know what I mean? So I think there's that kind of way of thinking about how people ever even get in. And then you can avoid a lot of these problems. And
just a final question, because it's one of these things that's stuck with me since I read it. When you read the coroner's report into the horrible death of Jack Lowe, one of the recommendations that was never taken up by the New South Wales government was in relation to ensuring that people who open up these services should have some sort of background in early childhood education and care, whether it be a degree or some experience working, whatever it happens to be, and that was rejected on the basis that we didn't want to discourage the ex-banker and the property developer from setting up a service. Do you think it was a mistake to reject that recommendation?
If the banker has a board that includes people who are well informed and well educated, maybe it can work.
It's to do with just relying on private investment. Like the governments at all levels are just going, the private sector can grow this sector, this industry, this market. And that's what that is the result of that. And maybe that's how it has to be. As I said before, I think the government's already paying for it all. So I don't know why they don't do it themselves. However, I think Linda's right. I mean, things might grind to a halt unless there was a contingency plan for some other finance form to step in.
Which brings us back to where we started.
Yeah,
having that. Thank you so much. That has been incredibly useful. And if I could bottle these submissions and make everybody in the world read them, I would, because they were really incredible and so informative, and pulling together all the statistics. It paints an incredibly strong picture as well. So thank you very much for everything that you do and for coming here today and giving us the benefit of your insight. To the extent there are questions taken on notice or supplementary questions, the committee secretariat will be in touch with you. But that concludes our session with you today. We're going to take a quick morning tea break. We'll be back
Thank you for listening.
at 1:15.
Yeah, thank you very
and
much
for doing
your
this
interest.
process.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank We have quorum, so let's start. The broadcast is back on. We welcome now our next panel of witnesses. Thank you very much for attending today. I will start on my left. If you could please state your name and position title and then swear either an oath or an affirmation.
My name is Shay Carter. I'm the founder of Divergent Education.
And the oath or the affirmation.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Excellent, thank you.
And I'm Lisa Bryant, and I'm an independent consultant and advocate in the sector. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Excellent, thank you. We have received your very informative submissions. Looking forward to our questioning, but did you want to start by making a short opening statement? I'll go to you first, Ms. Carter.
Cool. So firstly, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Over the past decade, we have invited into early childhood a class of operators whose incentives are shaped by investment and not children's outcomes. The results of which are showing up in the workforce with quality, safety, and the loss of workforce sustainability. We've seen the regulator welcome operators whose business models centre on rapid growth and asset flipping. Incubator agreements and portfolio acquisitions trade centres like Pokemon cards bought, filled, and to be sold at a profit. Since 2020, the regulator has approved 197 services over 100 places. We know from a CEQA's occasional report on incidents that larger services have higher rates of incidents. The leasing trends in early childhood incentivise developers and investors to build large services. The licensing system is riddled with escape hatches. An operator can hold multiple provider licenses across different entities. If one license is sanctioned, they can simply trade and operate under another. Related services are shielded from the consequences of those serious breaches. It's not a loophole, it's an invitation. All of this has a human cost, and when operator and investor interests take priority, the only flexibility left in expenses is staffing. This means cutting hours, minimising ratios, and cycling through casuals. We cannot fix a workforce crisis when the prevailing business model treats experienced educators as a cost to be reduced and not an asset to be retained. Meanwhile, the regulator is tolerating these practices. In New South Wales, 98 centres have held a working towards rating for more than 5 years. Another 185 have been rated working towards in their last 2 consecutive assessments. And these ratings mean nothing if there are no consequences. These ratings mean nothing if they do not accurately reflect the service's quality. If the regulator will not take responsibility for these cowboys, they have to allow families the information to protect their children. They have to allow educators the voice to safely express their concerns. This means a fully public searchable record of each service's compliance and enforcement history, and a protected reporting line for the workforce. Parents deserve to know who they're leaving their children behind, and educators deserve a safe working environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bryant.
Thank you for asking me to speak today. Since you made the initial call for papers and since the Four Corners Betrayal of Trust series aired, and since the arrests of pedophiles that have infiltrated our centre, we've seen a rush of solutions. But many working in the early education and care sector feel that these solutions miss the mark. You've had hundreds of submissions and will hear and read thousands of words. So how do I make mine matter? By simplifying your task. I think that your inquiry really boils down to 2 questions. The first is, how do we stop children being abused in early education and care services? That leads to answers like more regulation, stronger enforcement, CCTVs, phone bans. Don't focus on that question. Those are the wrong answers. The better question is, what changed in the sector to make abuse more possible or more likely? Answer that and the real solutions emerge. because children weren't always at risk in this centre, and they're not always at risk in every centre. The entrance and dominance of private equity and corporate providers is what fundamentally changed this sector. Services in New South Wales used to be small scale, human scale. Developers saw a profit opportunity, built massive centres and sold them to investment trusts. Higher rents meant occupancy became king. Educators were then pressured to market constantly to parents using Instagram-style apps, taking time and attention away from children. Wages were then suppressed to protect profits. Working in early education and care stopped being a career people aspired to, and became something that you fell into. Centre managers were often in their 20s. Large chains leaned heavily on trainees and minimally qualified, i.e. cheaper staff. Ratios were cut to the bare minimum, tracked minute by software. Burnout rose, turnover rose, the work became relentless. Chains even created their own training arms to fast-track qualifications. Quality dropped. Meanwhile, public investment in professional development disappeared, because why should governments fund training for private businesses? Regulators, trying to control providers focused on cost-cutting, responded with rigidity. Policies multiplied. The focus shifted from the intent of the regulations to their precise wording and application. Directors and educators were pulled away from children and into paperwork. The system became one of compliance rather than care. So what caused all of this? It was the pursuit of profit. If we remove those whose primary motive is profit, not children, things would look very, very different. Educators would be with children. Directors would leave their teams. Staff would stay and build skill. And yes, would properly fund wages, good ratios and inclusion. Because in the end, it's not regulators or investors who keep children safe. It's educators. Please, let's help them do their job.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You're both educators as well as researchers and
I'm
advocates.
not an educator.
Sorry.
Never have been.
No, not an educator, sorry. You've got that side, though, of the research and the advocacy, and certainly from your opening statement, Ms. Bryant, you are giving a voice to a lot of the educators, and I know that you are in regular touch with educators. Apologies for misspeaking. There's so much we can talk about, and we will try and cover whatever we can. But I want to start with you, Ms. Carter. The Productivity Commission has noted that providers can, quote, play the game and manufacture quality for the purposes of assessment and rating. Mm-hmm. Can you give us some insight into what that looks like in practice?
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, I participated in some of those practices. As a director or as an experienced educator, we were sent to services prior to assessment and rating to clean up anything that needed to be fixed. In my role as a director, I would go through the compliance records and identify gaps in records and sit with the director to fill those gaps. Quite often on the day when the officers were being attending, we would have the educators from various other centres of the company come in and fill in, because we were more experienced and could answer their questions more proficiently. We did this to ensure that we had that exceeding rating, or to ensure that we were at least meeting. And being a part of this team was spotlighted. It was something to be proud of, which is horrible looking back now. But previously there was more time for services to do this. So yes, the regulation has changed and services have less time, so there's only 7 days notice, but there's still opportunity. And when the assessors come in, they're only coming in for a very short period of time, and so it's a magic show. Show them what they want to see and hide what they don't. So it's very easy to manipulate the system in that sense.
And is it true to say then that the more the bigger the service, the more potential they then have to do that sort of gaming of the system?
The larger the company, yes, because there's more resources, more staff. I remember filling my boot with a centre down the road's resources and bringing them to the next one. So just so we can have more to use on the day and then sending them back after we were finished. So yeah, the larger the company, the more centres they have, the more provisions and resources they have access to.
Ms. Bryant, you mentioned in your opening statement about sort of what's been the immediate response to some of the recent revelations in relation to abuse and serious incidents in centres across the state and across Australia. One of the things that I keep reading about in those, as you know, I've read up to 120,000 pages now for my sins of these regulatory reports on what's happening in centres, and the amount of times there is a comment from the regulator that the particular centre is breaching staffing ratios is really shocking. And often it is centres that have a waiver in place already. So say they're supposed to have 4 teachers, they've only got one on site, but they have a waiver for 1 as well, so they're kind of below, they can't even meet their reduced requirement. Mm-hmm. Often that is coupled with a lack of supervision. Something's happened where a child's got hurt because there weren't enough staff around. This is the picture that's being painted in these centres. Would that be fixed with mandatory CCTV?
I don't think it would, because CCTV shows you what's already happened. It isn't going to stop anything from happening. It doesn't stop there not being enough staff. It just shows you once there hasn't been staff. It might make prosecutions more easier because you could prove that there wasn't enough staff. But if a provider's aim is to get away with the smallest amount of staff possible, because staff are expensive and highly qualified staff are more expensive, then they're going to do it in whatever way they can.
Ms. Carter, would you see this kind of understaffing as a business model for these providers?
Yeah, wage to revenue is a key word when you become a director. Learning how to reduce wages. You're often given a certain amount of hours or a percentage that you have to meet, depending on the revenue. And so you're encouraged and incentivised to use the across the roof ratios, which can look like one educator alone in a room with 9-10 babies, as long as there is less children in another room on the other end of the building, because they count the children and the teachers in the entire building. They don't have to physically be with those children to be counted in that ratio. So it opens up a lot of risk, because then anything can happen. You're talking about children under 5 who climb, who fall over. Even the staff themselves, if they have an injury. Last week I was just hearing about an incident where an educator fainted. Thank goodness there was another staff member in that room so that she could call out for help. She couldn't leave that room because it was just those 2 educators.
So does that mean, if you've got 12 babies,
yep,
they could be in 3 separate rooms. Is there not a requirement for there to be an educator or a teacher in each of those rooms, or is it just spread between the three?
It's a reduction. So, for example, if there was 12 babies in the one room with one educator, or say, for example, let's reduce my math, there was one educator with 8 babies, so 4:over ratio. That wouldn't matter if the preschool room had 4 less children.
Oh, right. Okay,
Because-
that seems like a major loophole.
Yes. So if there was an extra educator in the preschool that was filling up that ratio, it doesn't matter if the staff member in the other room has extra children, because the ratio is accounted through the whole building. So another example is you can have toddlers, 1 to 5. You could have 7 toddlers with the one educator, as long as there was 2 less in the baby's room.
Right.
And when the ratios were initially set at 1 to 4 for babies, it was based off New South Wales's initial ratios and group sizes, where in our rooms we'd tend to have babies' rooms with 8 babies and 2 educators, or 12 babies and 3 educators. But some of the newer services actually set up rooms with 4 babies and 1 educator. And it was never intended that one person would have to look up 4 babies.
Yeah.
But that was how they read it. Oh, we can set up a room with 4 babies and 1 educator. And that's how it was set up. And across the roof ratio, which isn't an official term, but it was set up so that services that where all children are integrated across the age groups could have free flowing across the whole centre, and it wasn't going to be accounted for. But very rapidly, those that were seeking to reduce their wages across the whole centre worked out that they could do exactly what we just heard described, whereas it wasn't ever intended to be used that way.
So putting to one side the yes, quite shocking idea of having to look after more than one baby at a time, which is all I've ever had to do. Looking after 8 at a time seems like a disaster waiting to happen. In terms of then the safety of staff, and when it comes back to this kind of CCTV idea, is there no requirement for each staff member to have someone else around, keeping an eye, just checking, being able to share the workload or anything like that?
No. So there is a regulation. So the approved provider must ensure that there's adequate supervision. Mm-hmm. The approved provider must ensure that they've done everything to protect children from harm and hazards. But when you're standing in front of the tribunal and you have a good lawyer, it's very easy to use that language and manipulate it because it's broad. So the only clear rule in the regulations is the ratios. And the ratios in that clear rule is calculated across the service, not per classroom. So as Lisa mentioned, the CCTV is great for the regulator in their prosecution processes, but it's not going to prevent any harm. And there are many services that already have CCTV, many services that are terrible quality and compliance that have CCTV. It hasn't stopped them.
So that's the question then. So from an educator perspective, will it prevent, will it make people feel, oh, I was going to do this wrong thing, but now I've got this CCTV in here, I'm going to suddenly not do the thing I was going to do otherwise?
There's a guy in prison in Canberra at the moment who sexually abused a child in a centre with CCTV. It was just out of the range of the cameras.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Sorry, you were trying to...
Oh, yeah, Madam Chair. No, you raised a really good point there, Madam Chair, and I've got the sort of same issues with CCTV, because I just think that people will know that it's there, and as you quite rightly said, manoeuvre around the centre if they need to. What is your thoughts on the mobile phone banning in terms of workers being told that? Is that a similar sort of argument in the context that, I just find that
pedophiles are
strange.
coming into our centre, right? Pedophiles have seen that the sector has very a great need of staff and that they can easily get into some services. In the Victorian case where the pedophile recently came in, the first thing I did, and probably you did as well, was look at the services where he'd been found offending, and they were all G8 and affinity services. No surprise, because they are services that are constantly in need of casual staff and new staff. And he could go around and work out which of those services it was going to be highly likely to offend. The mobile phone then becomes a tool which enables him to offend. It's not a tool that it enables a pedophile to offend. It's not a tool that is used by other people to offend. Does that, now I'm not sure if I'm making that clear. If you have good educators in good services, they should be allowed to use their phone. They're adults. They have care needs, you know.
Yes.
They've all got young children. Some of them are looking after older parents. We should be able to trust our educators. If we're trusting them to look after our children, for God's sake, trust them to use a mobile phone. What we don't want is pedophiles using phones in services. Block the pedophiles from getting in. Don't block adults from using phones in the same way that, you know, anyone, like you use phones in your jobs. Why are we not trusting people to use phones, but we're trusting them with the safety of our children? That just, it does my head in.
I think it is a distraction, you're right. I think that this idea, you've got South Australia moving to, I think, $50,000 worth of infringement, and if mobile phones are found with staff, is that the amount? I think it's something ridiculous like that.
And so, look, if I really wanted to offend, that could be a camera.
Yeah.
Yeah? Like...
And I think the problem, I mean, look, my concern with the mobile phone banning is exactly for some reasons you just raised. You know, workers have their own care needs at home, and they might need to access their phone. And I think you're punishing 99.9% of good people because of some very bad people who will find other means and ways of doing their horrific activities. So I just think that, have you made any kind of submissions, or has there, in relation to these mobile phones, sort of latest strategy of banning that with
No,
with
because
workers?
that's already happened. The regulation's already there. There's no point. But I'm speaking out to try and stop other bad decisions being made, when what I'm asking for is we look at the root cause, you know. Just to go back to those staffing things, we know that what keeps children safe is adequate supervision. We know that what keeps children safe is highly qualified staff, and lots of them. We know that the for-profit chains and private equity chains are sitting on around 55%, or sometimes slightly higher percentage of their income is being spent on staffing. We actually know G8s because it's a publicly listed company, and so therefore we can look at what their staffing is. For private equity firms, we don't have access to their accounts in the same way, which always makes it harder. The ACCC report gave us a bit more understanding of that. But we know that companies like Good Start and KU and people like that often spend 78-80% of their income. We know that my much beloved preschools in New South Wales, which consistently score the highest ratings in New South Wales, often spend 85-90% of their income on staffing. We know there's a difference, and we know that they're the safest kind of centres who have the least breaches, etc. We also know that they're the smaller centres, but there has been no research done on service size. I think you said 1,000 services are now over 90 places?
I think it was 197 that have been approved. But in terms of the quality, the ratios when they were originally developed were developed on the iron triangle, which is like class size, qualifications, and a number of children. And the ratios that we have now, were utilised and developed on numbers of smaller classrooms. The classrooms that we have now, the sizes are astronomical. I spoke to an educator who was asking for my help because she has 50 preschoolers in one room. You talk about inclusive behaviours. We're causing the behaviours. Think of the environment, the sound, the noise, the lights, the chaos. Of course those kids are going to have behaviours. We're creating like zoos, farms for children because no one is regulating the design of these services. Yeah. And the property is so profitable, and it's a child's worth $5,000 annually to a developer. So you think about what that means for a lease term that's gone from 10 years to 20 years. You can invest $1.5–2 million in a build and get a very lucrative return. They don't care about design. They don't care about supervision blind spots. They want as many children in that block of land as possible, without any consideration of how that actually impacts the children and the staff.
Well, I really want to talk to you about the incubator model and the asset flipping, but I just wanted to finish on this ratio issue. Sorry, you go.
Yeah, it's to you, Ms. Bryant, and thank you both for your submissions and your evidence and your long time working in the sector. It's certainly valued and appreciated. The part about where you said, Ms. Bryant, is actually about trying to catch these perpetrators either before or as soon as possible. And I know that there was a case in New South Wales in outside of school hours care where someone again worked at a number of services. In your submission you talk about having a single reporting line for all educators who either see harmful behaviour or concerned about that. Where do you think that reporting line should sit? Should it be with the new independent regulator that the state government is setting up, or what should that look like in like a practical rollout? Because I think it's a good idea. I'm just curious as to how you think that should operate.
Look, I think the Children's Guardian would be a good place, and I'm glad you've raised that. Can I hand up some papers at this point?
Please do.
I'm sorry I've only got one copy. I know that goes against the rules, but the top one is what the New South Wales government gives out as to how you should report. I get probably on average about 10 messages a week from educators that say, I've just seen this, I don't know where to report, right? I don't know how to report, should I report this? And it gives a list of about 20 places you should report to. Educators, especially if they're not university trained, are often puzzled by how government works, how systems in our society work. And if they see that, they're going to go, I've got no idea what I'm doing here. Do I need to report this to the police? Do I need to report it to the department? Is it reportable conduct? Is this a mandatory reporting thing? It's so puzzling that they wouldn't know what to do it. ASIQA has just recently published 2 manuals like this on child safety, yay ASIQA. At the back of one of them is the short summary of where to report. Did they put any numbers in to where to report if you think your fellow educator's sexually abusing someone? No, they put a blank space because, there's so many states and territories in Australia, they possibly couldn't put a number in for each state and territory. They put a blank space so you could write your own numbers in there. So if an educator managed to make their way to ASIQA and managed to find that document and managed to find the short summary document, they'd find a blank page. And that's the documents I've handed up. We have to make it easier for educators so that educators aren't forced to message people like us that have got somewhat higher profile in the sector and say, where do I report? Should I report? We need to make it easier for them.
And that goes, I think, Ms. Carter, in your submission, you talk about almost a whistleblower protection for those who do want to report behaviour.
Absolutely.
Could that be encapsulated in that single place where you can go and know that you can do so in a way that doesn't cause concern?
I guess to give an example, I actually created my own last year because I was getting inundated with messages, and I spoke to the regulator in New South Wales. I said, hey, look, I've done this, is this okay? Because I'm getting too many messages and they do not know where to go. And they said, yes, okay.
But then I now wonder if it's even worth saying to them, yes, report, because what do we hear through the Guardian's freedom of information thing, that in the 312 cases that came out in the 4 years up until October 2024, that 70% of cases no further action was taken, and only in 13% administrative compliance action was taken, and in 180 cases, or 9.5%, statutory compliance action was taken. So basically, if you're on the ground, you see an educator, another fellow educator hurting children, nothing's going to happen anyway.
So, Ms. Carter, can you talk about sort of, again, with the whistleblower, but also what the real sort of obstacles are for an educator on the ground actually making it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the confusion of where to report to who. And I think a lot of that statistical data comes from this confusing avenue of where to go. So, for example, I often talk with educators and they do not know when to report to the regulator and when to report to the Office of Children's Guardian. And I've done the most updated child safe training, and this is the first time in my 14 years of career that they mentioned educators as a potential risk to children. All of the child protection training I had done prior to that, we focused on families, we focused on visitors within the services, but there was no real discussion or direction with educators. And so you have this, I went and sought out the online training from the Office of Children's Guardian. It's not something that just appeared to me on Facebook. So unless educators have this information in front of them and are being guided, they don't know where to report for what. Even a CEQA, educators are telling me they've reported to a CEQA. I'm like, no, they can't do anything. You need to go to the State Regulatory Authority. And so, if the educators don't even know this information, how can families report the right way?
But there's also the question of what happens if you're an educator and if your director doesn't want to take it anyway, if your director is protecting the provider.
But this is the thing, they don't need to let the director know.
I know, but they don't know that. And also, like with reportable conduct, it's the director that has to do the investigation. So it just becomes way too hard for anyone.
And we hear a lot about providers acting as gatekeepers as well on those notifications.
Yes.
You're not passing it on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just on that, surely this is covered in the TAFE qualification, isn't it? Is there not content
You would think
about
so.
reporting?
No, mandatory reporting is, and most educators have mandatory reporting down pat. They understand that, and it's really reinforced, but reportable conduct isn't.
It's not covered in the TAFE content.
It's lightly touched upon. Mandatory reporting as a broad term, but actually going through that process, and like I say, a lot of the content is more focused on families and identifying risks to children in that context. It's only as of recent that they have started to include more about workforce risks, employers and things like that. But the quality of qualifications in general has reduced. So I think what the real issue is we actually need to ensure that there's an ongoing professional development happening within these services. Teachers have a certain amount of training that they need to participate in per year. I think there needs to be a level of insight and ongoing development in early childhood.
Ms. Sabal.
Thank you, Jo. I just wanted to get your thoughts on so there was the review of the child safety arrangements under the National Quality Framework, and mandatory child safety training was recommended. What are your thoughts to both of you on whether this will have a positive impact on improving the workforce capability if it's implemented, and who should that child safety training apply to?
I think it should apply to all service employees. I think it would have a really strong benefit, just refreshing, knowing where to go, and it's building up that knowledge, and because you never know with children, it's challenging to identify some of these things. But I think it's eliminating one challenge, but the other challenge we need to address is the barriers to reporting. And so really making it safe for educators to report, because like Lisa said, they will report directly to the director. Director often, if they're talking to the approved provider, they will deal with it in-house or sweep it under the rug, and then it goes nowhere. For example, many educators do not know when they also need to report to the police, because in some avenues they do. They also need to report to the police. So I think the child protection training is good, but we also need to ensure that it's actually happening.
I think it is really essential. I suggest you ask Body Safety Australia, who are giving evidence tomorrow about that, because they clearly explain the different sorts of training that are needed. I think the question is also who should be delivering the training. We used to have professional development bodies in each state and territory that were funded by the federal government to deliver professional development to the sector. Professional development is really important in the sector because we have all these small isolated services. Professional development is more important than, say, for schools, where you have larger workforces and quite a flow through of staff, so new ideas can come through. Because they're small services, you can get stagnant staffing, and so bad practices develop. When we had these large professional development, well-funded professional development bodies, things like pedophiles in the sector would happen, and those services could quickly pivot to suddenly running child safety training. That was taken away by Scott Morrison because he said, why are we funding services, but private businesses, professional development? They can fund it themselves. And I feel like the sector became a lot less supported at that time to respond to crises like this. Nowadays, you'll see that professional development is often run by the department or by a CEQA, and that's problematic because they're the ones that are setting the regulations and setting the standards, and you can't both set the standards, assess the standards, and train to the standards. It's an inherent contradiction. So I think that kind of training needs to be outside of government settings.
And would it still be a problem in your view if there was the independent office stood up in terms of the regulator? Would that still be an inherent conflict?
Yeah, I don't think they can both regulate and provide the training.
Yep. Okay, thank you. In terms of the adequacy of the training that's provided, I think, Ms Carter, you touched on that earlier in some of your remarks about reportable conduct. But what is your view more broadly on the adequacy of the training that is provided by universities and vet provided? And are there any other areas that you say improvements may be needed, apart from what you mentioned about reportable conduct?
Yeah, absolutely. There has been a decline in the quality of qualifications with graduate diplomas and university degrees. I've spoken to a few lecturers, and they have even noticed a decline in, or even the simplification of units. And the comments that an ECT is coming out with less knowledge than a Certificate 3. And that to me is very concerning. And when we look at the broader term of, yes, we need to solve the staffing crisis, but we need competent and proficient educators to support the existing workforce. The job skills report recognise that there's a leadership gap and mentoring is desperately needed. So I think there's an opportunity to improve the qualifications, and just if it does take a little bit longer, that's okay if it means we're going to get someone of higher quality at the end. The government funding that's available for professional development is going straight to the operator. So it would be interesting to see information of how these organisations, especially large organisations that are receiving millions and millions of dollars of government money, how are they using this professional development? Because a lot of them have their online portals, their online training. Is this money just being used to develop their own, probably IP-related information? Is it quality? Who's overseeing it? So I think that money that is currently being directed towards professional development and given straight to the private operators could be used to re-establish services, that are more kind of bipartisan.
Sorry.
I agree with that. We have a really we've got 40% of our staff in long day care have only been in the sector for less than 3 years. That's horrendous, because it takes, like whether you're a politician or whether you're an educator, it takes a while before you become competent in your job. At least they do get pre-training before they get into their jobs, but it needs to be high quality training. And a lot of people start without anything. They are working towards a Certificate 3. If they then are doing that Certificate 3 from a low quality training provider, which more and more of them have become, then they're never going to get off the ground. In the old days, you used to have TAFEs that provided most of the training, and they would weed out the people that weren't suitable. None of those pedophiles would have been, able to get into a service, because they would have been weeded out very early on in their TAFE, as unsuitable. And I think that we have another really big problem about to happen. When you hear from some of the educators in the next session, you can see that some of them are getting old. There's a real rump of older educators in our sector that will soon be ageing out, and there's a young group coming up. And once the older ones are gone, I fear that those ones that did the good training, did the good university degrees, that knowledge will be lost to the sector.
I'm going to ask you a question now about the whistleblower protections. In the Wheeler Review, there was that spoke to the need to strengthen whistleblower protections. Can you tell us about the current challenges that are faced by educators who are reporting wrongdoing across the different types of sectors, different types of service, but in particular those for-profit services?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the key challenges is that when educators are reporting to the department, as much as they say it's anonymous, many times that officer will disclose information to the director that enables them to know who the educator is. And what happens is then that educator is then treated. And I did a survey recently because I wanted to understand what experiences are they having. And I had comments including the hours were reduced to being fired or mistreated, being cold-shouldered, I wasn't up for that promotion anymore, things like that. And so it creates this fear. Okay, well, I can't even report to the department because I'm afraid that they're going to let my boss know that it was me. And so it de-incentivizes reporting.
But there's also an inherent conflict there, because you may be required to report to the department.
Yes. So
then if they're, you're sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place.
No, absolutely.
What more public case did we need than the educator that reported the first pedophile in New South Wales, when their employer then had them arrested for misusing, or for releasing information to the media. That said to every educator, do not do this, because if you do, you'll be arrested. You will lose your job. You will be dragged into a court case. That sent a message to every educator, and I cannot believe that wasn't designed to send a message to every educator. And I was appalled that happened from a not-for-profit provider.
So given the obstacles for educators reporting and the way that educators find themselves in such a precarious position, as my colleague said, between a rock and a hard place, how do you compare that to the situation I've read so many times now, where you have a service provider or a nominated supervisor who has been told or has seen something who then doesn't notify the regulator or anyone else, the consequence for those people, if they're caught, is a $200 fine under the current regulations. That is it. What does that say about the power dynamics in this sector?
Absolutely.
Yeah, there needs to be higher fines for everyone along the line. If an educator knew about it and didn't say anything, if a director knew about it and didn't say anything, there needs to be a higher fine. But there also needs to be training about grooming and what that looks like for educators. I've seen cases where the directors were really groomed by a perpetrator and had no idea what was happening, and it was obvious to all of us outside what had happened, but they had no idea what was happening for them.
I can't let you go. We are almost out of time, but I can't let you go, Ms. Carter, without asking you about your opening statement where you talked about the incubator model and asset flipping. Can you quickly tell the committee what that is?
Absolutely. So I'll give you a perfect example, Mayfield and Genius. So the incubator model is essentially, I'm going to build and develop a whole bunch of childcare services. I will get them up to 75%, 80% occupancy, and then I will sell them to you. So that way the company who is receiving these services has an influx and a continual flow of services that they can add to their portfolio, which grows their sharehold and their profit value.
So just to pause you, so a large existing provider, say, has a bunch of services already. They enter into an agreement with someone else who then gets new centres, gets them to a certain level of occupancy, and then under that agreement they get transferred across to that large operator.
So it's like it's childcare flipping. So kind of like, for example, like with houses, you access a site, you develop, and then you sell. Same with childcare. So what Genius did was they would build, they would open and establish, operate until it got to a certain point where the value of the business was where they needed it to be, and then they would sell that to Mayfield in a previously arranged agreement, which included for the Mosquito majority shares in Mayfield. But what happens is they also sell the debt. So if he owes staff super, if he owes staff wages, and then Mayfield purchased that centre, they also purchased that debt. So incentivize. They don't care. They don't care if educators don't have the resources or anything they don't need. They don't care if they're being underpaid, because they're just waiting for that magic number to be hit so that then they can offload.
So there's an extra incentive then to really just maximise occupancy level
as quick as
for
possible.
Those incubator companies without worrying about staff well-being and everything else.
There's a reason that you'll never see a NIDO centre in the same location for very long, because all NIDO is incubator.
Interesting.
There's more companies popping up like this where they get a provider license and their only goal is to develop and sell, because the value of the business is based off the net profit, and it can be anywhere from 2 to 5 times EBIT. So, occupancy is the one thing that impacts that, as well as staffing. So they don't care if, the staff are well looked after, trained, developed. Just get the staffing, get the children in, and get the occupancy up as fast as possible so that I can make some money.
And simultaneously, you'll see places like G8 will sell their underperforming centres to places like Genius. Will pay Genius to take them away, and when Genius goes bankrupt a certain while later, as long as it's been more than, I've forgotten the period, I think it's 9 months later, it's got nothing to do with G8. So G8 comes out of it sparkling clean, but it knows that it's actually paid Genius to take away its dirty laundry.
Jeez. Okay, we could spend hours more on that, but sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Carter, and to both of you, thank you so much. We really value your expertise and contribution. Ms. Carter, if I could just take you to your submission at the beginning in terms of the safety, health and wellbeing of children. You make reference in 2023, 2024 alone, New South Wales Services reported, 8,291 serious incidents, and then goes on. You conclude that by saying it far exceeding other states, just in light of the current concerns and reports in childcare centres currently. Just wondering if you might be able to elaborate on that.
So elaborate on which part?
just in terms of New South Wales far exceeding other states in terms of serious incidents and compliance breaches.
Yeah, can I take that question on notice, please?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Unfortunately, that is all we have time for. Thank you so much for giving us the benefit of your expertise. To the extent questions were taken on notice or there are supplementary questions, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch. But that concludes this panel for today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, well, I now welcome our next panel of witnesses. If I could start on my left with, if you could state your name and position title and swear either the oath or the affirmation, please.
Thank you. So I'm Penny Dakin. I'm the Executive Director for Communities at the Minderoo Foundation. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And feel free to play with that microphone if you like.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Georgie Dent and I'm the CEO of The Parenthood. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Excellent, thank you. That word shouldn't exist in the English language.
I'm really sorry.
No.
I thought I could speak.
Hi, I'm Stephen Gallen. I'm with the Social Justice and Early Childhood Foundation. I'm also an early childhood teacher. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nina. I've come here with Stephen as well, representing the Social Justice and Early Childhood group, and I'm also a teacher and director. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Excellent. I'll now give you the opportunity to make a short opening statement. I'll start with you, Ms. Dakin.
Yeah, thank you very much. Is that better?
Yes.
Chair, committee members, thank you for the opportunity to appear before this timely inquiry. We make this opening statement on behalf of the Minderoo Foundation and our flagship campaign, Thrive by 5. We are deeply committed to ensuring all children have access to high quality, safe and equitable early childhood education and care, or ECEC. We welcome this inquiry's focus on the safety of children, the well-being and conditions of early childhood educators, the effectiveness of regulatory frameworks, and the diverse mix of providers within the sector. The effectiveness and standards of ECEC in New South Wales depends on our resolve to lift quality, improve equity, and ensure safety for all children. We note the collective commitment of the Commonwealth and state and territory governments to ECEC and ensuring it is accessible, high quality, culturally responsive and inclusive. The conversations happening at rapid pace are testament to this commitment, and we are in full support of any attention being paid to make the highest standards of early childhood education and care available to every child. As this inquiry explores how systems design, funding models and regulatory frameworks impact children and families, we urge a holistic, data-informed and community-centred approach. The issues under consideration safety, quality, workforce wellbeing and regulation are deeply interconnected. Addressing them in isolation risks ineffective reform. First, quality cannot be achieved or sustained without addressing the structural issues of funding and governance. The current funding model disproportionately benefits communities with higher capacity to pay, leaving others underserved. Often, those with the highest capacity to pay may get access to the higher quality services. Equity must be at the core of any reform effort. Second, workforce conditions are critical to the safety and quality of care. Educators and service leaders must be well supported, must be fairly paid, and have access to ongoing professional development. Yet, we see ongoing inconsistencies in the working conditions of early childhood educators and teachers compared with their primary school counterparts. Without real improvements to pay equity, workforce stability, and professional recognition, quality can't be maintained. In many services, workforce shortages have led to an over-reliance on waivers from national quality framework requirements to be compliant because they attract or retain suitably qualified staff, which then impacts the quality of care and learning they can provide and inevitably the safety of children. Third, regulatory oversight is essential but must be more proactive and better resourced. Teachers and educators must be empowered to report safety concerns and regulators must have both the authority and capacity to respond quickly and effectively. We are concerned about the growing backlog of services not assessed or rated in over 5 years and believe more investment is needed to enable the New South Wales Regulatory Authority and those in other jurisdictions to keep pace with sector growth and complexity. The regulator needs appropriate powers to act quickly to protect children's safety and wellbeing. They need power to ensure that families are informed and to investigate contributing factors to strengthen safeguards within services and across the sector more broadly. Regulatory powers under the national law must be fully realised and regulatory authorities must be supported to take timely and proportionate action, particularly when there are repeated breaches or patterns of poor performance. We also note the importance of consistent national regulation while recognising this falls beyond the scope of this current inquiry. Structural reform is essential. A fragmented, inconsistently funded system undermines both safety and quality, and better cooperation between the Commonwealth and jurisdictions is long overdue. We strongly support the establishment of an independent national ECEC commission to act as system steward or in the interim as a watchdog, ensuring coherence across the funding, regulation and service delivery, and promoting a consistent approach to quality across all jurisdictions. If well planned, the ECEC Commission has the potential to support greater alignment between the Commonwealth and state and territory ECEC delivery and funding. An outcome of this inquiry will hopefully be New South Wales leading with conviction on the call for a national body to be established. We also believe families deserve choice and transparency. The range of service types available to families in the ECEC ecosystem is one to be immensely proud of, and the complementary education and care types that exist in the sector are to be celebrated. This exists in both the not-for-profit and for-profit space. That said, as we look forward, it's critical that the profit is never put above the safety of children. Families also need better support in making informed decisions. Public communication around the national quality standard, service quality ratings, and what to look for in a high quality service remains limited. We acknowledge the New South Wales Government's guidance for discussion with families about service quality in New South Wales. However, this could be expanded to reach more families and ensure greater service quality information is made available to families. Australia has a great early childhood education and care system. However, not every child gets the benefit of this system. Equity must also include inclusion. Too many children with disabilities, complex needs, traumatic backgrounds, or challenging behaviours are excluded from early learning settings. This is unacceptable. Funding must be needs-based, and educators must be supported to include every child. No child should be left behind. Finally, we urge the committee to consider the broad system reform needed to make ECEC not only accessible and affordable, but high quality for every child, regardless of their background, postcode, or circumstances. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. And before I go to Ms Dent, I do realise I forgot to swear in Dr Graham online. Apologies, Dr Graham. If I can ask you to state your name, position, title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Certainly. Amy Graham, Senior Advisor in Valuing the Early Years team at Minderoo Foundation, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Apologies for the oversight, and I assume that you don't need to make an additional opening statement? No. Very good.
Penny's done it.
Thank you. Ms Dent.
Thank you, Chair, and members of the committee for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here on behalf of the Parenthood, an independent advocacy organisation representing more than 85,000 parents and carers across Australia, including thousands here in New South Wales. Every day, many of our members entrust their children to early childhood education and care services. Right now, there is grief, fear, and deep anxiety among parents of young children. It is entirely reasonable for families to expect that as a baseline, children will be safe in early learning environments. Yet in recent months, too many have discovered that expectation has not been met. Trust has been shaken. The problem is not just one of regulation or enforcement, it is structural. The current funding model means too few families have genuine choice. Out-of-pocket fees have risen sharply without a commensurate investment in improved quality. Supply is not guided by need. That's why we have the so-called childcare deserts in lower income communities where families can't afford to pay high fees, alongside areas of oversupply where intense competition can put quality at risk. Families with the highest capacity to pay are often the ones able to access the highest quality services, which undermines both equity and outcomes for children. But equally, we know that higher fees do not always reflect higher quality services. This is part of a complex web that families are forced to navigate. In 2025, it is only the most privileged households who can comfortably make ends meet on one income. The result is, for the vast majority of families, participation in the paid workforce is essential, and for most, that means relying on some form of formal early childhood education and care. The necessity of ECEC compounds the pressure and anxiety families feel when safety and quality cannot be taken for granted. We do also want to acknowledge the deep distress and frustration among early childhood educators, teachers and providers who share parents' commitment to safety and quality, but are working in a system under immense strain. New South Wales has a proud history of leadership in early learning. The National Quality Framework, arguably one of Australia's great social policy achievements, is not being implemented as a vehicle for continuous improvement as it was intended. We have regulatory authorities that are stretched and unable to keep pace with sector growth and complexity. Assessments and ratings are inconsistent, with too many services not assessed and not assessed for too long in between. Quality improvement support has diminished. Providers with persistent safety or quality failures have been able to continue operating for years without decisive enforcement action. These are not isolated issues. Safety, quality, workforce wellbeing, funding and regulation are deeply interconnected, and they must be addressed together if reform is to be effective. A national uplift in quality and safety requires both state and federal government leadership. Families, educators and services all want a system that is based on safety and high quality. But state and federal governments must play a leadership role in solving the policy and regulatory barriers that are creating quality and safety issues in ECEC. Without this leadership, more children will be put at risk. Parents are less interested in who specifically is responsible for what part. They're far more interested in what's being done to keep our children safe. Federation is complex, but leadership is the only antidote. Some of the things we urge the committee to consider, to recommend: fully fund the regulator to deliver timely, comprehensive assessments, clear public reporting and decisive enforcement where standards are not being met. Embedding every child's right to inclusion in law with the funding, workforce capability and accountability to make it real, so no child is excluded because of disability, complexity, location or circumstance. Improving safety and quality data so families can understand, trust and use information that's meaningful to make informed choices. Take an active stewardship role to shape sector growth with targeted investment in high quality, not-for-profit provision in communities. Addressing workforce conditions. Pay, stability, professional recognition, professional development to make quality sustainable and reduce reliance on waivers that compromise safety and learning and put additional pressure on early educators. We urge the committee to recommend actively supporting the establishment of an independent National Early Childhood Commission to act as a system steward, ensuring coherence across funding, regulation and service delivery, strengthening national consistency and making children's safety and learning the non-negotiable centre of the system. Parents don't expect perfection, but they do expect that all reasonable steps to keep their children safe will be taken. Parents are right to expect that communication will be clear and transparent always, but particularly when something goes wrong. Parents expect assertive government oversight to ensure that all approved services are meeting the high standards required in a quality early childhood education and care service. We stand ready to work with you to restore confidence, lift quality and ensure every child in New South Wales can access early childhood education and care that is safe, inclusive and life-changing in the best possible ways. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Social Justice in Early Childhood Foundation is a not-for-profit, politically active organisation working for social justice issues pertaining to the lives of children. We're early childhood teachers and educators, consultants, academics, researchers and others that are generally interested in the rights of children. The group's Sydney-based but with national and international members. We host an annual conference and we've been involved over the years in a range of lobbying and activism activities, including the ratio scenarios discussed before around getting the ratios lowered to 1 to 4 for infants and toddlers back in the day. I'm going to hand over to Nina to give a little bit more of an opening statement, but I would like to make a couple of just brief remarks. We really want to foreground and centre the rights of children in this, and children's voices and educators' voices. We really want to highlight the fact that we are the experts, we as in educators and children, in relation to the complexities that manifest in the sector and the challenges that have been discussed today. We have uniquely deep knowledge and understanding of the ways in which these various forces, economic, policy, political, social and pedagogical, intersect and interact. The rights of the child under the United Nations Convention of the Rights of the Child say that children should be consulted and have the right to express views in matters that relate to them, such as the ones we're discussing today, and that these views need to be given weight. I asked the children that I work with yesterday and told them that I was coming to this meeting today. I've taken the day out from teaching with them, which is a big thing. And I asked them what they would like me to tell you in relation to trying to help to keep children safe, well and happy. And there were a whole lot of responses. They had lots of things to say, but I'm just going to briefly share with you a couple. Sunny, who is 5 years old, said, I think they should shut the bad preschools down and they should tell all the parents not to bring their kids there anymore. the bad people should go to jail, a real one, not a pretend one. And she said, for the kids, all you have to do, you should be good to them and give them what they want or would like. And I said, well, how will the adults know what children want or like? And she said, and I think this is very simple, but it's really profound, the kids could tell them. Again, we should be listening to children. Thanks, Ina.
Thanks. I also asked the group of children that I work with, and my prompting question was, what do we do to make the world safer for all children? The first response was, tell the government to stop cutting down trees and children are amazing. Another said bushwalking will make it safer. Another one mentioned having red lights, and earlier that day that child witnessed an accident as they were driving to preschool. Another child said helping, another child said love, another child said don't be like Miss Trunchbull. Another child said more chocolate, ice cream and playing. Another child said help people when they need help. Another child said not getting anything dangerous. Another child said I think people should care about children. Another child said just help, like if someone needs help, you just help. Another child said the world would be safer if Canberra were in Sydney and more trees. Another child said smiley face, and another child said bushwalking. You see themes about humanity, about rights, about safety, road safety, about leisure, about joy and the importance of play through their responses. And I'm going to work backwards from what Stephen was talking about. I just want to acknowledge that as an early childhood teacher, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the children and the families that have been affected by this, because I think I speak on behalf of a lot of educators when I say this, but we're not surprised that this has happened. And that's probably like the deepest shame I feel, like shame and guilt, because like we know that this is a community issue and there are people with green worms in their brains, and that children in early childhood are vulnerable. And so I guess I'm sorry, and we're sorry. So in terms of specific responses and recommendations, like Professor Marianne, Professor Linda, Professor Gabrielle, Lisa Bryan and Shane, similar in that, you know, and my colleagues here, we want a fully funded regulatory authority. We want to adopt an approach that's centred on children's rights and participation. We want to cease granting new provider approvals for corporate and private equity firms. We want to fund increased wages and improved conditions for teachers and educators. We want to change the funding model so that services are directly funded rather than payments going to families. We want to change in ratio, because that's probably one of the biggest contributors to quality, group size and ratio and training for teachers. We'd like a national register for educators and working with children checks. And like Stephen said, we want to consult with children. And it would be fantastic if the committee were open to having children contribute in this discussion at a later date.
Thank you. And just to assure you that that's already in our plans. So
Yay.
The New South Wales Advocate for Children and Young People is working with us. She's very, very good at pulling together those sorts of panels. So that is something that we are doing, but it will be at a later hearing. Thank you so much for those opening statements. Incredibly powerful words from all of you. I think just bringing it back to the children is so vital. I find it hard not to get bogged down in some of the details of the stories that we've been reading about. One child being harmed is one child too many. Similarly, when it comes to your powerful words, Ms. Isho, about the feelings of educators since since these stories started coming out this year, my office has been inundated with workers in the industry, or in the sector, as I prefer to call it, telling us how glad they are we can now have an open discussion about these issues. So I want to start with this discussion about how we restore faith in the sector. And I'll start with you, Ms. Dent. Often one of the roadblocks I've had to getting some information out has been
this fear that if we let parents know, that parents will be unduly concerned, or they won't know how to interpret information coming to them, and so it's better that things get sort of dealt with behind closed doors. What are your views on that, and what needs to happen in order to regain that sort of trust in the sector?
Yeah, thank you. I think that I don't think that the idea of matters being resolved or discussed privately would probably ever engender confidence in parents, but I think particularly not now. And I think we have to be really realistic about the extent to which the allegations and instances reported this year have fundamentally shaken parents. I have been the CEO of the Parenthood for 5 years, and we advocate for high quality early childhood education and care because we know that it's critical for parents and families, but it's also so good for children when it's high quality. And, you know, I have been aware, because part of what the advocacy that we have done at the Parenthood has been around the workforce and improving pay and conditions for the workforce, because we know that that is so linked to quality. And so because of that, I have been involved in meetings with lots of politicians and people with educators who have said directly to decision makers, the circumstances that we're working under mean keeping children safe is the only thing we can actually think about. We're not able to do the deep work that we know the kids need. We're not able to sort of spend the time on the floor that we know would be beneficial for children. So I come to this knowing that these issues have been known, but this year has really changed how parents are feeling. And I have heard anecdotally, and I don't think we're going to have data on this just yet, but I certainly have heard from providers and parents that people are deferring their decisions about, you know, having had a child enrolled and then deciding that they're going to wait a little bit longer. And as I said in the beginning, the really complicated piece for families is not being able to use or engage in early childhood education and care puts immense financial pressure on households if they need to be able to provide for their children. And so it is complex for families. And I think that restoring confidence is going to have to involve a number of things happening, but also the sort of commitment that we're seeing at the moment with various states and territories genuinely taking this issue seriously, and I think the Commonwealth Government recognising that this issue needs to be addressed. We need to see that what comes from this is substantive. You know, we know, and I mean, I didn't in my opening statement go through all of the various bits and pieces, but there are things like having a national register for early childhood educators, having nationally consistent working with children checks that are not just a ticker box that anyone can get. I mean, even just today there's reporting in the ABC about a person who had been banned from working in early childhood education, still eligible for a working with children check. I have in the recent weeks and months, I have engaged with parents who have had children experience the absolute worst case scenario in early learning services. And what has shaken me the most is that while all of the stories are different, in each of the cases of families that we've met with, there were really legitimate red flags that were raised before their children necessarily even had contact with the people who ended up being the perpetrators. And in all of those cases, the parents felt uneasy, and their complaints, their attempts to have that recognised, were ignored. And I think that I note that Lisa Bryant, who was presenting before me, in her submission makes the point about there needing to be a single sort of point of contact for educators to make, you know, to make complaints or notify of instances of abuse or mistreatment. And I think we also need the same for parents. I think there needs to be the ability, without having a sophisticated knowledge of the regulations and the quality framework and who's the appropriate body to report to, I think parents need to be able to contact someone and flag their concerns. I think that would be good for confidence, so that parents know that there is somewhere they can contact that's straightforward. And I know that it's complicated. It's not going to be that every time a parent feels slightly uneasy about a particular person that's going to necessarily warrant an investigation, or that there might necessarily be something deeply wrong. But if 35 parents have each made a call about a particular person, and that information was being documented or collated in some way, I think that would go a long way at helping us weed out the people that shouldn't be in early education. And I also just want to respond to your apology on behalf of educators and just say it breaks my heart that you have to say that, because I know, and I think everybody in this room knows, that our early childhood educators and teachers who are well qualified and well supported are the best thing that we can possibly offer children and parents. And we know that it's not, I mean, I've heard this said before and I'm paraphrasing, but we don't have a pandemic of early childhood educators sexually abusing children. We have perpetrators exploiting systems that are not strong enough to keep them out. And I think it's really important to make that distinction.
Can I just pick up on a couple of things you've said and then open it up to others to also talk about this, how do we restore trust? But I think there's a couple of really important things that have been raised, particularly this, and I've heard it myself from parents who have had their children subjected to the most awful behaviours in our early childhood education and care services, who are they're reporting that, you know, I had a icky feeling, I didn't like him the moment I met him, I tried to raise it, etc., and these are all very understandable feelings that a parent might have. But the sector in Australia is designed around this idea of parent choice, that if we have these ratings up there and parents will be able to work out, they'll get this information and they'll be able to make these decisions. It seems like the entire sector is putting responsibility on educators to apologise, on you haven't done anything, and parents to sort of eat themselves up about the idea that, there were some red flags. We're kind of letting the regulator and the government and the policy setters off the hook. What's your reflection on that, and then opening it up to everyone else as well on the...
Yeah, and look, I'll reflect on this both personally and professionally. I am a parent of 3 children, all of whom attended early childhood education and care before they were school age. They're all now school age, so we are out of that. But I have been reflecting on this a lot, that I did not for 1 minute, when my children were enrolled in early education, fear for their safety. I just didn't. And part of the reason for that is because I think that, and I know a lot of parents make similar judgment calls, we live in a country where we know things are generally quite well regulated. So I often say, how many parents or anyone, you don't have to be a parent, but you make an appointment with the local GP, how many of us look up APRA and look at their registration? Most of us assume that if we're going to a GP clinic that's open in our area, that it's going to be up to scratch. It's the same with public schools. It's the same with any school. You just assume here, if they're open, they're meeting the minimum standards. And I think that for a lot of parents, they have been reasonably relying on this idea that if these early education and care services, which are being funded by both, government funding, but then also really significant out-of-pocket fees as well from parents, that there's been this expectation that there are minimum standards that will be met in every instance. And we know that that's not the case. And that's why I think this does require a holistic and ambitious response, because I think we do need to be doing quite a few things so that we can actually deliver on that promise that every approved service is meeting minimum standards.
Mrs. Dakin, did you want to comment?
I think I would add, one of the things we've seen a lot over recent weeks is a lot of knee-jerk reaction. There's been a lot of immediate, calls for all sorts of different types of interventions. Getting rid of male educators not involved in nappy changes, all of those types of things. And I think what the public needs right at this moment is for us to not be, not to find those knee-jerk reactions and do things that are often, might seem all right on the surface. We have to go back, as Ms. Dent said, and think about this in a really holistic way. We need to think about the role male educators play. I'm the mother of a son who spent a good portion of his early years actually in early childhood education and care with really great male educators, and I think we need to not do knee-jerk responses, but to actually think about the unintended consequences of how we respond. I think the public and parents are looking for people like yourselves to actually think in very long-term ways about how we not only respond to the current crisis, but how we set the system up as a whole for the best possible outcomes for the next 5, 10, 20 years, because now is a moment. We don't get these moments very often, and we have to use the one we have, as tragic as the reasons behind it are, to actually do that system reform more broadly that mean we don't ever end up back here again.
Thank you. Mr. Gallen.
I'm just smiling a little bit because I'm thinking, George, as you were talking there about, you wouldn't look up your GP's qualifications. I'm thinking I would, because I've spent 35 years in the sector and I know how effective or ineffective the regulations can be. So actually, I think that's what that's actually taught me, I have to say, interestingly. But just in relation to the conversation about confidence, I guess a couple of things. There is actually a requirement in the regulations, and I think it might be Regulation 74, but don't quote me on this, that that services must display, as part of the prescribed information that we have to display, the phone number of the regulatory authority, really visibly, where parents can contact in the case of any concerns. There's no requirement that it has to be, when it's got to be present somewhere prominent, it doesn't have to be in any particular size, so it's usually buried in the fine print amongst all these displays for a lot of services. But what I think that also says a couple of other things. One, in relation to the discussion we've been having around particularly the larger corporate providers and organisations, where in the smaller services, and I work for a community-based preschool, which is parent-managed and parent-run, not-for-profit, there's a lot more trust, and not blind trust because everyone is involved and part of the governance and people know each other, that parents would be, any red flags would be visible, I think, very, very early on, and it would be, it's a much safer environment than a large centre. And I'm also a consultant, so I've worked to do quality uplift in many large services, and you've got 150 children, you've got a centre manager who barely knows most of the casual staff that are there. Parents then don't have anyone. The centre manager might themselves, they've been there a month, they might be acting in that centre manager role. The parent barely knows their name. They don't know the names of the 80 parents they've got. A parent is not going to want to talk to them about their potential concerns about an educator. So they would need that number, but it's in those services where that number is buried in very fine print, somewhere that a parent will never see it. So I think that's all telling. Final point, just very quickly to make about that in relation to your question, Chair, about the confidence. I think, again, part of what's prescribed in terms of the information displayed are the quality standards, how a service is rated. And in my experience, though, most parents are not interested in that. Maybe 10%, 15% will get, oh, okay, so that's your rating, great, that's reassuring to know. Or the rest, they don't look at it, they don't want to know. It comes down to either if they are concerned about quality, if they're in a privileged enough position that they can be actually thinking about, I want to choose a service based on quality. It's all about the relationships, not about assessment and rating. But for so many parents, they can't make that choice. It's not based on quality, it's based on necessity.
Ms. Mihalik.
Oh, great, thank you. I just wanted to ask, and it's open to all of you, just obviously you've got this Chris Wheeler recommendation that now the government's going to pursue an independent regulator. I just wanted to know what your sort of general views on that are, and whether some of you, particularly Parenthood, might have had feedback from parents in relation to whether their current experience with the regulator being within the Department of Education, and that contact number, the 1-800 number that we heard about, that Mr. Disdar referred to this morning, that he did say that every single occasion that a parent notifies that call number, that it's acted on. He actually said that on record today. I'm not sure if that's the case or if there's any feedback from any of you in relation to that.
I would say that we have certainly not been hearing from parents who feel like it's apparent to them that that number is available, and also certainly not the parents that we've been dealing with lately, that anything has been acted upon.
Yeah, so they wouldn't even know this number exists, right? That's what I think. I think
a lot of parents wouldn't know that it exists, but I also do know that and there's one of the parents in particular that I'm thinking about, definitely did make contact with the regulator, and it's taken a really long time for there to be
any action.
And I think that's the point, Georgie. I think it doesn't, it might matter whether that sits within the department or if it's set up as an independent regulator. The point that I think all of us have made in our statements, and we've certainly heard this morning as well, is that the resourcing of the regulator needs to be right where it sits. And if the regulator is under-resourced, if it doesn't have the time and the staff and the resources to actually follow through on as was said, each and every phone call or each and every complaint, it actually doesn't matter where it sits, because the resources are still the same. So if the New South Wales is going to make that decision to stand up an independent regulator, then it has to be resourced appropriately to be able to do the job that it stood up to do.
And do any of you think that, look, maybe I'm a sceptic, but part of me thinks that it's a move to some extent to move this whole area away from education, and that's a concern that I have. I'm not opposed to the idea of independent regulator if it's resourced properly. Some of the feedback today has been to should be all about education, early childhood care, and that I'm concerned that if the department then has no role in it to some extent, and we're now servicing a private sector, providers and moving away from what it's meant to be. It's meant to be educational. It certainly was in my day. I went to a public preschool. Most of the people that I grew up with, I grew up in Punchbowl, went to a public preschool. It'd be hard to find anyone now that could say that they went the same to a public preschool. And so my concern is that this is in part a move, or certainly from the department's point of view, is to distance themselves. They called for and asked Chris Wheeler to do this. It was the minister herself that asked for this particular review, and they've clearly come back to accept these recommendations. So I'm just wondering, where do you think parents and the sector see this?
I think over the years, the sector has bounced back and forward between different government departments. So I know when I was back around 2000, it was the Department of Community Services, DOCS, that was responsible. Then it goes to education, and this is the same across all the states. And often it's been bounced back and forward. It does have an impact in terms of quality uplift, because as we heard this morning, in relation to the educational recognition and component, that's really important, both in terms of uplifting quality and raising standards, but also in terms of professional identity and respect, which is a huge contributing factor here to some of the workforce issues. There's other issues, of course, as well that are structural, but I think that professional respect, public confidence in the workforce is crucial here. So in terms of, yes, absolutely there are implications of being taken out of education, so to speak, but I think it's slightly more complicated now in the current landscape because it is that national federal system as well as a state-based system. So it is under the National Quality Framework, which very much sits within education. So it's a slightly different landscape, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that would actually roll out.
I would obviously note the limitations of the terms of reference, and we have all noted the complexities of federation here, but I would say that at the Parenthood we have been campaigning for a long time for early childhood education and care to be funded and regulated more closely in alignment with schools than not. So, I often say this, we don't subsidise parents to send their child to the local school, we fund schools. And as part of that, there's a whole lot of additional investment and expectation around professional development for teachers, the support around staff, the regulation. And so we would certainly be in favour of more education, not less education, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'll share your view.
I think the thing I would add to that is that I guess the power of potentially of an independent regulator is that depending on how you structure that and the types of staff that you put into it, you get the benefit of that deep connection to education, as we've spoken about. But potentially
But
you're
sorry,
able...
my point, do you? Because I'm worried that it won't be Department of Education staff who are mostly former teachers in that kind of role. That's my concern. But I know that's not something for us to... I don't know what the final outcome will be, but that's my concern. It does move...
I think being really clear about the qualifications that you require of your regulatory staff is probably a way you could potentially ensure you capture that deep connection back to education, former teachers. George and I were speaking beforehand, one of my concerns about that though is that we are so short of really good quality staff in the EC sector already, but you want those people with those skills to actually be in your regulator. So we just need more high quality staff across the board. But I guess the potential of an independent regulator is ideally you keep those deep connections to education, and we would support that sort of claim to be closely linked to schools. But also ideally you would bring in other aspects of child wellbeing into the role that they're able to look after, potentially.
The danger is that it might be a short-term thing as well. Like whatever happens, whether it is an independent authority or not, it needs to be for the long term. Like not an election term or a political, term, but it needs to be like, hey, next 50 years, next 100 years, where do we want to be in this sector? There needs to be some visionary thinking, and it needs to be seen as an investment in children and the community.
Mrs. Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for coming and for your work. I've had a bit to do with not so much the foundation, but certainly with the Parenthood and Thrive by 5 and Minderoo in the past, and we very much value the work that you all do. And thank you to your children and particularly Sunny and Hazel, I think it was. So just say thank you. We appreciated hearing from them. Thank you. I just wanted to go to you just quickly, Ms. Dent. In your opening remarks, you were talking about concerns from parents about the regulatory authority being stretched, and that's also something that I've heard, particularly from the good providers in the sector who are horrified by some of the terrible media reporting and what that's doing in terms of, I guess, the overall perception of early childhood education and care. Could you just elaborate a little bit more, as much as you can, in relation to what you're hearing about the sort of stretched nature of the regulator? What are some of the things we could be recommending to help improve that, or at least the perception of that for parents as well?
Yeah, so look, I have to be really clear that I haven't had, and particularly not until the last few months, had parents calling me saying we're concerned the regulator is underfunded or that they're stretched. It's more that when they're now confronting these reports and they're looking into it and they're saying, right, so where is the rating system? Oh, well, hang on, well, what if this service hasn't been rated for 5 years, and what does that mean? And I think that is what we're sort of now hearing, that we have got, and this is, to your point, now I feel like I'm an irresponsible person for not checking the credentials of the GP when I go. I will do that.
Don't worry,
It's all
most
right,
people
but
don't, okay?
We're happy to have a GP in the country, so we don't really
so but to that point, I have really thought that that a lot of parents haven't sort of necessarily known about the quality rating system, but that is something that has really changed in the this 6 months. And so now we have got parents that are thinking, well, hang on, what about this? Like, if a service isn't rated, and then also, if a service is rated, and I note that within the working towards, there is a spectrum of the extent to which you are failing on something fundamental versus something that's less substantial. The idea for parents that there can be a working towards rating, which by definition means we're not meeting because we're working towards, that there's not actually an intervention of some kind. I think it would be, again, like I'm making the health analogy, but if a hospital or a school is identified at being, particularly if safety is at risk, there's a response. It's not, okay, sorry, you miss out this time, we'll come back in 5 years' time and see how you're going. I think that for parents is quite shocking to confront that. I guess one of the most tangible things that parents see and experience, and this has been ongoing, this is not just in the last 6 months, parents really notice the constant, a revolving door of staff. And that is a thing, and I think anyone who's ever had any connection with an early learning service, or particularly a child there, often the quality of your day is going to depend on arriving at a service and your child's particular person being there. And if they're not, it's quite distressing. And that is something that we know, particularly in services where there is a higher reliance on sort of casuals. That's really difficult for parents and for children, and we know it's not good for quality. And again, parents do. I have had some parents bring up to me recently the idea of people being in services who are working towards their qualification, and I think that that's also a problem for some parents, particularly without there being clear parameters. That if we've got staff that don't currently hold a qualification, have we at least got a requirement that in the service there are going to be some of those more experienced people who will take on the mentoring of these, accepting that there are, we do have workforce shortages, so I accept there has to be sort of flexibility. But if we're not thinking about how do we create conditions for any new early educator, even if they've got no qualifications yet, what are we doing to ensure they can grow and develop and stay? Because to Miss Bryant's point, when you've got a really significant portion of the workforce who've only been there for less than 3 years, that's wildly different to a service where you've got, teachers that might have been there 10, 20, 30, 40 years. I'm thinking of my aunt who's a preschool teacher in Glen Innes who's been at the same preschool for 40 years. I think about what she can bring and what an early educator that's coming into that service, junior in their career, what are they going to learn from her? And if you've got people coming in that don't even have a qualification yet, that are coming into a service that doesn't emphasise any support, development, mentoring, and that's something that parents have an issue with. Sorry, I'm talking to you.
No, this is good. Did anyone else want to?
So a huge proportion of the sector relies on working toward qualifications. In other words, you don't have to be qualified. Well, you are as the regulatory requirement. So we can put you in, even though you've only just enrolled in your certificate 3, yesterday. A huge amount of the sector relies on that. What happens in response to your point, Georgie, then is that you've got this educator who's been in the sector for 3 weeks. They've enrolled yesterday because their employer says we can give you a job if you enrolled yesterday in some fast track training, and then the educational leader who is meant to be there to support and mentor them, and that's a specific role within the service. Themselves is doing lunch relief and all sorts of other relief because you've had to get casual staff in. The centre manager is in no position to be able to support that ed leader, or even to be actually working with them, because that centre managers themselves are under so much pressure. In a corporate context, they're dealing with the occupancy targets they've got, the wage, the payroll targets that they've got each week, that they're getting their regional area managers breathing down their necks because, so that's the reality there. It's sort of no wonder that these places are not only low quality but actually unsafe sometimes for children themselves. I'm not talking about perpetrators, but just
the system almost. The way
it's such a contrast to say a plumber or electrician or painting. Being a painter, because you're right. People naturally expect that anybody that they bring out to service their home to be fully qualified, don't they?
It does come down a lot to, because again, if you're not going to get your if you're going to get rid of the working towards loophole, so to speak, then how are you going to actually keep these doors open of these services?
Well, that's the issue, isn't it?
And this is the tension that I think it's really difficult to look at, but having supply, having accessibility and quality, they are in tension and sometimes conflict. And going back to your question about the regulator, and this is well known in the sector over many years, they're very loath to take action, and part of the reason because of that is that then the potential for a service to be shut down. And where does that leave families and parents?
Because I think that goes to the point around, and I think again you sort of all said it, but the issue around you want parents to be informed and making good choices. But then you've got the other issue where for some families, and I think of rural and regional, and I know the Parenthood's done work on this, you might not have any other choice. So then that also creates its own conundrum for families as well. There might not be any other service, there might be no places anywhere else, and you've got to go to work or whatever you need to do.
And that sort of, I obviously touched on that in my opening remarks, but even for families who live in metropolitan areas, getting, if you've got 2 children, for example, getting them both into the same service on the same day, that's like winning the lotto. And so again, it's not like you've got this genuine menu of options of where am I going to go. And then the other thing is that with the expansion of preschool, for example, we have got lots of families then who will be using multiple services because they can only get 2 days at one at the preschool, and then there's 2 days at another service. And again, there aren't many families who are saying to us, I've got a lot of choice in my life. They don't. And I think it's probably worth noting, I said this before anecdotally, we're hearing parents that are deferring enrolment or changing their plans. There has been a real rise in this discussion around parents wanting to stay at home or have nannies or grandparents subsidised. And I think that what we have to look at that as is a sign of the extent to which parents do not feel they have options in the current system. And I know this is it is a difficult conundrum, but the evidence is very clear that children do well when they're in a high quality service. Okay, we know it's not great for children to be in poor quality services. And I think right now more than ever, parents want quality first and safety first.
Ms. Saval.
Thanks, Chair. Just quickly, we've heard a lot this morning about the transparency of information that is provided, in particular for families with children that may be looking at or attending an early childhood education service. What information do you think would be most helpful to provide?
For parents making choices?
Yeah.
Lisa Bryant wrote a fantastic article that from memory wasn't taken up by the media, but I think there were like 15 points about what to... I'm sure she's willing to provide the committee and chair.
Or you could
undertake to provide that.
I think the Parenthood, Lisa kindly gave that to the Parenthood, and we repurposed it. So we've both shared it on social media.
Okay.
It's very practical.
Yeah. But it's also dangerous having the onus on parents as well, which is why government and like with the 3 Bears example, I grew up in that area, and I've had family members that sought asylum in Australia and told me things like, my child cries all day, and it didn't bother them because their child came home fed and warm. And so, if you're taking a worldly approach to this, I think it can be dangerous to put the onus on parents to recognise what is, in terms of, our early childhood sector, what is a safe or unsafe environment.
Which brings us right back to this, this concept of when you go to the doctor, you assume that they're qualified. Should our governments really be standing behind the services that they let remain open and just ensure that they're all fit for purpose? Like, is that the goal?
I don't think that's an acceptable goal.
As a minimum, no. That's right.
No. I think the thing about what information parents need is it's tricky because, and I know this morning there has been discussion around this about it's hard for the average parent to know what quality looks like. And again, that's this year there has been a lot of information, and we're really grateful that people like Lisa have written this sort of content so we can give parents a more tangible, practical understanding of what are the indicators of quality. And I think that, again, I think that there are requirements that certain information is sort of readily available, but there's a difference between something being readily available, for example, printed in size 8 font in the corner of a room, versus there being a really transparent upfront discussion around this is where we are. And I think there's also a difference between compliance and quality. And so I think it's sort of that thing there might be compliance issues that might not be sort of meaningful for parents. Obviously there's serious compliance issues that are very meaningful for parents to know, but I think the bigger picture that parents need to know is around the workforce and what is the service's approach to professional development and to child safety and to those sorts of things. I don't believe it's fair to say that there's information that should be withheld from parents in case they are not equipped to deal with that information.
Particularly, so I just want to end on this. So there's a bit of feedback coming through. Particularly when you've got ratings being done once every 4 years, say, And in the meantime, you can have some very serious breaches and compliance issues that don't get reflected in that rating yet. There's been a move by some to say all of that compliance information should be available, but the counter to that is that parents won't know what's significant and what isn't. I guess what's your response to that? Should we just be making everything transparent so that people have a better idea of what's going on?
I think that I believe transparency really matters, but I also think there is something in making information readily available in a way that is helpful, because I think this is to the point that the previous witnesses raised. You know, it's one thing to have a 170-page guide sitting on a particular website that technically is available to educators, but how usable is it? And it would be the same for parents. Like, I don't think it's super useful to just publish a whole dump data with compliance without there being some thought into what information here is important, what is it telling parents, what do we need parents to know from this? And that's where I think the onus can't be on individual parents to navigate that. In the same way, I don't think it should be on individual educators to navigate 170-page documents with that. Like, I think everyone needs clear information about, I know it's silly to say this, about what they need to know, but I think we actually do need to do the work of what parents need to know, not just print off a data dump.
Dr. Graham has a hand up. Apologies, Dr. Graham, you've fallen into the person online hole. Go ahead.
That's okay. No, that was a good segue actually, because my point that I was trying to make before was around not necessarily needing more collateral, more information. Certainly the timeliness is important, and the repository and somewhere central that parents can go for trusted information, but it's also a trusted linker or navigator, so someone to actually help them navigate a very complex system. And to Georgie's point, with children in different centres, certainly across New South Wales, there's stories of families needing to spread themselves across 2 or 3 centres to be able to complete their work week. There are families that live, geographically opposite a long daycare centre, but it's across a 6-lane highway and they don't have transportation. So some of those non-financial barriers to early childhood education and care are equally as important, and even more so in areas where there is limited choice.
Thank you very much. That's a great way to end. Unfortunately, we could just keep talking for hours, I think, to you. But thank you, all of you, for everything that you do advocating for children and parents and educators. It's incredibly important work, and we thank you for your time today. To the extent that there were questions taken on notice or supplementary questions, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch. But that concludes this panel for now. We're going to take a break for lunch, and we will be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we are back. We now welcome our next witness. If I could ask you to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Sure. My name is Bronwyn Lee. I'm a researcher at the Centre for International Corporate Tax Accountability and Research. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you like to commence with a short opening statement?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
First I'll thank you very much for inviting me to speak on behalf of CICTAR, the Centre for International Corporate Tax Accountability and Research. For some little bit of background, we have extensive experience looking at care sectors and the economics of care in Australia and around the world. And we started looking at early childhood education and care because of what we were seeing in these other sectors, such as in aged care in Australia and also ECEC in Norway, where we found that real estate was increasingly a means of profit extraction. And actually we have a submission into the Northern Beaches Hospital inquiry also, which hasn't been published yet, but showing how sale leaseback agreements basically led directly to the situation that Healthscope is in now. And interestingly, the same corporate landlords have been involved in ECEC in Australia. So our research that we submitted to the inquiry shows just how much of a problem this is in ECEC. We found that profit extraction via rent is a significant and growing cost to the sector with potentially serious impacts. Rent paid by the sector as a whole each year is $2.71 billion, which is enough to fund the federal government's 15% wage increase for educators in the sector, with another 7.58% on top of that. So it's a significant amount of money that goes out in rent. And we found that corporate landlords, which are particularly structured through as real estate investment trusts, are having a growing influence in the sector and we're likely to see further increases in profit extraction via rent through these REITs. And one thing that I think is useful to note in this context is that news this week that the federal government had asked Deloitte to look into the costs of making early childhood education and care universal. In doing that, they've specifically asked Deloitte to look at the costs of real estate and rent. So I think that's an important development. But I just also want to emphasise that there's a lot that New South Wales can be doing here. New South Wales can take direct action to limit this new form of profit extraction. And also that the transparency side of things is really important here. We have so little data, particularly because these corporate investors use trust structures that are highly secretive. And given the importance of government subsidies to the sector, I think there's a really strong case that there should be more transparency from those entities that are profiting from that funding. So I can talk more about what sort of transparency measures we think would be important, but yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, I thoroughly enjoyed reading your submission. When I was first started looking into this sector, I must say I was blissfully unaware of this connection between the real estate industry and the early learning sector. But there was a particular day when I got given the agenda for an upcoming childcare and early learning real estate summit that was held on the 7th and 8th of May of this year in Sydney, sort of in Darling Island. And we had the Productivity Commission speaking there. We've got all of the CEOs of the major ECEC services. and then we've got the REITs and all of the major property developers and investors and everyone else all in the one place. One of the testimonials on their website now is from the CEO of YMCA in Victoria, actually, which is interesting. But I just want to quote what she says. She says, "Particularly great to see our sector, developers, funders and management groups come together and put children and their families at the forefront of our thinking, design and expansion." The agenda itself for the summit includes things like insights into capital flows and private equity trends, unpacking corporate transactions and capital dynamics in the, quote, childcare real estate sector, the future of childcare real estate in Australia, looking to the future of childcare development in Australia, what it means for the government sector, operators and owners shaping the future of childcare real estate, childcare opportunities in childcare property development. This really backs up what you say in your submission about the corporatisation of the sector. Do you think that the early education and learning sector in Australia should be this tightly tied up with the real estate industry?
Yeah, those are great examples of the kind of advertising that the real estate, the corporate landlords make, or the real estate agents, I suppose, who are selling early childhood property to these, particularly increasingly to corporate investors. They really market it. What we saw and what I found really shocking was how much they market this as an investment opportunity that's essentially secure because the government will back and will ensure that funds keep flowing to the sector, and that government funding is continually increasing to early childhood education and care, and that is the marketing basis for these to say you should invest in this social sector. So obviously there needs to be property for early childhood, for centres to operate, but what's a question is that should that property be in the service of care or should it be in the service of profit? And what we're seeing is operators really being squeezed by the landlords that see ECEC property as an asset class rather than as, the foundation in which children learn and play.
Is there any connection between the players in the sort of corporate early learning sector and the players in that real estate? Is there a bit of, sort of sister companies going on, or some sort of relationship between those companies where they're sort of profiting at both sides?
Right, that's what we're really concerned that there could be, because that is something that was a big part of the ABC learning collapse, that there were these related party rent agreements, and in fact one of the major corporate landlords today is essentially the inheritor of a trust that holds ECEC property that was set up to manage ABC learning properties. So that ABC learning legacy is still very much embedded in the current system. There are people involved in ECEC property today who were involved in ABC Learning, who were senior leaders in various ABC Learning entities, and we know that was a very complicated corporate structure, but there's absolutely there's some sense there's still people involved, basically, and so that's a concern. And then separately, the Productivity Commission, I think it was, we've had several very good reports into the sector already, and I think it was the Productivity Commission that also ask this question about are there related party, is there related party behaviour in terms of the lease agreements? And we don't know of any, but that could be because there aren't any, but we also have so little information. There is no requirement for landlords or operators to disclose who owns the property. So it's only if a corporate landlord chooses to detail its property holdings, or if an operator chooses to make more transparent the property, that their lease agreements, that we have any sense what's really going on.
Do you want to?
Yeah, I was fascinated by your submission, and it hadn't really dawned on me this kind of idea that actually the operation and the ownership of the property would be held by separate entities. I think the guts of your sort of recommendations around greater transparency. I think you mentioned in your submission about land tax exemptions, and I wondered whether, like, how that works, and is it possible to perhaps connect the land tax exemption to the operator rather than to...
Right.
So that in order to get the land tax exemption, you actually have to be the operator of the service and owner of the property, rather than have those two functions separated, and someone who's merely just a landlord getting a land tax exemption. Is that...
Yeah, actually...
Perhaps maybe you could elaborate if there's other kind of elements of the sort of tax and financial system that actually is incentivising this sort of separation of the two elements.
Well, actually we didn't look at land tax, so we were mostly looking at corporate income tax, which, because the landlords are structured as trusts, the trusts themselves don't pay corporate income tax.
Can you just explain, like, so this is the first time I've encountered this real estate investment trust structure. Like, can you perhaps, for the benefit of the committee, explain what that is and why that's beneficial?
Right. Well, the real estate investment trust is a vehicle for holding assets, and in many cases they'll have trust unit holders. It's a way for various investors, probably our superannuation funds, and others, to have some share in the sector. And the real estate investment trust will, like, the big ones are owned by Charter Hall. That's the one that has its origin story with ABC Learning, and Arena is another big one. And for a brief period, David DePiller's HomeCo or HealthCo was another one. They buy up property, they lease them to operators on long-term leases, and so in terms of the tax situation, so any profit that's made by the trust on the basis of the properties they own, so which we argue they have the potential at least to make pure profit because of the way they pass on costs to operators, that profit ordinarily would be taxed as corporate income tax. But because of the trust structure, the trust itself doesn't pay that. Instead, when they pay out not dividends, but the trust benefit to the unit holders, then those unit holders could have to be subject to income tax on those. But because of that, but trusts are often used in a way to avoid or minimise paying corporate income tax. So whoever the unit holder is may well structure their holdings such that they also don't need to pay tax on it. It's
so is there any specific... So this is not exclusively a benefit just for investment in childcare?
No. So, and it's increasingly used across lots of different social sectors. So that is what we saw in healthcare, in aged care as well, and healthcare. It is a larger problem than ECEC. Traditionally in ECEC, which is different from some other sectors, property and the real estate and the ownership have been separately held. In many cases, often the landlord would be a single high wealth individual, and in fact the federal government has had some concerns that it could be used for money laundering in that situation. But what we're seeing is a different situation where the real estate investment trusts are taking particularly a big making important acquisitions in key segments of the market that are the most profitable, which has other consequences for centres that are divested by them.
And so I think an earlier witness sort of suggested that there was a nexus between occupancy rates and the leasing of the property. Perhaps if you might be able to explain how that works.
Yes, I think this is unique to early childhood education and care, and it's a huge problem because the leases, especially as they're the lease agreements in ECEC are usually done on the basis of, so we all pay rent on our homes if we rent, just based on a per month basis or a per week basis, nothing to do with how many people are living in the house. But in ECEC, the lease is based on how many licensed places that centre has. So if the centre's been licensed for 100 places, they might pay $2,000 per licensed place. In a city, Sydney, they probably pay more like $6,000 or $7,000 per licensed place. So, but that's based on the maximum attendance. And if a centre doesn't reach 100% occupancy, they obviously don't have revenue from all 100 potential children. They only have the revenue from the children who are actually in attendance. And so there's a real incentive built into the lease structure for operators to have maximum occupancy so that they maximise revenue, because the amount they pay in rent doesn't change no matter how many children they have attending or not, but it is set according to how many they are allowed to have attend.
So just on that though, because there are a bunch of waivers that get given for space requirements, as I understand it, so sort of numbers of children per square metre, but also exemptions from having to have outdoor space and everything else. And so we're hearing about these properties that sort of take up every bit of the boundary of the land that get built by these developers to maximise the number of children, and they're given waivers from the New South Wales government to get around those requirements that might otherwise, I guess, reduce the occupancy. Is that a direct impact then of this sort of corporatisation of the real estate model to sort of infiltrate into childcare?
I think that yes, as the rent, particularly with higher rent, that pressure becomes much more, and these real estate investment trusts are much more able to increase rents than an individual property owner, someone who owns a single centre. And of course they have a much greater interest in increasing rents than a non-profit centre owner might have. Like state governments, I think, might own some centres, or local governments have in the past owned the property. So yes, definitely where there's a for-profit corporate landlord that's building the centre to maximise the number of licensed places, then that the operator then needs to maximise the percentage of occupancy within that. So if the sort of licence plate number is already very high, then maximising occupancy can make it even more significant.
So playing that through then, if you've got, and the examples I've been given are, a Woolworths of a certain space will be rented out for a certain amount. That shopping centre will be sort of rented out for a certain amount to a Woolworths, say, but then that's based on the land value, whereas the lease for a building which has been built as a early learning centre will be, a lot more on a per square metre basis. Does that then, if you're saying that then puts pressure on the childcare operator to maximise their profits and to be getting as many children in as possible, which has its own problems, how does the impact of this being an industry where federal government money is used and given directly to subsidise early learning places, how does that then flow through? Does that mean that we're paying more subsidies than we might otherwise be able to do if this was on sort of more reasonably priced land?
I think the party that's really squeezed is the operator, potentially. Well, they may well pass on costs to parents. I'm not an expert on the funding model, I suppose, of how, but I don't, from my understanding, the federal government's subsidy doesn't depend on the cost that a certain centre has. It's fixed according to the child, the sort of family's needs rather than the centre's needs. So where the rent is driven up, that the centre either can cut costs elsewhere or they can pass on the cost to parents as additional cost.
Is that then pushing operators to cut costs?
It does seem that way. The evidence is that for example, again, we could really do with some better data here, but we've seen, if we look at the data on large non-profit operators, they spend more money on wages and less money on rent and property costs than large for-profit operators, or other for-profit operators. So that suggests that where it's possible to spend less money on rent, that money is spent on workers instead, on wages. The money it could eat into their profits. That's certainly possible. For-profit operators could make less profit. That's an option that many for-profit operators, I suspect, don't take, but I can't say that for sure.
Ms. Mahalik.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. I just want to ask you a couple of questions. And I note, I was just looking at a couple of the recommendations that you propose. Look, obviously, I think we've heard from a lot of people today that essentially agree with your view on the collection of data. I think there's been general consensus that we really do need to up the ante in relation to what data we collect from these centres across both private, public and, of course, not-for-profit. Can I just ask you, though, with these new models of real estate ownership, and I've been listening to this discussion about high rents and the sort of the current model, of course, that essentially means that as the rent goes up, the cost is a burden for the particular parents. But just with your alternative sort of options that you've kind of come up with, I suppose one concern I have, look, I think it's great that you've put in the data or the information about what the federal government's doing in relation to this $500 million fund, although I don't know much details about that myself. It's only been something recently announced. I might ask you two things. One, if you could elaborate on exactly what the Victorian government's doing with these 50 new early learning centres, if there's any more update as to how that's going to be implemented and staged. But also, I'm just a little bit concerned about rental caps, I suppose, in the context that my worry with that is that you might see an impact on the upkeep of these centres, maintenance issues and so forth, because as we know, all of these corporate landlords will find ways of means of avoiding extra costs, and if there's a rental cap, does that then mean that they're not in a position where they can keep the very necessary upkeeps that you do need with a centre, and who takes that cost, that particular cost on? Because at this stage I think it is the landlord, the corporate landlord, that takes the costs of those type of upkeeps up, which is very different from a commercial arrangement, because we know with commercial property leases, often the tenant themselves are responsible for much of that until it gets to a structural issue, then the landlord is. So is there any views on that, on issues I've raised?
Yeah, actually I'm glad you mentioned that, because, well, there's a lot in that.
Yes,
but to start with the last point, actually these, especially the large REITs and these corporate landlords, they do put those costs of managing the property and upkeep of the property directly onto the operators. And that's through these triple net lease structures, they're called. So essentially all the costs of property upkeep under a triple net structure are pushed onto the lessee, or the
lessee, except for major structural. Is that right? I thought there was some sort of exemption for major structural issues.
That might be the case, but it's a lot more than we would be. I mean, it's nothing like anyone would be familiar with from their home, for example. And there's a study that I cite in here from the US, which found that under the triple net lease structure, even with lower rents, the landlords made greater profits because of the triple net components of the lease, which put those other costs onto the operators. So I think the current system is definitely not one that incentivises investment in upkeep from landlords. So that's one aspect of that. And then in terms of alternative models, so with legislating for a reasonable rate of return, I mean, what we're saying there is there could certainly be a role for private investment, but let's look at, are there investors that where are the investors that have just want a long-term stable but not exorbitant return on their investment.
Maybe superannuation.
Maybe superannuation, indeed. And because that is actually what would be beneficial for many of our retirement funds. They don't need to take tremendous risks. They could provide something useful for society. There are investors like that exist. So we could limit the investment in the sector to that investors that have that approach. That's would be a little bit like taking a model from traditional physical infrastructure into this world of social infrastructure. But also other governments, of course, could be landlords, or could own the property and lease it at reasonable rates to operators. That may also be public operators, or non-profit or whatever. And yet, I think the Victorian government what they are doing is a great example to look at. So they've already constructed, last I checked, they had, I think, 3 centres that were already built and are now being operated, and the property is owned by the Victorian government. The employees there are employees of the state government. It's under the education department. And so I think that's a very interesting...
Sorry, can I just double check?
Yes.
Is it land that's on Department of Education land? Do we know that? Or is it generally a pool of public land that they might be? My
understanding is that they've been building the centres to be, if possible, co-located with a school, a public school. So it would be on I'm guessing it's on land that's already publicly owned, but it may not be.
I don't want to put this on notice to you, but
Mhm.
I might, through you, Madam Chair, ask if we can ask our committee staff to perhaps get some more information in relation to that. I don't want to put that onto the site to do that, but we can flag that later. That if we can, I wouldn't mind a bit more detail on where these 50 centres is being built and so forth. But anyhow, I've got no more questions. But thank you very much.
Great. Well, if I could just say one more thing about the Victorian example, the main issue that we would recommend that you look at is to consider, as I understand it, they're primarily citing centres in areas where there is a lack of supply, which of course makes perfect sense. But I think it is important to consider that the areas that are where there are there's a lot of demand, like inner city areas, metro areas, developing areas, developing residential areas. Those are places where corporate landlords see opportunity for enormous profits because of high land values, because of the demand for the service. And so that is its own problem, because it means that those are the areas where we will really be seeing profit being taken out of the sector rather than going into the provision of care. So we would recommend that New South Wales consider expanding that Victorian model to also include those areas where people might in fact be being priced out of childcare because it is such a expensive area to buy land.
And New South Wales has got this 100, as you know, 100 preschools that they're going to build, apparently. I'm not sure if that'll overlap, but anyhow, yeah. All right, thanks for that.
Sorry, I was about to launch a whole new thing, but
I just have a couple. I just have like one or two, and then I'll launch away. Thank you for your submission and your evidence, and it kind of follows on from the discussion earlier around the transparency, I guess, around sort of funding where it's being allocated. And I don't know if you heard, but earlier we had some witnesses talk about there should be more information available, and they made a comparison to the aged care sector where you understand a little bit more than just the name of the service, last time it was rated, where it's located, etc. So what I pick up from your submission is that if we were as a committee to recommend that there is more data available, there should also be information in relation to amount being spent on land and rent, and so that again there's that really clear visibility for when these circumstances are happening, that you're saying that people are sort of just turning it into a cash grab, that can be clear and transparent about what's happening. So you would advocate for us to look to do something like that?
Yeah, definitely. And so I think that would be really valuable. And the US government example about nursing homes is quite a good example too, because they have for each nursing home they have staffing numbers, they have a quality measure of some kind, and then they have ownership information of the property. So that seems, if it's feasible in the US, I would think feasible here, and that would really help to identify if there might be related party activities, or to identify the growing presence of particular players in the sector.
And then just following on, you also talk in your submission about having maybe some other guidelines around what a reasonable rate of return is, or rental caps, and you talk about how that might suit sort of longer term investors like local government and things. I just sort of wonder, and I live in a regional area, so it's a little bit different in terms, I guess, of the real estate markets, but how would you sort of envisage that framework could operate? And I know of examples, for instance, where I've actually met with a provider recently, a very well established high quality provider, who one of their services they need to close because the local government has gone out to tender and has gotten basically a better price off a competing childcare provider who doesn't have quite the same quality level, but for local government they've got to I guess balance their books, and they can continue a service operating but actually make more money from a different person. So it literally was raised with me last week, and I won't name the operators, but I mean that's also concerning, because at the end of the day, I guess a lot of local government has a bottom line as well. So how would we kind of capture that so that you didn't actually end up with people maybe going for the better price as opposed to the better quality?
Right. Well, that is concerning.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
And I think that putting a cap on the rents would mean that there's a better playing field there. So there wouldn't be so much of another provider offering to pay a much significantly higher rent. So hopefully it would also create more stability for centre operators, which is another concern.
Thank you. That's all I had, Chair.
So just off the back of that and the idea of limiting sort of rent increases and stuff, conveniently for us it is results, full year results presentation season. I won't table all of these, but I will just table the one I have here from the Arena REIT, which just came out today, actually. Some copies are just being made. The concerning picture I see in these, and I've got the Charter Hall one, I've got the CBRE one as well, is they're crowing about the increase in lease terms. So we have with the Arena REIT 1, they have a weighted average lease expiry of 18.4 years. Charter Hall have a WALE of 11.6 years. Arena report a 42% year-on-year increase in their net profit, driven, they say, by an uplift in rental take based on market rent increases of 6.8%. But this is where it gets really concerning for me, is they have an average 3.5% baked in increase. So we're looking at an 18-year lease with 3.5% increase in rent year on year. We already know that those rental amounts are based on occupancy and per child. Charter Hall, similarly, 10.5% market rental uplift. They also charge this fund management fee. This looking into the future looks like we're going to end up with fees going up and up in order to be feeding this other sort of profit-taking vampire off of the market, if I can say that. Is that what you're seeing as well? Is this? It strikes me that we're going to end up with just more and more government subsidy going straight into the hands of this so-called childcare, rental market or real estate market.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's why it's so important to see that there are companies making a lot of profit out of this system here. There are for-profit operators, of course, but this real estate side of things is a real profit generator, and and just increasing funding to the sector is not going to solve the many problems that we see unless we identify, turn off that tap. That's what we would see for sure. And what you're describing sounds like ratchet clauses in the lease agreements, where there's part of the lease agreement will say, like you've just described, that there's either a CPI or a set percentage increase every year, and as well as regularly scheduled market rent reviews. And the ratchet clause means that those are specifically written to be always an increase. So there will never be a market rent review that finds, rents have gone down, yours will go down. So, I mean, it's astonishing to me personally that is something that can be written into a contract, but that seems to be common practice.
And we're all talking about, universal childcare and making affordable early learning for all families across the state, and yet we're allowing these new developments to come up, which are deliberately gaming the system to bake in increased fees for the next 18 years. Do governments just not understand, or are they looking the other way?
Well, I don't know, but certainly the real estate, this burgeoning real estate, ECEC real estate sector is very aware that they are saying quite openly that they have the capacity to increase their rents, because governments will and have shown that they will back ECEC. Of course, no one wants ECEC to collapse. And so governments have shown they will continue to increase subsidies. Women will continue to enter the workforce. These are forever rolling on contexts that this growing industry is very aware of and not shying away from.
On page, and I won't table all of them, as I said, but they're all publicly available on the websites of these organisations. But this one is the CBRE one that came out this month, and they, on page 4, underneath a big blurb about Australia's childcare boom, they've got a graph that shows the quality ratings by numbers across Australia of early learning centres, and then they've got daily fees graph next to it, and the heading is childcare centre quality standards fall short while daily fees soar. And it just strikes me as such a perfect summing up of what these private operators are seeing when they look at the industry, as they call it here. There are people who think that these real estate companies are part of the solution to Australia's sort of problems with not having enough early learning places. What would your comment be on that? What should we be doing instead?
Right. Well, we certainly shouldn't be funneling public money into private profit with no benefit, and possibly at the detriment of people's educators' ability to do their jobs and children's quality of care. So we certainly shouldn't do that. Unfortunately, that is what we are doing.
That everywhere.
Yes.
So just on that, can I just ask, I note that this is a Centre for International Corporate Tax Accountability and Research, so obviously you're across the whole vast amounts of different research and area and issues. Can I just ask, was this specifically your submission for us? Have you done any other work? Has your organisation done any other work federally, nationally on this issue? Is it just this specific sort of data that you collected for this submission only at this stage? Or
This is the work that we've done for Australian ECEC, yes.
Oh, right. Yep. Okay, so it's sort of overlaps. Okay. And can I just ask, how is your organisation funded, just out of interest?
Yeah, we have contributions from a range of organisations that support our objectives. Some of them are unions. They are from all around the world.
So just private donations, any government funding or
no? No, we don't have government. I don't believe we have government funding. I'm not involved in the finances, sorry.
And did Chris Wheeler, who conducted the recommendation that the document that the government, or the draft report that really has instigated this inquiry and is underpinning the government's decision to set up an independent regulator, contacted your organisation at all, or is this just
not that I know
not
of.
At all? Okay. Did you look at anything that Chris Wheeler's document? Have you had a good look at that document at all?
I'm not sure which document you
it's just in relation to setting up an independent regulator.
Oh, okay.
Taking it out of the Department of Education.
Oh, I see.
No,
I haven't
No,
looked at
that's
that,
fine.
no.
It's not an issue. I was just interested to know why that consultation had been. I'll ask him that separately, but I was just intrigued. That's okay.
Yeah, our interest in this really came out of what we've found in doing the research in other sectors. So particularly in aged care in Australia and ECEC in Norway, where in those instances we saw the sale leaseback agreements, which is what's got Healthscope into its current problem. So we wondered if that might be happening in ECEC as well in Australia. And it turns out that it's a little bit of a different situation. It is more these REITs that come in, like we discussed before, the property and the operators have generally been separate. But we saw a sort of similar outcome in terms of profit extraction.
Can I just ask one more question? Do you think the model, that exists in New South Wales is similar to other states, or are they all kind of following that same model with the corporate landlords? There's no differentiation anywhere?
It does seem to be, a national. Many of these large corporate landlords, they have properties in the metro areas in particular. So Sydney, Brisbane, Melbourne, some other areas as well, but that's where they particularly buy up their property. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thanks.
I don't have any further. Any other questions?
I'm still a bit unclear about what's driving the lease arrangements premised on licensed places. Is there's some regulatory reason why the leases have been structured in this particular way?
Yeah, that is a great question, and I'm not sure either. It seems from my research into the sector, it's widely accepted that is
just the
way that they're written. And maybe in the past it didn't cause the same problems that it causes now in terms of that pressure on occupancy. I don't know, but yeah.
People are texting me to say they would like these to be tabled so that they can look at them more easily. So just for the committee's benefit, I will just table the other two reports I was talking about. Okay, any other? Is there anything else that you wanted to raise that you thought we hadn't covered adequately?
I think that's pretty comprehensive.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
It opens up a whole other sort of aspect that isn't considered. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that concludes our session with you. To the extent there were questions taken on notice or supplementary questions, Committee Secretariat will be in touch. But that does take us to our afternoon tea break, which has come around quickly, and we're due to be back at 3:15.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, that I raise, I don't want the burden to be on the centre, the data that I want to
Thank you. Welcome back. We now welcome our next panel of witnesses. If I could start on my left, please. If you could state your name and position title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Thank you. So my name is Natalie Dabarera. I'm a research coordinator at the United Workers Union, and I'll do the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Claire Fairhall. I'm an educator member of the United Workers Union, and I'll be swearing an affirmation. So I solemnly and sincerely, truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Christine. I'm a member of the United Workers Union, and I'm going to be giving the oath today. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I'm Janine Rocks. I'm Director of Cronulla Preschool and a member of the IAU. The affirmation for me, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm Lisa James. I'm an early childhood organiser at the Independent Education Union, and I'm also giving an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name is Carol Matthews. I'm the New South Wales ACT Branch Secretary of the Independent Education Union of Australia. I'm also actually the Federal President. And I will give the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Troy Wright, Assistant General Secretary of the Public Service Association, and I'll give an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Siobhan Callanan. I'm an Industrial Manager at the Public Service Association of the Education Team. I'll be giving an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Kim Allen, Public Service Association Delegate, giving the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. I'll now give you an opportunity to make a short opening statement. So I will start with the United Workers Union.
Thank you. So, as I said, my name is Natalie Dabarera. I'm the Research Coordinator, and with me I have Claire Fairhall and Christine Scott. In terms of the experience that they can speak to, Claire currently works at a small for-profit, and she's worked previously at a not-for-profit, a medium for-profit, and also has worked as an agency casual. Christine works at a large for-profit provider. She's previously worked at other for-profits, community services, and she also has experience in family daycare and in-home care as well. So United Workers Union, we represent thousands of early childhood educators who are calling for urgent action to ensure safety and quality across the sector. Safe early childhood education cannot be delivered without consistent, stable and well-supported educators. We recently undertook a survey of over 3,000 educators, and this was since we made our submission, and it revealed that 77% of educators report operating below minimum staffing levels at least weekly, and 42% say it happens daily. These are not isolated incidences, they are systematic failures. When staffing falls short, children miss out, there's greater risk of injury, and they also lose vital development opportunities. We have made a submission, and we asked the committee to consider the reforms outlined in our submission. We have also more recently developed a safer staffing agenda, which we can provide a copy of following this if requested. Key asks from educators in our safer staffing agenda include that ratios must be met in every room. Educators are really concerned about under the roof ratios. which is a practice where a service can appear to be compliant across the service, but individual rooms can be understaffed and those children miss out on the care and attention they deserve. Educators are also really concerned about the high use of staffing waivers. In New South Wales, around 16% of long day care services have a staffing waiver in place. We think they should be time limited and very transparently monitored. Another really key issue for educators is that children with additional needs are missing out. In our survey, 79% of educators said that there aren't enough inclusion support staff to support children, and they also said that this results in more safety issues occurring at the centre. Christine is going to speak a little bit more about inclusion support. In the survey, we also found that more than half of educators feel uncomfortable raising concerns, and 2/3 say that their issues go unheard when they raise those issues. And so as part of the Safer Staffing Agenda Action Plan, we're calling for each service to have a child safety and quality officer, which would be an educator who is trained and supported so that they can support other educators in raising concerns. Also, educators really want investment in professional development and time to be allocated so they can actually get off the floor and do the training that they need to do. We also look to the committee to address the evidence that for-profit providers are less likely to invest in staffing and more likely to face compliance issues. Public funding must go to services that prioritise children's well-being, not to shareholder profit. Educators believe that every child deserves safe, high-quality early childhood education. That means fully staffed centres, supported educators, and a system built for and around children, not profit margins. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Christine. I'm a diploma qualified early educator. I've been in the sector for 17 years in many different roles. One of the hardest parts of trying to get ISS is sitting with a parent and telling them that their child may need extra help. That's where the process starts, but it's also where the hurdles begin. To get inclusion funding, a child needs a formal diagnosis or NDIS plan, and even then, a single therapy isn't enough. A severe speech delay still doesn't qualify unless paired with another service like occupational therapy. Once we have evidence, we contact KU Inclusion Support, develop a plan, get parental permission, and navigate a portal so complex it can take a week to submit. Then we have to wait 6 to 16 weeks for approval. Funding is minimal, 5 to 6 hours a day for one child, 8 hours total if more than one. And it stops if the child is away. It says it's for the room, not the individual child, but it stops. Worst of all, the funding doesn't cover a basic childcare wage. Services have to top it up themselves. Physical needs aren't funded at all. I once cared for a 4-year-old who could only roll over and had no speech, no muscle control, and was in nappies, yet no funding was available for him. This year in my preschool, I have 20 children, 6 on inclusion plans, 2 awaiting diagnosis, and 2 more whose parents don't understand the need. I work with 1 new graduate and 1 trainee. We have autism, ADHD, developmental delays, emotional regulation challenges, and cultural language barriers. Some days we evacuate children from a room for safety. Staff are bitten, scratched, kicked, bruised, bleeding. 3 educators for 20 children with ISS with multiple high-need cases is not enough. The system doesn't match the reality on the floor. Inclusion should be about ensuring every child is supported, not about ticking boxes and waiting months and underfunding the help we need. We want to include every child, that's why we do this work, but we can't do it alone, and we can't do it with a system that leaves us under-resourced and overwhelmed. Thank you.
Thank you. The IEU.
Thanks. Janine Rocks. Thank you, Chair and members, for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here as a preschool director, an early childhood teacher, and a strong advocate for children, families, and other educators who depend on our sector. As someone who has spent their career believing in the potential of every child, I see firsthand how quality early education can really transform lives and families as a whole, giving children confidence, skills, and the joy in learning that can carry them just into the start of school and beyond. But now, that promise is at risk. We know that beyond doubt that high quality early childhood education changes lives. It builds a foundation for lifelong learning, health and well-being, and returns more than double the investment to our economy. Yet, in New South Wales, we're watching a system that is strained to the point of breaking. Community preschools in particular, where I work, face a perfect storm. Chronic staff shortages, wages far below that of our school teachers, which we are qualified to teach in schools as well. We have increasing numbers of children, as you've just heard, with very complex needs without adequate funding, and a regulatory system that has become a source of confusion, stress and burnout rather than a pathway to quality improvement. In my own service, teachers often work unpaid hours to meet the documentation demands of the regulator, which takes them away from children. The crucial professional development, particularly in child protection and the child safe standards, is often done in unpaid time. We are one of over 700 community-based preschools across New South Wales who are a flagship model for quality, and this is seen in our CEQA ratings, where the needs of children, including children's safety, well-being, learning and development, are always put before profit. But it is also done at the expense of educators and teachers themselves. We have just seen so many dedicated educators and teachers leave the profession because they feel undervalued, unsafe and exhausted. When experienced, knowledgeable and previously passionate staff leave, this increases the risk to children exponentially. From my perspective over my years, the solutions are fairly clear. Pay parity with teachers to not only retain our staff but attract new staff. Funding from the department or the government that truly reflects the cost of supporting all children, including those with additional needs, with a model that demands services to staff the centres that always meets the needs of children first, educators second, and not the profit needs of individuals or stakeholders and shareholders. A regulatory approach that is consistent, transparent, and focused on observing quality practice and not just a tick-the-box paperwork. And of course, improving ratios so educators can give children the responsive, individualised care that they deserve. If we value children's future, we must value the people who teach and care for them. Our educators should be spending their time building relationships and not battling bureaucracy. I urge the committee to act now before more skilled professionals leave, before more children miss out on the quality early learning that every child in New South Wales deserves. When I spoke to a group of preschoolers about coming here today and trying to explain it at an age-appropriate way, asking them, what do you think I should tell them? And one little boy responded and he said, can you just tell them that all kids should come to preschool and that our preschool is great, the teachers are always here to keep us safe, and we get to play every day.
Sounds wonderful.
Thank you.
It's like Parliament.
I'm Lisa James. I'm an early childhood organiser, but I'm also a former early childhood teacher, and I've worked in long day care, preschool and out of school hours care. Unfortunately, the prioritisation of accessibility or places to enable mothers of young children to return to the workforce has come at the expense of the well-being of children, teachers and educators. The regulatory framework in its current implementation or form cannot guarantee the safety of children and is far too focused on documentation rather than the actual practice of educating and caring for children and building warm relationships with them. We need to support and fund the providers that demonstrate the best outcomes for children, that is, not-for-profit providers. Making millions of dollars in profits for shareholders is in direct conflict with quality because quality costs money. Highly qualified and experienced staff, above award conditions such as additional time for documentation of children's learning and mentoring graduate teachers, Payment of wages comparable to those in primary schools to attract and retain qualified teachers. Higher numbers of staff to children cost more than providing the minimum and applying for staffing waivers. It's imperative to put children before profit. Without paying conditions that are comparable to those in primary schools, we will not be able to stem the unsustainable rates of burnout and staff turnover to address this chronic workforce shortages. Simply churning out more teachers by rushing them through shortened or condensed degrees is not the solution, because only 30% of early childhood teacher graduates actually choose to work in early childhood education and care. And so many of those who do gain employment in our sector end up leaving the profession. The sector really is in crisis, and urgent action needs to be taken to address this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Look, both Janine and Lisa have spoken as have Christine and Natalie, spoken really eloquently about the problems in the sector. I think what I would say is I really think there needs to be a combined approach from both state government and federal governments. This is a sector where preschools are state government funded. Lisa and Janine have just spoken about the chronic funding shortages of preschools, which are not-for-profit community-based preschools. But there's also issues in the long daycare sector. The federal government has put in additional money to support wages, but it is a 15% increase on the wages of a teacher under the Modern Award is still far short of what a teacher would get in a school. So federal government has done something, state government hasn't done anything to support wages, but we need to do more. So I think what we're calling for is really constructive discussion at all levels. We don't think it's a matter of quick fixes. For example, we don't support banning male educators. We're not really confident that putting CCTV in services is the solution. It just seems to lead to more problems. We don't agree with Chris Wheeler that child protection is too complicated. We think that in the school sector there is mandatory training. All schools run training every year. I think any school teacher could easily explain to you the different obligations they have in relation to child protection, and yet in this sector it seems to be an add-on. One staff member must be trained in child protection, but other staff are simply required to be familiar with the principles, but that is simply not enforced. So we think there needs to be a comprehensive and holistic approach to safety of children by training. And I would say when you look at the recent appalling incidents, there's two main areas. One is dealing with challenging behaviour from children. It's not easy working with small children all day, and staff need to be trained as to how to respond. There also needs to be clearly training to deal with potential grooming, sexualised behaviour by staff. It should be a given. There shouldn't be any question about it. And I don't see why the state government can't roll out free programs, videos, and just make it a condition that all staff, at least once a year, complete the training. I think then that would overcome some of the issues about people feeling they need to be supported to make a complaint. I think if everyone has got mandatory training, it just doesn't fall on one person. But the providers need to be trained as well. So some of the problems arise that both for-profit and not-for-profit services, someone is in charge of the decision as to whether to make a notification, and they may be totally unfamiliar with the law relating to reportable conduct and other notifications. So I think training needs to be much more embedded and part of the culture. Obviously, I won't go on for too long. Obviously, stable staffing is really important as well. How can you have a child-safe culture if you have constant turnover of staff? So, and that's a reflection of wages and conditions. So, I might just leave it there. Just one other issue. Certainly our members, as both Lisa and Janine have said, are really struggling under paperwork. So we all support compliance and regulations, but excessive paperwork to establish compliance is not the way to solve the problem. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. And the PSA.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee members, for your time today and the opportunity to make a submission, both written and verbal. For those of you unaware, the Association is a union of a state-registered union of about 41,000 members who represent employees of the New South Wales public sector. Included within that membership are those people employed by the Department of Education, and therefore included within that membership are people employed by the ECEC regulatory authority, and it's on behalf of those members we've made a submission and appear before you today. I have with me Siobhan Callanan, who is our industrial manager for our relevant area, who's able to provide any expertise if you have any questions about our industrial issues in that sector. But more importantly, with respect to Siobhan, is with us our PSA delegate Kim Allen, who has worked for the ECEC regulatory authority for some 30 years, although for the last 3 years has been engaged as a senior field officer, I add, although for the last 3 years has been engaged in the early childhood infrastructure program. Our submission, and I would put to you our appearance before you as far as time, should be brief. We respect completely our union colleagues here and their issues with the workforce, which are probably far greater and more pressing for the committee. But we just wanted to quickly address a couple of minor points in the terms of reference, and they relate to particularly the regulatory framework under which the ECEC operates and the effectiveness of the ECEC regulatory authority itself. And that's what our submission primarily addressed, and there were basically 3 recommendations arising out of the Wheeler report that we strongly wanted to emphasise again today, that basically our members wanted the committee to know about. They are essentially that there be a greater effort about the recruitment and retention of senior field officers able to do these inspections. The early childhood sector, as you would be well aware by now in your deliberations, has grown exponentially, and our senior field officers employed by the ECECRA are stretched beyond capacity at the moment to undertake regulatory activities. Secondly, and probably more importantly, is the call and the recommendation in the Wheeler report about the independence of the ECECRA. As the previous speakers have emphasised, and you would be well aware, the sector has evolved into one where for-profit operations are not the minority, but they're the majority. And with that comes greater compliance and regulatory responsibilities. But more so, our members feel compromised because the public sector has increased its activities in this area as well. So we have an issue where the Department of Education is not just the regulator, but it is regulating its own activities. And so we have, to use an appropriate analogy, it's marking its own homework. So we believe that that call in the Wheeler report, that the ECEC have, as a regulatory authority, have greater independence, is a very, very important one. And thirdly, on behalf of our members, the other area that we really wanted to draw to the committee's attention by our appearance today is that the regulatory framework have greater teeth. Our members that perform these inspections and compliance activities do often feel that the matters that they bring to attention are dragged out, they aren't seriously adequately addressed, and they would like to be in charge of a regulatory framework that actually cracks down on the appropriate non-compliance. They've also asked me to emphasise that whilst obviously at the front of the committee's mind and everyone's minds are the recent scandals that have occurred in the sector of extreme seriousness, they don't want the committee to not notice that there are many more minor incidents right across the sector in every ECEC centre across the state that should be of equal concern, because whilst these serious incidents thankfully have only impacted a small number of children, there are a much greater number of children in early childhood that are impacted every day by poor practices across the sector. And so they don't want those sorts of practices to be ignored or put aside for focus on the larger issues. That's our submission, but we're obviously available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I take your point that there is a slightly different perspective there from the PSA, but I think it's an incredibly valuable one. And I wanted to put
on the record as, you know, one of the sort of chief agitators, having a go at the regulator as an entity. That I certainly do respect the work of a lot of the sort of over-resourced and very hardworking members at the regulatory authority. What we're trying to look at here is those systemic issues. So thank you for that. It's clear from the submissions from the IEU and the UWU that there appears to be a disconnect between some of the insight that you're giving us and what we're seeing on the sort of in the media and from politicians and that's become the sort of debate around what we do in response to some of the issues that have been coming up in the sector. And so it's really important that we hear that professional voice coming through. We need more of that. Can you talk about those ratios issues again in more detail? Because I think one of these aspects that we hadn't really appreciated prior, when you just look at those ratios on paper, is that the way that those ratios get played with. And I'm thinking about things like educators being asked to do the cleaning as well as being under the roof and you know, or doing the cooking. What are your members telling you about how centres are sort of getting around ratios or misusing those rules?
I might speak briefly and then put it to Claire and Christine. I think what we're hearing is under the roof ratios, like I raised before, that's where a service, sorry, I'm just going to have a bit of water.
That's right. It was bound to happen the moment you had to answer your question.
Sorry. So yeah, under the roof ratios, which is essentially where, let's say the toddler room, you need 1 to 5 and there's, say 15 children in that centre. So you would need 3 educators. But because, so you might have, instead of 15, you might have, say, 11 children, 11 toddlers. So actually for the ratio, you would need 3 educators because you're 1 over a situation where you'd only need 2. But they might actually have that educator working in another room or doing some administrative tasks and count the total educators across the service rather than in that room. So that room is under ratio, but the service is still technically might be seen to be compliant. But that child and those children are not really, like the educators aren't able to give those children the support and safety that they need in that room. Another one is where children are moved around. So even that toddler in that room, that additional one, instead of them being in the room that they're used to having their, you know, consistent routines and the educators they know, some providers will move that child to another room for a different age group of children so that they're still in ratio, but that child is not really, you know, that child might be unsettled, might have additional behaviours because they're not where they normally are. And also members are telling us that they are asked to do cleaning and other excessive administrative tasks that take them away from that core work, which I think Christine and Claire can speak to.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. To add to what Natalie is saying, my experience of the way ratio, under the roof ratio has been used is very much that experience of moving children up or down into different spaces that they're not used to. My particular passion in long day care is working with babies and toddlers. They're an age group that requires, I'm sure anyone who has a young child would know, quite specialised care. And when you move an 18-month-old into a room that is predominantly 2-year-olds, that can be very distressing for the child. And when a director makes those decisions, they're often making that decision without consideration for the child's developmental readiness for such a move, without input from the parents as to whether they are okay with that kind of move, without consideration for the children's peers, for their individual rest and feeding needs. It's simply done on the basis of we need to meet a bottom line today, and it is better for me as a director to move that child to the toddler space rather than to roster the additional educator that I need in the baby room to accommodate that child. And that presents all kinds of safety issues, not only physical safety, but psychological safety of the children. When I have a 20-month-old being torn from my arms, saying, Miss Claire, I want you to come with me to be taken to a 2-year-old room, I challenge anyone to tell me that that's in that child's best interest.
But what does that do? I mean, we're very focused on child safety and child well-being, but what gets overlooked, I think, is that worker impact as well. What does it do to you as a worker to not be able to, I guess, manage children in the way that you would like to?
It's incredibly distressing. It's I came to the sector about 5 years ago as a mature-aged career mover and trainee, really keen to make a difference, and feeling a great passion for working with young children. I found that passion very quickly with babies because they need such incredibly specialised care, and education, because we are educating those babies. They are learning so much from us every single day. But to have to fight this uphill battle to have their most basic needs met is exhausting. It's absolutely exhausting. And it is driving educators away. One of my most senior colleagues walked away from a 26-year career last year, a baby educator, because she couldn't do it anymore, and it was taking the toll on her physical health.
You've spoken, both organisations have spoken about sort of what we need to do now to attract, to retain the professionals we have and to attract more into the sector. I guess what is the number one issue? And no, that's not a fair statement. That's not a fair question, because it's not going to be just one issue. But what do we need to do? What would you be looking at for us to recommend? In addition, obviously, a fairer wage. We've heard about parity with teachers in schools, which makes perfect sense. What else needs to happen from a more cultural level, or from a sort of things outside of that, to create a workplace that is a good place to be in again?
I can just burn out, like, less of the documentation. Like, we are taking photos. We have to have, like, within my service that I work for, we take photos every day. There's one educator always behind an iPad doing everything. So that leaves the other educators in the room dealing with the children, and within my room, when I have so many high needs children, and my staff in my room are not highly qualified. Like, one has just come out of uni, one is a trainee. These high needs children, they're my responsibility. They cling to me. Like, I worry today about how my children will be. I know that one of my children would have hurt somebody today, because these staff don't have the training to know how to deal with these children, with the needs that's coming through these days. And there is a lot more needs these days than what there has been previously. So I think that the training of the educators, making sure they are well trained. You've got to have the well trained staff to keep other trained staff there. So my ECT that's just come from uni, she's a fantastic teacher, and she's learnt how to teach these children, but she hasn't learnt how to help the children with these other needs, or even simple things like the rules of don't use a red broom here, or don't put the chairs up. So I'm teaching 2 trainees in one and then dealing with all those children. And I've thought about leaving this year because of the burnout, because there's so much responsibility on me, and then there's the programming and the observations that you've got to do for the children every month. It's just a lot on your educators.
Yeah. And if I may add to what Christine mentioned about taking photos, when an educator's behind that iPad taking the pictures, they're counted in your supervision ratio. How am I supposed to adequately and safely supervise children when I'm behind a screen this big taking endless photographs? It's just, first of all, it's not necessary to good quality education and care. It's setting an expectation with parents that we then have to keep up with or improve on year on year. And it's it's a huge addition to the burnout for me, is this expectation that we are photographers.
And I understand parents love this. I've been a parent, and there are some young parents here that love their photos of their kids during the day, but for educators it is a lot of work, not only to take those photos, but then you have to go through, I have 20 children in my room, I have to send all those photos off, so I'm going through 100, 120 photos to find 6 to 10 photos of one child, and send them off 20 times, and then you've always got your internet issues, and it can take a couple of hours to send
Is the
these.
photo taking an actual requirement? Is it, or is it just an expectation from centres?
It's an expectation.
We're required to document the learning and development of children.
I see.
And taking a photograph is seen as a way of capturing an observation
But you
of
could
a
just
child's
take,
learning and development.
Yeah, you could take a photo of an observation, and there's your documentation. But then we go above and beyond, and that is sent to the parents.
I would say it's a marketing issue. I think private for-profit services do it as a marketing issue because it means that parents, look, who wouldn't want to receive an update about what their child is doing during the day? Of course it's appealing for parents. It's a great marketing thing, but it takes... well, of course, you've got to choose nice photos too. You don't send them. You don't send them the one where the kid is crying. So of course, parents like that. But as Claire said, it really takes the educator or the teacher away from, and as Janine said as well, away from responding and relating to the child. There is now, as I understand it, going to be a ban on mobile phones in services. So we support that ban, which not only has the child protection element to it, but also stops that sort of expectation. But of course, if staff just use iPads, that's not going to solve anything. But yeah, I think that is quite an important issue.
So can I just jump in there? Just that issue of mobile phones. I'm just interested what the members of the two different unions that are probably most impacted by that would say about that, because we kind of got feedback early in the day that the view would be that maybe some workers would like to have access to their mobile for care reasons and so forth. So I'm interested in that.
Yeah, so we've had lots of feedback from our members. Some have, say, elderly parents with medical issues or children that need to be picked up at short notice, and they want to be able to access their phones in breaks, or the centre to take calls to let them know if there's some kind of urgency. But most of our members, the feedback was that they didn't want to use their personal devices for work purposes because they were concerned about child protection issues that go along with that. And
you mean the photos they have to take for this purpose?
For observation.
Which I would have thought the centres would give a phone for that, or a camera.
Not always. Sometimes they have been required to use their own phones, and there have been a lot of concerns about that, because what happens to those photographs, there's absolutely no control of the centre once they walk out the door.
That's fair enough.
And from my perspective, I'll get back to the original question as well as this digital issue. Digital documentation of children unfortunately disregards the children's voice. Not many people are saying, firstly, can I take this photo of you? And if you've got a baby, then... and then secondly, trying to explain to the child where that photo is going to go, not just now, but for its lifetime on the digital platform. So the child has no control over their own digital history in a situation where they're not, they don't have any power. And we know of the horrific stories of the dark web and what they are doing with children's images that are put on Facebook by parents, by services in a positive way, but are now being used for horrific things online. And again, the children are the ones either now or in the future that are going to be paying for that. But just back to your original question about, apart from pay parity, which is a huge one for me, it is about the leadership roles. It's about acknowledging the leadership roles and the importance of those roles in services, whether it's a highly experienced diploma or a university qualified teacher, that those working towards qualifications are needed. We need to boost our sector in terms of our staffing. But in an ideal world, those trainees would be supernumerary. They would be our extra staff members. They would not be our in-ratio staff members because they don't have the skills, they don't have the knowledge, they don't have the expertise. And heaven forbid your person with child protection qualification is on a lunch break, and that poor trainee and then a casual that's a random agency casual is left in the room. Again, the children are the ones that suffer. So I think apart from pay parity, which is number one, the next for me would be acknowledging the importance of those leadership roles to really mentor the staff within that service, as well as the staff that are coming through.
For me, it's about the ratios and the number of staff actually in the services. So with the under the roof ratios, we've had situations where a staff member's been alone with 6 babies because in the toddler room they've only had 6 children with 2 educators. So the ASEQA calculation formula actually is problematic because when you go on it, it counts all the number of children across the centre. It does not count, divide by the number of rooms. So I think that gives a false indication of what's acceptable. And to be honest, we don't want one teacher or educator alone with children in a room. We don't think that's safe for children or for the staff. The teachers that call me crying, saying they're leaving the sector, it's not actually about the pay, although of course being from the union I do fully support pay parity. It is because they're dealing with, when the ratios, especially say for 3 to 5 year olds, were first developed, so we have 1 to 10 in New South Wales, it's 1 to 11 in some states. It seemed to be based on a premise that these children by that age would be toilet trained. But because our members are telling us between 35 and 60% of children in their classes now have additional needs, medical issues, asthma, anaphylaxis. I've personally fed a child through a tube going straight into his stomach because he wasn't able to swallow food. Also non-verbal, so we had to learn some Auslan. And really challenging behaviours, many different disabilities, many more children with autism. 2 staff in a room of 20 children is just not adequate. If someone hurts themselves, someone has a toileting issue, then one person's left with 19. When I was teaching, a child fell off a ladder and split open his lip. I was managing him, giving him first aid, trying to keep a group of children away from the blood that was falling over the floor, trying to call the parents, and then that left one educator with 19 other children. Another day a child vomited all over me, and while I was cleaning up her, the table and myself, 2 other children poured paints all over the floor and started running cars through it, and another one went and knocked 36 puzzles off the floor, totally upended them. When I told a friend of mine who was a secretary that she said she had a bad day. I said, let me tell you about mine. So I've had teachers saying to me that they have not been able to take annual leave for 3 years because they're the only permanent trained qualified teacher in the service. They cannot get anyone but casuals, and because they're the nominated supervisor, they're too scared to take a day off because they're held legally responsible even if they're not on the premises if something happens.
I think the under the roof ratio stemmed from when centres were small, when services were 1 room. Or maybe 2 if you had a 0 to 3 and a 3 to 5 room. we did family grouping at the beginning and end of the day, you know, as children arrived and they were welcomed with 2 educators. But times have changed dramatically since then. Service delivery has changed dramatically since then. We know a lot more around, you know, the importance behind, you know, as you were saying earlier, you know, children feeling safe and secure in a room that they feel that they have a sense of belonging to, not pulled from one to the other. So I think that is one of the particular regulations that it's just not current in today's sector.
Mr. Murphy.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks so much for coming along today. This evidence is absolutely crucial and valuable. You know, it seems to me really clear that there are lots of long-term issues that need a lot of work to resolve. You know, dignity in employment, making sure that there's parity of pay with teachers and that there's investment that focuses on the kids rather than profit. But one of the issues I just wanted to talk about was something that you raised, Ms. Matthews, where in the media we always see these reports where people have got these quick fix solutions. 2 of them you mentioned. One was banning male educators. Another one was the use of CCTV, which I think you said causes more problems than it solves. And I was just wondering, on that issue of CCTV, could you unpack that a bit and just explain by way of a few examples of why it causes more problems than it solves? And if the United Workers Union also have a view on that, I'd be interested.
Look, my understanding about it is that it's quite expensive. So I don't know how much it costs. So if you think about it, if you're making a service invest in something which is not staff, it's something else, right? So that's one issue. It's a cost. It's a cost. The next issue is that you obviously can't have CCTV in a childcare centre, in change rooms, bathrooms, and those areas, and they're probably the areas which are most at risk. It's also the case that you can't, from all I can see, you could not set up CCTV to cover outside play areas. So where there's a large, you know, a scope, a large sort of angle in terms of the playground, it would be very hard to see how supervision would be effective. So I think the concern is that 1, it's expensive, and 2, it's not going to work.
It's also a security risk itself, isn't it?
Well, and it's a security risk itself because there are images potentially on that footage which may be hacked into or accessed in some other way. So yeah, there's all those problems.
Is that a view shared by you as well?
I would share that view.
Yes. Yeah, the United Workers Union has serious concerns about CCTV for those reasons that Carol has outlined around security, the data risks. We also think it distracts from dealing with the real issue. Like it kind of leads the focus elsewhere instead of looking at understaffing, instead of looking at whether there's a culture of safety there. So yeah, we have very serious concerns about that.
Yeah, thanks for that.
And can I just add, it's like catching the problem after it's occurred rather than preventing the problem. So it's not ensuring that all staff understand what is, you know, child safe behaviour. It's catching someone out afterwards.
So you're saying it's really only useful to prosecute after the
I think
event.
so,
It
yeah.
won't actually do anything to improve
Can I
safety.
just say something? My service has CCTV, and we have had for a while. I don't believe it will help any at all with the safety of anyone. It has not in the years that it has been at my service. It has helped educators prove that they've done nothing wrong in circumstances where they have been accused of doing something. But the safety of the children, anything like that, no, we need educators on the floor for that. I personally am not against CCTV. I personally don't think we need to put it in every service. It's not needed. It is a whole waste of money. We could be spending that on educators instead of CCTV.
Because at the end of the day, somebody's got to look at those tapes to make sure people are doing the right thing. So
And
why
how
don't
we
we?
know they're safe.
And why don't we just employ more staff and train more staff to keep an eye on each other and to make sure everybody else is doing the right thing.
Just about just one question.
Yep, and then we'll go Mrs. Mitchell.
So
and
we
then
had
Dr.
some
Tan.
earlier evidence around just, I suppose, the difficulty of reporting safety concerns, and I wonder whether you've got any experience of trying to report a safety concern and, what happened and, what we can do to perhaps protect workers from the adverse consequences of reporting issues when they know something's not quite right.
I'd love to speak to that if I may. When I was a trainee in a for-profit service, my experience was that reporting safety concerns was not my responsibility. It was the responsibility of my director. And then my director had the responsibility to her area manager. So there was a hierarchy to follow. That's not what we learn at a child protection level. At a child protection level, I'm a mandatory reporter, and so I can make a report on my own, of my own accord. But this is discouraged within a lot of services. I made a report of a safety concern when I saw babies' nappies were not changed for the whole day. I hadn't seen children in my room since drop-off that morning. I came back to them at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and those children were sitting in nappies from the morning, some of them the same nappies their parent put them in when they brought them to care. I reported this to my director, and instead of that being reported up the line, she and the room leader fudged the paperwork basically so that it didn't go any further. I resigned from my role at that service the following week because that's just, it's unacceptable in an aged care service. It's unacceptable in a hospital. Why is it acceptable in an early childhood service? And I've had a lot of instances where you might report a safety concern and it's turned on you and used punitively against the educator, and you'll quickly be managed out for raising concerns.
What can we do to protect workers in those situations? What can be done?
There was none. When I first got involved with the United Workers Union, I was working for that same profit service, and the United Workers Union was organising protected industrial action. My colleagues and I were told if we participated in that action, we would be fired. The people that I worked with were not from an Australian background, had no familiarity with unionism or, our industrial protection and rights, and they were scared out of participating in industrial action that wasn't just for our benefit but for the benefit and safety of children as well. Because if you treat educators with respect and provide them with the correct working conditions, children directly benefit.
Can I also add in relation to that, the process for making a report takes time, and it should take time because you've got to provide accurate and thorough information on that report. But if your service is staffed to ratio, or let alone under the roof ratio, how does that staff member leave the floor, put children at further risk to go and make a report? So once again, staff are making those reports either not at all because they've got to get home to their own families after work, or they've got to do unpaid overtime to make those reports to then make sure that child is safe once it leaves that environment, particularly if the child protection concern was about something the child had disclosed outside the service. So again, the ratios come into question again about having enough staff on the floor, so if a staff member needs to leave the floor for whatever reason, that they can do so and the other children on the floor would still be safe.
Can I just add, in schools, it's not unusual that, let's say a teacher had a concern about harm, that a child was at risk of harm because of their home situation. So that is required to be reported by the teacher. It's not unusual that there is a protocol for who reports that. But all of those people in that chain are trained. So I think the issue here is that the person who makes the decision about whether or not the matter is going to be reported, one, it should be clear who is the decision maker, but second, that person should be required to have training. Because in a school, it could be the principal, it could be somebody else. It wouldn't normally be a teacher, it would be the principal, but that person has got child protection training.
Can I?
Sorry, we could have you for hours. We're running out of time. I have two very quick questions. The first one to the United Workers Union. In your submission, and completely understand what you're all saying about the pay parity issue, but I was interested, you talked about a wage supplement to retain and attract teachers, educators, particularly in areas where there's shortages. Government does that for school teachers, for nurses, for other professions. So that's something that you would like the committee to recommend that we look at that particular area as well? In addition to pay parity, we hear that loud and clear.
Yes, that's correct. One thing we've looked at is the data on staffing waivers in particular. Victoria has very low staffing waivers in place, and we think part of that is because they have I guess more generous than other states, a wage supplement in place. So in rural and regional areas and areas where they need additional staff, staff can receive a grant,
like a financial incentive.
Financial incentive to work in those areas and to upskill as well. So we think that's really important. Wages across this sector are low. We've recently had the multi-employer bargain. We've also had a win in the Fair Work Commission. But that will take a while to come in, potentially up to 5 years. So we do think that's a really important action that the state government could take.
Okay, and just one to the IEU. Your submission when you talked about the effectiveness of the regulatory authority, and I found that really interesting in terms of the process of the A&R visit. Sometimes when the authorised officer doesn't particularly appear to be across what the service is offering. We had this with earlier witnesses today as well, and I'm happy for any or all of you to respond to this. But I guess just in terms of, from your experience, how could that be improved? Where are the sort of gaps in terms of the quality and the consistency of those who come to services and do that assessment and rating? Is there something that we could recommend as a committee to improve?
The process has changed dramatically. So when I was working in long day care when we first went through accreditation, and the people that actually, the teacher that came out to observe our service worked in a service. So she was technically a colleague, although she was from South Australia, so she had no familiarity with our service. She was qualified, she was experienced. She understood when we explained why we're doing an activity. Say, for example, she knew with puzzles that we're teaching the children to look for cues, visual cues, rotate shapes, try and make sense of the picture so that you can fit everything together. And that was understood, and it was a really collegial process, and she gave us feedback at the time. Oh, this is working really well, you could try, and suggestions for what we could try. Now that the New South Wales government has taken it over, it's a much more compliance-based approach. We have been told that they take directors and educational leaders into the office and ask them, fire questions at them, asking for documentation, going through policies, getting them to recite parts of the national regulations, which are hundreds of pages long. And then they go out and they spend a bit of time in the room. They asked the educational leader about reporting incidents. Interestingly enough, the centre had a perfect policy that reflected the legislation exactly, but our member was bullied very badly when they asked her why particular incidents had not been reported, and she said that the nominated supervisor had told her not to do that, and their nominated supervisor actually was so furious that she had told them this. She sent out an email to the other staff saying that their rating was going to be downgraded because our member actually spoke up about an incident that had occurred in the centre. The authorised officers, they don't have to be qualified teachers. They don't have to even have worked in early childhood. I sat in a policy meeting next to someone who had worked in some policy area and said, I'm about to start rating services. I'm going for my first visit into a service very soon. And we had a preschool who had always been exceeding the national quality standards that was rated down for a safety breach because there was a cobweb on the ceiling of the preschool, which was actually a learning opportunity. When we had one in our centre, we used it to launch a whole project on spiders.
That's a unique way of dealing with it.
But it's a good point, right? Like that, yeah. I mean, something like that.
So it needs to be someone that can see the educational value in what they're looking at, not just, I haven't seen this, or where's the document to support that you said you have engagement with families, even though it's a community-based model. Families actually are the approved providers responsible for all the decision making. I mean, that should just be obvious.
Yeah, and you can't get help from the regulator because they're the authority that is the one to come to discipline you, and I think that's been a problem for a while.
And Troy did mention that in his opening statement, that there is that conflict of interest almost between that. And, you know, as he also mentioned, their staff are at limit as well. They're at capacity. Back in the 90s, sorry, disclosing my age, back in the 90s when I started, you had a really good relationship with your, now what's known as the AO. They used to pop in for a visit. They go, oh, wow, they're talking about this. Oh, I heard you had a family fun day on the weekend, or you've got a barbecue happening. And it was a really positive relationship because they worked local, they knew all their services, they knew the staff that worked there, they had the time to do that. They had obviously plenty of staff on board, but their budgets have obviously changed and they haven't been able to employ the staff that they need to do that job, and the number of services out there has increased dramatically. So, you know, the left hand hasn't kept up with the right hand in any way, shape or form.
I worked at a service that when they were going through A&R, they actually got fined previously before, saying that they were told they needed more resources, and then when they come back they still hadn't got more resources, so they got fined. And the owners, it was a for-profit, said, "Oh, just pay the fine, it's fine." And then when A&R come up, because you know it's coming, they got resources from a sister centre and brought that into the service. Then they got educators from the sister centre and brought them into the service for the day. The day after the A&R, they fired the ed leader, and within a month, all staff were removed from the service with a whole new set of staff. I left that centre myself because they did under the roof as well. I was the cook at that service, but I also had my Cert 3 at the time, and I was classed as ratio, which left the baby's room out of I would say out of ratio.
Madam Chair, can I just, sorry ladies and gentlemen, we've got to jump in because we're actually running out of time. I do want to go back to the point, Ms Matthews, that you made right from the start, and I'm going to ask if you can elucidate on this, and that was that you said you did not support an independent regulator. Is that the position of the union?
No, what I said was...
Or some of the recommendations, is that what you...
No, I don't have a problem with an independent regulator. What I was referring to was the proposal for a national early childhood ECEC commission, which has been floating around the media. So some of the lobby groups have been saying we need to have one commission.
Yes, you're right. That was raised during the day, yes.
Yeah,
okay,
and
right.
look, I think the view we have about that is that we've got a CEQA, which is the federal regulator in relation to setting regulations. We just think we don't need another body in this space. We need better coordination between the bodies we have.
Okay.
But we're certainly not opposed to an independent regulator in New South Wales, because I would
agree... Is that the position, because that was the PSA's position, is that your position too as a union, that you're comfortable with an independent regulator, so outside of the Department of Education?
Yeah, yes, we would support that as well.
So that's generally the union position?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just interested because there's a view also that it's taking the area of early childhood away from what you want it to be, and that is within the realm of education, and you're setting up an independent regulatory authority that may not have, that's moving away from that sort of education aspect and more into being a separate independent agency, and which will be more focused on, I guess, a profit, profit sort of sector. And I don't know how the union sort of sees that, because I'd be interested to know what the union movement views that, whether that's really the path here. I thought, yes, some concerns might have been raised on how it's currently being regulated, and we could have fixed that with resourcing and looking closer at how things are being run. I don't accept that there's a conflict of interest, because I think schools fund, Department of Education funds schools right now, but also regulates them. So I'm just sort of thinking, where does the union movement fit with the Wheeler recommendations in that respect?
If I might, look, there are actually two parts in the Department of Education. There is the regulator. There's also a division called Early Childhood Outcomes, and they talk more about policy supporting.
Can you just speak a little bit closer to your mic?
Sorry, not close enough. There you go. So there's another area within the department called Early Childhood Outcomes, and that's more about supporting the outcomes within early childhood, policy settings and support in that kind of way. They are separate whilst within the in the department, but they are a separate area that focuses on that, whereas the regulator is about regulating services. So that would remain, I presume, within the Department of Education and would have that sort of overarching support mechanism. I think there's also funding that comes through schools infrastructure as well, which is separate again within the Department of Education. So I don't making the early childhood regulator a separate standalone entity would not necessarily remove responsibility from the Department of Education for early childhood outcomes and the support of services in that way. That's obviously something for, if that is something that goes forward, that would have to be looked at. But at this point, they are, they work together, but they are already two separate areas within the department anyway.
We would agree with that. We would say that certainly we want early childhood education to remain part of, as an area of responsibility, part of the department. It's really the regulatory aspect of it, which is more of an issue. And I suppose it's not unlike NESA, for example, has a curriculum. Yes, sets curriculum. It also reviews and registers non-government schools. But it's distanced from the department. It's sort of within, but distant from. So I think that would be more the model we'd be looking at. Not
I just think the independent regulator will be very different. It's like CERA. It's like just a completely separate agency that will be working entirely separate from the Department of Education.
I think that's a good point. I don't think we're necessarily looking at that.
The other unique challenge of AMEA, and PSA has members doing regulation on behalf of the state in all sorts of industries and sectors, from the trucking sector to environmental sector to whatever it is. But the uniqueness of this role is that the underpinning current is that there's been a fear of shutting services down because of the overwhelming demand for them. And that's been the regulatory function has been to manage services in rather than pull out the bad operators, because it's been seen that the worst possible outcome is to close a centre down because there's been such overwhelming need for them in the community, and that underpins the regulatory decisions. I go to the earlier points that from speaking with our members that are the regulators, the issue isn't the staff, it isn't the regulators themselves, it's the concentration on bad owners and bad operators, and that's where the sector's got to focus on, not on minor things that obviously the staff feel, but that's been the underpinning current that's been of concern, that they can't adequately operate and have the powers to operate. I just go to an earlier point that I was in Singapore a couple of years ago, and you look at how they regulate their food authorities. You can go into any restaurant and they've got proudly on the window what grade the food authority is, what standard the hygiene is. Yet we have the arguably most important decision you have as a parent in New South Wales. You do not have the same level of transparency about what childcare centre you put your child in. You don't know how they went in their last audit. They are required to display it, but in a bleak, difficult to find way. And that sort of, it's pointless having a regulatory regime if no one knows about it and no one knows about the outcomes of it. And that's probably one of the major issues.
Unfortunately, we have run over time. Yes, we could have you for another few hours and ask you hundreds more questions, but we'll have to do it on notice or via supplementary questions.
Can I ask a question for notice, though? Is that all right? Just very, very quickly. Can I just ask, probably IEU and UW, just to understand your level of membership currently within the sector? So there's 6,000 services and 85,000 workers. Is there any, if you could provide the committee just how many members you represent at the moment within the sector?
We'll have to take that on
On
notice.
notice. Take it on notice.
We have run out of time. There will be supplementary questions. Committee Secretary will be in touch in relation to those. But that concludes our session with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can indeed.
Fantastic. We'll just give us 1 minute. We're just going to allow our last panel of witnesses to move away from the microphones, and then we will get started. Okay, apologies for keeping you, Mr. Wheeler. If we could start by swearing you in, if you could please state your name and position title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Can we maybe ask them to
If you've
exit?
got text there in front of you, that would be handy.
Sorry, you don't have it there?
No, I
No,
don't
that's
have it
okay.
there.
I can read it to you. Hang on 1 second. There we go. Okay, so yes, so if you could state your name and position title, and then I can read out the affirmation for you. No, I think we've lost you.
Internet's not buffering.
Can I suggest, Mr. Willie, we've lost you. Yes, if you could just maybe turn off your video, we might get to be able to hear your voice at least. Can you try again, Mr. Wheeler? Can you hear us? I'm just going to suggest that we turn the broadcast off for 3 minutes, see if we can get Mr. Wheeler back and test it out rather than boring everyone with this. Thank you. explain.
Challenges the prize.
So we've just turned the broadcast back on. Apologies. Unfortunately, we have... Sorry, it is on. Yep, sorry. Just a bit of confusion still here with our technology. But just to let everyone know that we were unable to get a good connection with Mr. Wheeler, so we will invite him instead to our September hearing, which is on the 23rd of September, and we'll hear from him then. So that does conclude today's hearing. We will be back tomorrow. But yes, thanks to everyone.
Thank you very much.
We'll turn the broadcast off again. Thank you.
Chair.